Hey guys. This is Fiction Life. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry became the supreme magical lord and reshaped magic forever. Here is short summary. Betrayed by the corrupt wizarding elite, Harry uncovers his true heritage as the supreme magical lord. Armed with ancient knowledge and absolute power, he dismantles the old order and reshapes the magical world on his own terms. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Sirius and Harry landed in an alley from which Sirius led Harry in front of a line of old houses. They looked well cared for. "Where are we, Sirius?" Harry asked. "We're in London, Harry, and the place we are standing in front of is my parents' house. Grimmauld Place number 12. I had hoped to never have to return here, but it is the safest place to be for us at the moment. My family was kind of paranoid, so this house is better protected than most buildings in the wizarding world. It has a lot of old and nasty wards, the nicer ones being muggle-repelling, the building being unplottable and a dark creature-repellent ward. I think only Gringotts, Hogwarts and Potter Manor are better protected here in Britain." "Potter Manor?" Harry asked incredulously. Sirius blinked surprised. "You don't know?" he asked. Harry shook his head. "But you must know of your heritage. It's important for you to know the do's and don'ts of your social standing, or you could make unnecessary enemies. Some of the old pureblood families really take those customs serious. They're so easily insulted. Did nobody ever tell you this?" Sirius asked, shocked. "No, nobody ever told me anything about the magical world until I got my letter to Hogwarts," Harry explained. "I see I have my work cut out for me. While I don't believe in this whole pureblood supremacy crap, I know the rules they live their lives by and know how to avoid antagonizing them all in public. Well, let's get inside first and settle you in. Then we can talk about your life so far. I want to get to know you, Harry," Sirius said. Both walked towards the front door and Sirius nicked his finger to draw some blood. "Normally I would use my wand for this, but as things are, I have to get a new one first. The house only accepts a blood relative of the Black family to enter. As I found out after I escaped from Azkaban, my mother and father died some years ago, so I am the sole heir of the Black fortune." "I'm sorry that your parents are dead, Sirius," Harry said. "Don't be. To be honest, Harry, my family was one of the most awful wizarding families there were. My parents never were Death Eaters." He looked at Harry's questioning face. "Voldemort's servants," Sirius explained, "but they thought he had the right ideas about how to treat muggles, half-bloods and muggle-born witches and wizards. I ran away when I was 16 because I couldn't stand my family anymore." The door opened and Sirius led Harry inside. "But where did you stay? You were still underage," Harry wanted to know. "At your father's place. Your grandparents were great people. They took me in and treated me like a second son. After my uncle Alfred left me some money, I got my own place, but I was always welcome for dinner at the weekends. It hurt me much more when they died than when I found out that my own parents had died," Sirius told Harry. Harry just nodded. It sounded like Sirius could understand growing up while being unhappy. Way better than other adults he had met so far. Harry looked around in the house. It was dark, and Sirius' warning about his family being dark wizards was only too true. He saw elf heads stuffed at the stairs, a kind of leg, probably a troll's leg used for holding umbrellas, some evil-looking portraits, and he suspected other vile things in the other rooms. He looked a bit unsure about the idea of living in such a house. Sirius seemed to understand his hesitation. "It will take some time to clean this place up. The house has been empty for years now, 8 since my mother died I think, and seemingly the old house elf wasn't up to snuff to clean everything properly," Sirius explained with a repulsed face. "You have a house elf?" Harry asked, surprised. "Yes, nearly all the old pureblood families have them, mostly more than one, depends on the size of the family and their property, to be honest. As the Blacks' numbers have been decreasing, the number of elves decreased. An elf can only survive so long if he doesn't have a master," Sirius said. He was surprised by Harry's horrified face. Something he had said must have deeply disturbed the boy, but what would that be? "What's the matter, Harry?" Sirius asked, concerned. "Well, Last year I tricked Lucius Malfoy to set his house elf Dobby free. He was horrible to Dobby. He kicked him around, the family always ordered him to do extra punishments and he was treated like he was lower than dirt. Dobby really disliked his masters. But I didn't know that Dobby would suffer if I set him free. He was so happy to be free from his masters. Harry said, panicking. That is definitely a weird elf. Most of them would think it the maximum disgrace to be set free. But I know the Malfoys. In fact, my cousin Narcissa was married to the heir of the Malfoys when we were younger. Such a respectable pureblood marriage. My parents were thrilled. Same goes for my cousin Bellatrix. She married into the Lestrange family. Death Eaters altogether. They thought house elves to be lesser beings, not intelligent magical beings that have to be treated fairly. Sirius told him sarcastically. You are related to the Malfoys? Harry asked disbelievingly. If you only allow your children to marry another pure-blooded witch or wizard, there are not that many possibilities. If your grandparents hadn't been so open-minded, there could have been a really big uproar about James marrying Lily. After all, the Potters are one of the oldest pureblood families here in Britain. Your mother was one of the most brilliant witches of the time, but still a Muggle born. Well, at least until she went to Gringotts to make the obligatory heritage test. It was quite interesting to see the faces of Lily and James when the goblins announced that your mother was in reality a pureblood witch. Sirius grinned, remembering that event. What? But how is that possible? I thought Mum was Aunt Petunia's sister. Harry was upset. Only by adoption. After Petunia was born, her mother was unable to have another child. Something about severe injuries and it being too dangerous to have another child. I never really understood Muggle medicine, so I can't tell you more there. But she and her husband wanted for Petunia to grow up with at least one sibling. So they adopted Lily 2 years later. I doubt Petunia knows this. Hell, I only know this because I was witness to the announcing of the test results. Lily confronted her parents about this and they told her everything. She was found as a baby barely a few months old. As no family could be found, she was put into an orphanage. Then Petunia's parents came there and decided to adopt Lily as they could tell she was their own child. Everybody thought she was a normal Muggle-born witch until this test. They took it shortly before they married. They were 19 at the time. Lily was the only heiress to the noble and most ancient house of Bolton. They were a family that originated from France but immigrated to Britain around 1600. I don't know the exact year. They were an old and wealthy family and soon they built their connections in Britain and bought several major magical businesses. They now all firm under the name Bolton. Before they have been separate shops, farms, plantations and mines. Then, during the war against Grindelwald, they became targets. From what I remember of the history of the 1930s to the 1940s when Grindelwald waged war against continental Europe, he specifically targeted those pureblood families that disagreed with his goals. He started with threatening them, and if that didn't work he hunted them down to the last member as an example to those who dared to defy him. First it were only small families. If I remember correctly, the first to be victims of his vendetta were the Polish Hagnocks, then the German Frandersteins. The Boldens were late victims because of their economic and political influence. Grindelwald only dared to attack them after he had strengthened his power base in society. Had he gone after them from the beginning he would have surely lost his war early on. Grindelwald soon found an easy solution for his problems with killing the whole family. He told the Nazis that they were Jews and so many were killed by them. It was a popular tactic. They only needed to make sure that there were wards that prevented them from escaping their homes when the Nazis came, and many lost their lives in gunfire before they could defend themselves. You can't imagine how many witches and wizards were lost to World War II. While we separate ourselves from the Muggles, we are still part of the normal world. This house would have been destroyed if some of the bombs that were dropped on London had hit it. Even the strongest magical wards have problems to withstand that much destructive power. After Grindelwald was defeated, Lily's family was severely decimated. They had lost most of their members that had lived in France, Germany, Belgium, Denmark and other countries. Later Voldemort went after the last ones. They disappeared one after another and nobody could really tell what had happened to them. They were thought to be extinct until Lily took the test, Sirius explained. Harry had to digest this information. To learn that his real family had been killed by Dark Lords because they had opposed them. This also meant that his Aunt Petunia wasn't really his aunt. There wasn't a really good reason for him to stay at Privet Drive. They were not his family. Only by adoption. And they hated him. They had never hidden their feelings. Was Aunt Petunia told this? He asked weakly, dreading the answer. No, Lily and James kept this information a secret. First, Lily had to come to terms with her heritage, then they became targets of Voldemort, and it would have been more dangerous if he found out that the Bolton family had an heiress. The family had too much economical influence for him to ignore. As long as the family didn't have a legitimate heir, their wealth would be held in trust and managed by the managers of the group. And managers could have been chosen by him after he had conquered Britain. Lily was too much part of the light side to ever even consider joining his forces. He knew this very well. Sirius answered. Harry nodded. So this means I am a pureblood wizard? Harry asked. Yes, but don't get a big head about it, Sirius joked. Don't worry, I don't want to become like Malfoy, Harry answered, chuckling. Sirius laughed at those words, and Harry thought he liked it when Sirius laughed. He looked much nicer. Well, come on. Let me show you the house, and then you can choose a room you like. We will need to clean up the house to make it possible to live here, but we will manage. Let your trunk stay here, we will get it when we are finished. By the way, creature, Sirius called. A crack was heard and an old house elf appeared in front of the two wizards. Yes, master? The elf asked, bowing, seemingly displeased to have to call Sirius master. Creature, this is my godson Harry Potter. He will live here with me from now on. I want you to follow his orders as you would follow mine. Please begin cleaning the kitchen so we can prepare something to eat and drink when we are finished with the tour of the house. Sirius tried to be nice to the elf, even if he didn't like him because of his past. Creature seemed to be surprised of the treatment from Sirius, but he complied. As master wishes, he answered. Harry decided to introduce himself properly. Hello, creature, I'm Harry. I hope we can have a good relationship, he told the elf, hoping that he wouldn't burst into tears like Dobby did. Harry Potter, the boy who lived. My poor mistress told me about his victory over the Dark Lord. She was so distraught when Master Regulus died in his service. Poor mistress. Nobody there to console her. Master Sirius gone to hunt the Dark Lord. It broke her heart to see her son betray the way of the Black. Creature mumbled. What is wrong with him, Sirius? Harry asked, slightly disturbed by the clearly insane house elf. I think he was alone for too long. This house is full of dark artifacts. They emit dark magic. Add to this that probably the portrait of my insane mother, which I hid with a curtain as a precaution in case you would come with me, gave him orders during the years after her death, and you get a confused house elf. Do you know the Confundus charm? Yes, it was in our spell books. But I had some difficulties to learn it. If it hadn't been for Hermione, I would never had mastered it, Harry admitted. That's curious. You had an uncanny talent for wandless magic when you were a baby. You gave your parents quite some action when they tried to undo your accidental magic. How are you generally doing at school? Sirius asked. I'm average. I have sometimes serious problems to learn things. I just can't remember all the facts that I am shown or explained. The only thing that ever seemed to come to me naturally was flying, Harry replied. Sirius frowned. Something was really wrong here. James and Lily had both been incredibly talented wizards, and for their son to not have inherited any of their talents was nearly impossible, especially as he had shown great talent as a baby. He would have to have Harry checked for blocks and curses, he decided, and luckily he had good contacts at Gringotts. It was probably the only place where the ministry would not be able to get any information. Or whoever was responsible for this. Sirius led Harry around the ground floor where the kitchen, a study, some storage rooms and a living room were. Then he showed him the rooms in the upper floors. Harry was awed how big the house was. It didn't look that big from the outside. How is the house so big inside, Sirius? It doesn't look like this from the outside, Harry asked curiously. Magic, Harry. Generations of blacks have added to the space and the wards that protect this house. My family really hated being troubled by muggles, so they did everything to make this house more or less invisible. It is unplottable, invisible to any non-magical person, has several defensive barriers that can only be deactivated by a member of the family or those who are keyed into the wards, Sirius answered. Wow. That's impressive. But it is kind of dark and uncomfortable here, Harry pointed out. I know. One of my top priorities is to clean up the house and renovate it completely. Out with the old and dusty things, especially the dark artifacts, and in with light and friendly-looking things. I want a real home. Nothing shall be remembered of the dark and cold house I grew up in, Sirius stated. Harry grinned. He could understand Sirius. If he could have his way with Privet Drive, his thoughts drifted away. Finally Harry decided to take a spacious room 2 rooms down the floor from Sirius' own room. Well, we will have to clean it a bit before you can sleep here. Would you mind if I borrowed your wand for a minute? I'm not that good at household spells, but it suffices to get the bed and the floor somewhat clean, Sirius asked. Won't the ministry be able to spot it if you do magic? Especially with my wand? I don't want them to find me. Before this mess with underage magic is cleared, I fear they would expel me, Harry said. Sirius saw clearly how much Harry feared to be expelled or thrown into prison. What the hell did those muggles do that he was that much afraid of losing the possibility to go to Hogwarts? This is not a problem. The trace the ministry has on underage wizards and witches isn't connected to the wand, more to the area where the spell is cast near an underage wizard or witch. I will tell you a secret, Harry. The ministry is unable to detect who cast a spell. They only can use the trace to find muggleborns using magic, because then they are sure who cast the spell. In magical buildings there is too much interference for them to know who did the magic. They trust the magical parents to keep their children under control, Sirius told Harry. What? But that is not fair, Harry exclaimed angrily. No, it isn't. But a lot of things in our magical world are not fair, as well as they aren't in the Muggle world. Especially here in Britain. Most of our laws have been written by purebloods to favor them. Some other countries are farther ahead, but not all of them. Russia is even farther behind than we are, Sirius informed Harry. Harry just nodded. Then he yawned. I think it would be best if I hurry to clean your bed so you can get some well-deserved rest. We can talk tomorrow, Harry, Sirius said. Harry nodded and gave Sirius his wand. Scourgify, Sirius said and waved his wand. Lots of dust and spider webs disappeared from the room. Sirius repeated the spell 5 more times before he was pleased with the results. He handed Harry his wand back. Well, good night, Harry. If you need anything, you know where to find me, Sirius said. Thank you, Sirius. Good night to you too, Harry answered. Sirius left the room and Harry proceeded to change into his nightwear. He was dead tired and decided to forego brushing his teeth this time. Not even 5 minutes after he had slipped under the blankets in the big, comfortable bed, Harry was asleep. The next morning Harry awoke and was slightly confused where he was. This wasn't the small room he had at Privet Drive. Then everything came back to him. He was in his godfather's house. Harry grinned and grabbed his glasses from the nightstand. He put them on and really looked around in his room. It was spacious, easily 3 times as big as his old room. The room was connected to his own bathroom, had a big inbuilt closet and big windows. Next to the window was a desk with some shelves above for books. The coloring of the room distracted Harry. It was really dark. Well, Sirius had said they would redecorate the place, so it didn't matter. Harry went into the bathroom, took a shower, brushed his teeth and put a fresh set of clothes on. Well, fresh was a relative term as they were hand-me-downs from Dudley and therefore at least 2 numbers too large for him. Harry left his room and went down looking for the kitchen. It would be taking some time for him to get used to the big house. But he wouldn't rather be anywhere else. He could tell Sirius cared for him. It was just a feeling, but it was a great feeling. He wondered if this was what it felt like having a real family. Well, he would find out. He finally entered the kitchen and could see that Creature seemed to have cleaned it. It wasn't as spotless as Aunt Petunia's kitchen. He wondered if he should still call her his aunt after what Sirius told him yesterday. But it was a lot bigger. It had a fireplace, an old-fashioned oven where Sirius stood, trying to cook some food. Morning, Sirius, Harry said happily. Morning, Harry. I hope you like pancakes. I only had the ingredients for something simple. I got some milk and eggs from a farm a few miles outside of London 2 days ago and we had some flour left in the storage rooms. I will send Creature to go grocery shopping as I hardly can go for myself. Harry nodded and looked expectantly at the baking pancakes. He sat on a chair and waited. It was a weird feeling to just wait for someone to cook for him. Except for important meetings he had to cook for the Dursleys, do the dishes, weed the garden, clean the house and of course be the scapegoat for everything that went wrong there. Something on your mind, kiddo? Sirius asked concerned. Well, Harry started unsure if he should tell his godfather. He had never told any adult about this. Sirius finished the pancake and put it on a plate with the others. Then he put it on the table and knelt before Harry to be at his eye height. He was worried about the boy. He knew the signs of an abused child. He himself had been one after all. It had taken James, Remus and Peter ages to get him to open up and tell them his problems. He didn't recognize that the things he had been taught how family interacted with each other was really screwed up for a really long time. And he would have to get his godson out of those dreadful rags. You know you can talk to me about everything? I know you don't really know me, but I want to be there for you from now on. I won't judge you, but I can't help you either, if I don't know what is bothering you, he said kindly. Green eyes looked in gray ones searching for deceit. Sirius was troubled that Harry seemed to have such trust issues. No 13-year-old boy should have such a look. But he just waited. Harry had to decide for himself to trust Sirius with these things. Finally Harry nodded. It's just that I am not used to have somebody make breakfast for me. Usually I had to make it for my relatives, and if I did something wrong like burning the bacon, Aunt Petunia or Uncle Vernon punished me. I had to do a lot of chores. Then there was my cousin Dudley who always bullied me. Aunt Petunia totally spoiled him, and if I dared to say something I was sent to my room without eating. I have been hungry more often than I want to remember. He finished, getting continually quieter. Sirius was appalled. How could somebody treat a child like that? He knew Petunia disliked magic, but to abuse Harry like this? Had nobody seen it before? He carefully looked over Harry's stature. He was small for his age and thin. Probably because he had only been given the least necessary feeding. This is over, Harry. You will never have to do those things again except when you want to. For example, if you want to help someone to do it. But I would never force you to do chores for me, especially not so many. You are a child and you have a right to have fun, play with your friends, chill out, or whatever you want to do, unless it is too dangerous, of course. Harry snorted at that thought. What is so funny, Harry? Sirius asked, glad that Harry was seemingly feeling better. The point of dangerous free time activities. I seem to attract danger, Harry commented. Why do you think that? Sirius asked, concerned. I have not had a normal year at Hogwarts so far, and you can't call my childhood safe with a bullying cousin around whose favorite game is Harry hunting, along with his cronies, Harry said dejectedly. How have your years at Hogwarts been unnormal, Harry? Sirius asked. Can we eat first? It's a long story, Harry begged. Of course. Sirius agreed. Sirius and Harry ate both a lot of pancakes with jam and syrup. Harry found them delicious. After a filling breakfast, Sirius made some hot chocolate that had survived the long absence of any inhabitants of the house. What would you like to eat later, so I can tell Creature what he should get for us? I would like pizza. Harry answered. The Dursleys often ordered pizza because Dudley liked it, but Harry had never gotten any. It smelled so good. He really wanted to try some. Sirius nodded and put pizza ingredients and topping on the list. Harry was a bit surprised that a wizard like Sirius knew what pizza was. Ron had been totally clueless about it until Hermione explained it to him. He also added some everyday things like fruits, more milk, bacon, eggs, coffee, tea, vegetables and utensils, including toiletries for both Harry and him, to the list. Then he asked Creature to get the things for him, and the elf disapparated. Sirius led Harry to the living room and asked him to tell him about his first 2 years at Hogwarts and his childhood. Harry began to tell Sirius everything. How he had slept in the cupboard under the stairs for 10 years, that he never had any friends because everybody was afraid of Dudley and his gang, the accidental magic and how mad his relatives always were when it happened, the loose boa in the zoo. At this, Sirius was howling with laughter and told Harry he would have loved to see that happening. He then explained how Hagrid had come to finally give him his letter to Hogwarts. The visit in Diagon Alley, meeting Malfoy and disliking him immediately, the problems to get onto the Hogwarts Express and meeting the Weasleys. Finding his first ever friend in Ron, their arriving at Hogwarts and the sorting. Then he described the first classes, how he got onto the Quidditch team as the youngest house player in a century. Your father would be really proud for this accomplishment. He was a seeker on the house team himself, Sirius said, smiling. Harry smiled. It was nice to hear from someone who knew his father better than anybody else that he would be proud of him. Harry continued his story of accidentally finding Fluffy, the incident with the troll on Halloween, making friends with Hermione, his first Quidditch match and the bucking broom. How Snape of all people had tried to keep him alive, but enjoyed taking points from Harry. The clues they put together to find out about the Philosopher's Stone, how they decided to get the stone before Voldemort could get it. The quests to protect the stone, then the showdown with the Voldemort-possessed Quirrell. The winning of the House Cup due to the last-moment points Dumbledore appointed them. Then how he had met Dobby at Privet Drive, his warnings, how he had gotten Harry in trouble with the Ministry and the Dursleys. We will owl the Ministry when the time is right to clear this up. You don't need to keep a black mark in your records for something you didn't do. All the pureblood families know that only in Muggle areas the Trace can detect underage magic. Otherwise they can't tell who cast the spell. It is not told to the children to prevent them from using magic during the summer. This is mostly not even to spite them, but young wizards and witches need some recreational time from using magic all year. It is like building muscles. Lily explained that to me. If you only work out and don't give your body the chance to rest, you don't have the benefit of growth. The same is true for the growth of your magical core. If you only work but don't rest, it won't grow like it is supposed to do. Of course you need proper food to really gain the benefits. Otherwise the body has nothing to power the growth. That is one reason the school Medi-Witch is in charge of the food plans at Hogwarts. Sirius explained. Harry was really surprised to learn this. Nobody had ever explained this to him. He was suddenly even more grateful for Mrs. Weasley's insistence to feed him properly during the stay he had at the Burrow last summer. She probably had enabled his core to grow like it was supposed to do. He didn't want to think what could have happened if he would have had to go back with the starvation the Dursleys had put him through. Harry continued to tell Sirius how Ron, Fred and George had rescued him. The time at the Burrow, meeting Lockhart at Diagon Alley, the closed barrier to the platform, how they had flown the enchanted Ford Anglia to Hogwarts and crashed into the Whomping Willow. Then he described the nearly expulsion. If it had gone how Snape wanted it to do, they would have been expelled. He told him of the opening of the Chamber of Secrets, how they had suspected Malfoy the heir of Slytherin, how most of the students had believed him being the heir, because he could speak Parseltongue, the attacks on Muggleborns, how Hermione had found the last clue only to be petrified shortly after, how Ron and him had gone after Ginny as she had been lured into the chamber. Then he described Lockhart trying to obliviate them and how it backfired, how he had gone on to rescue Ginny, found her, talked with Tom Riddle, found out that he was Voldemort in the fight against the Basilisk, how he had gotten help from Fawkes, the Sorting Hat, and pulled the sword of Gryffindor out of the hat. His killing of the Basilisk but being poisoned. Sirius had a hard time not to yell because he knew Harry would probably take it the wrong way. He needed to tell everything now that he had started talking about it. It needed to come out. The story continued with the saving of his life by Fawkes' tears and him destroying the diary that had started all this mess with the Basilisk Fang. Then his latest summer holidays with the Dursleys. Sirius was pale when Harry ended his story. He would never have thought that Harry would have to face such dangers while being so young. How could Dumbledore have let all this happen? Why did he let Harry suffer like that at the hands of his relatives? Many thoughts swirled in Sirius' head. There was something fishy. Especially with the quests Harry had to master the last 2 years at Hogwarts. Then his problems with learning. This had to be investigated and he knew just the way to do it. But he would tell Harry later. For now he had to tell him some things he should have been told when he re-entered the magical world. All right, Harry. While I am quite impressed with your achievements and very happy that you want to do the right things, I am appalled how you had to do so much on your own. I want to ask you something. Have you ever been given the pamphlets they give Muggleborns before they enter Hogwarts? Have you been told which books would be good to read to get a better understanding of the magical world? The laws you have to follow? Harry shook his head. Now Sirius became furious. While he liked Hagrid very much, he was not the best possible instructor to lead a completely unknowing boy in his first impression of the magical world. Well, it seems you have been denied important knowledge. I don't know the reasons why they didn't give you the pamphlets, but normally one of the heads of houses is sent to introduce a Muggleborn witch or wizard to the magical world, answer any questions that might come up, be it by the child or the parents, and show them around Diagon Alley and explain the most important rules. While I trust Hagrid that he had shown you around, He is not that well accustomed with the differences between muggles and wizards. It seems it will be my job to do that. I just don't understand why they let the heir to two noble houses grow up so absolutely isolated from the magical world," Sirius muttered. Harry couldn't answer this. He was just as confused as Sirius was. "Well, we will have to make a trip to Gringotts later. Probably it would be best for you to arrange an appointment with the goblin in charge of the Potter accounts." "Have you been told your parents will?" Sirius asked. "No, should I?" Harry asked. Sirius face palmed at this. "Okay, now I am sure. Somebody intentionally hides important knowledge from you. And we will find out who it is. It is law that in case the heir to a wizarding family is orphaned, he or she is to be informed of their parents' will when they turn 11. The only exception is if there is no will, of course, but this is really rare. It only happens if the new head of the family dies really soon after he or she has taken up headship. Normally the goblins send an owl to the child in question on their birthday to inform them that they are required for the hearing of the will at Gringotts. While many would suspect the goblins to prefer being able to keep the heirs in the dark, it is the opposite. They can only gain profit with gold that is in circulation. Gold which only collects dust in a vault doesn't bring profit, and goblins hate wasting money. The best way to get a goblin to help you with something is to make business profitable for both sides. I also want you to arrange with the goblins to be thoroughly checked for any magical blocks, curses, potions and other things that might hinder you." "You think somebody tampered with my abilities?" Harry asked, frowning. "Yes, I do. It just doesn't add up. You were powerful even as a baby. And now you have problems getting the stuff taught in the first 2 years. Any wizard with a talent for wandless magic like you should be excelling at least in charms or transfiguration. That was why Lily was so good at charms. She was always the first one to learn a new spell, and she got lots of points for Gryffindor by doing this," Sirius told Harry. "So Mum was also in Gryffindor?" Harry asked, smiling. "Yes, your dad and I were too. Even if my family was outraged by this happening. They petitioned for a resorting of me. A black who wasn't sorted in Slytherin was a scandal for them. But it was denied, saying the Sorting Hat knew what he did. I'm kind of the white sheep in my family." He laughed and it sounded like a bark. "Well, back to topic. The goblins have magic abilities that are mostly unknown to wizards. I know some of them because the goblins have declared me a goblin friend. It really is an honor. They rarely do so. When you get the date for your appointment, I will take you to Diagon Alley and accompany you in my animagus form. Probably some wizards from the ministry will approach you, but don't worry. If I am not mistaken, they will be way too glad for finding you in good health to punish you. After all, they think I fled from Azkaban to kill you." "But why?" Harry didn't understand. "Remember, they think I betrayed your parents. They think I am a Death Eater, stupid if you ask me, as I don't have the dark mark on my forearm. It is a mark of a skull with a snake as a tongue coming out of its mouth and the sign of Voldemort. My stupid brother got one when he joined, but then he seemingly saw what Voldemort was really up to and tried to leave but was killed while doing so. Broke my parents' hearts that their perfect pureblood son died because of the man they thought to be the savior of the wizarding world." Sirius sneered. "Are you sure they won't punish me, Sirius?" Harry asked timidly. "Very. You will probably be told that it was very irresponsible to run away, but that will be all," Sirius assured him. "I really hope so," Harry mumbled. "Don't worry. Just tell them, if they should show up, that you were scared what your relatives would do to you. Tell them what it was like living there and you will have their sympathies. If a witch is present, you have won. They can't help it but fuss over mistreated children. It's their mother instinct," Sirius said sagely. Harry thought of Mrs. Weasley and could only agree with Sirius. Sirius showed him where he could write his letter and told him what to write. "Address the letter to Chief Goblin Snowcack. He is my contact with the goblins." Sirius started his instructions. Harry nodded and began writing. To Chief Goblin Snowcack. Gringotts Bank. Dear Chief Goblin Snowcack, it has come to my attention that I should have been informed of my parents' will the day I returned to the magical world. It was quite a surprise to learn that I was the heir of 2 noble and most ancient houses and a pureblood wizard. I apologize if I may have disregarded any kind of customs how to behave in company of the goblins, but I have been kept in the dark of the wizarding world even existing until Hagrid took me to Diagon Alley on my 11th birthday. Further, there are indications that somebody has blocked parts of my magical abilities. As I was told by a reliable source, the goblins of Gringotts Bank have very developed abilities to undo magical blocks, lift curses and neutralize potions. I would like to ask for an appointment by your convenience to discuss my investments held by Gringotts, my further inheritance and the aforementioned possible lifting of the blocks. May your gold always flow and your enemies wither in fright. Yours sincerely, Harry James Potter, heir of the noble and most ancient house of Potter. Heir of the noble and most ancient house of Bolden. Very good, Harry. Now you just have to let your owl deliver the letter and wait for Snowcack to answer, Sirius explained. But how? Hedwig, my owl, is at Ron's. I sent her there because Uncle Vernon would only sign my Hogsmeade form if I would behave like a muggle for the stay of Aunt Marge. And only because I threatened to slip up in keeping magic a secret. Harry hung his head dejectedly. If only he could forget about everything connected to the Dursleys. Sirius, sensing Harry's discomfort with speaking about his relatives, decided to let the topic rest for now. Harry had told him a lot already. It would take time to find out everything that had happened at their house. Well, look at the attic, there's the house's old owlery. I'm sure you will be surprised, Sirius said mysteriously. Harry did just that and climbed the stairs to the top floor. He found the door leading to the attic and entered. He was greeted by a pleased hooting snowy owl. Hedwig. You are here. How did you know where I was? He asked happily. Your owl is very intelligent, Harry, Sirius said. I noticed her entering as the wards inform the current lord if someone or something is entering. As owls are the usual method of wizarding communication, they are able to pass the outer wards to the owlery. To get farther into the house, the lord has to give permission. I want to check her for tracking spells. If she is clean, I will instruct the wards to let her pass them freely and only keep her out if one is placed on her later on. Wow, I didn't know you could do all this with magic, Harry confessed. How could you if nobody told you? But this will change, Sirius promised. Sirius moved to check over Hedwig. When he was finished, Harry saw him sweating. What is the matter, Sirius? Why are you so exhausted? While I am able to use wandless magic, Harry, it takes a lot out of me. I really need to get a new wand. Well, when we are finished with our business at Gringotts, I will have to make a trip to Knockturn Alley to get a new wand. Why Knockturn Alley? Harry said, shuddering, remembering his visit there last year. I can hardly walk into Ollivander's and buy a wand there, can I? The shops in Knockturn Alley are handier if you want something done without the officials finding out. Hedwig is clean, she can enter the inner wards. Harry nodded and stroked his owl. Sirius had a smile on his face, seeing the deep bond between Harry and his owl. Obviously Hedwig meant a lot to Harry. She was obviously more than a simple post owl, she was his familiar. Are you up to an important delivery, Hedwig? Harry asked her. She hooted, agreeing. Harry took out the letter he had written. It needs to be delivered to Chief Goblin Snowcack. If possible, please avoid being spotted by too many wizards. They are looking for me as I ran away from the Dursleys. I will tell you everything when you get back, Hedwig. She hooted assuringly, spread her wings and took off. Well, she will need some time. Meanwhile, I will start teaching you some things you have to know, Sirius said. He and Harry went back downstairs to the living room. Well, I think I will start with some of the most common customs between pure-blooded families. Normally they just keep a certain respectful behavior towards each other and keep to the motto, live and let live. There are of course exceptions. Some of the old noble houses have been allied for centuries and kept a deep friendship over generations. Others keep a feud with each other. The Weasleys and the Malfoys are a good example for this. Harry nodded. The animosity Ron and Malfoy displayed was immense. They couldn't just let the other be. He had to admit Malfoy was a git and he couldn't stand him at all. If you meet a member of one of the old noble houses, best thing is to be polite and try to get a better impression of your new acquaintance. Just keep small talk. Ask about the family. Show honest interest. This way they will get a good first impression of you, and that is important. Like it or not, you are a public person, Harry, and you will have immense political power in the future. You are the heir of the Potter and Bolden families and perhaps some others. You can never know before you let the goblins make an inheritance test. Due to the war against Voldemort, lots of the old families died out without leaving an heir behind. So the goblins contact the nearest living relative. As I told you, it is usual in wizarding families to marry into other wizarding families. So they are nearly all somehow related. Those pureblood families that outright opposed Voldemort were main targets of his wrath. His goal was to get the wizards to rule the world with him as the absolute leader. It would have been a dark and despotic leadership. You can't imagine how awful he and his followers were. You have to have experienced it to really understand it. No lesson in history could prepare you for that. Well, most of the noble houses expect the heir of another house to stand tall and proud, as they call it. I prefer a less pompous attitude. Just show confidence in yourself. Treat others with respect as long as they deserve it, but clearly take position of what you believe in. Don't let others dictate what you have to like or what you have to do. Think for yourself. Question what you are told. Not every figure of authority is always right. Some are manipulative and only want to use your social standing for their own benefit. Sirius stopped to let Harry digest these first things. He would have to work with him on proper holding himself, dressing for different occasions, language, wizarding law, privileges and duties of heirs, and so on. It would take some time, but it had to be done. Normally it would have been Dumbledore's job to tell Harry these things upon entering the wizarding world, but he suspected that he had his own agenda. And he would find out exactly what Dumbledore's plan for Harry was. It would be bad if Harry would find himself in a situation he was totally unprepared for. If the last 2 years at Hogwarts were any indication, he would have to face a resurrected Voldemort sooner or later. Sirius really hoped it would be later for Harry's sake. He had already been very close twice, and Harry had been more or less totally clueless. His attempts in taking Voldemort on to do what was right in his opinion would be seen reckless in others. Hell, even the Marauders hadn't been in such a mess during their first years. And they had tried to stir as much trouble without getting thrown out as possible. Becoming an illegal animagus was just one of them. Another thing you should do, Harry, is to make contacts with your yearmates. Not only those in Gryffindor but also those in the other houses. I won't tell you to like everybody, but try to find out more about them. If I understood you right, nearly 80% of the school turned against you because you can speak Parseltongue. The only ones to stand beside you were those who really knew you and most of Gryffindor House. So try to let others also see the real you. I know you hate your fame, but you can't hide. Sometimes it is better to take the offensive than be on the defensive. I don't know if something else will happen, but I wouldn't put it impossible. You will need every support you can get then. Let's just imagine Voldemort would finally manage to return. From your stories I can say that he came very close twice already. You had proof that he did, but nobody would believe you, because they are too afraid to lose their comfortable lives. What then? Sirius asked. I understand. Only those who know me would believe it, because they would know I don't really like the fame around me. They would not think I was only seeking attention. The rumors Lockhart placed last year certainly didn't help, Harry said solemnly. You are right. The last thing you have to do, when we have solved the mystery of your learning problems, would be to review everything you have learned the past 2 years and really master it. Knowing a spell and somewhat being able to use it is only half of it. Finding out when to use it, being creative in its use, and in the end using it without words, that is mastery. I wish it would be just as easy as being an average student for you in your school life, putting a bit more effort into your OWLs and NEWTs and be done with it. You sadly don't have this option. You need to excel in all parts of your education. Even potions with Snivellus. You don't have to like him, Merlin beware, but you have to get good marks, because distinct knowledge in this area will help you in the long run. You need to get every advantage you can get while Voldemort is still trying to come back. When he is back and tries to take over again, you will be his main target again. You have to be ready then. I really wish you could have a normal childhood, but as somebody found it appropriate to place you with Petunia, they destroyed that chance. And now we need to get you ready as soon as possible. But don't worry, you won't have to only learn, just do it effectively, Sirius told him. Harry smiled shyly and nodded. Sirius decided that this was enough of the serious stuff for now, and it was high time that Harry learned more about the people his parents were. So he began telling Harry stories from their time at Hogwarts, how Lily first detested James and his friends, and only in their later years they began to like him. They stayed in the living room for hours, and Harry could just not get enough of listening to Sirius stories. Nobody had ever told him about these things. He finally had a chance to get to know his parents better. Chief Goblin Snowcack was enraged like he hadn't been for over a decade. How could they keep the heir of the Potter family this ignorant to the wizarding world? This went against so many laws, not only those made by wizards, but also by those who signed the ancient magical contract between the magical races. By the time he became 11, Harry Potter should have been taught the basic etiquette and customs of wizards, how to behave in company of certain other magical races, and the laws he had to remember. He had double-checked that Gringotts had sent Harry quarterly statements of his family's vaults and the investments managed by Gringotts. The vault Harry had visited first on his 11th birthday was merely a small one, set up as a trust vault for him until he became of age. It was refilled to a total amount of 50,000 gallons each year for Harry to use for his education and private needs. As it seems, the boy must have thought it was all he had been left and used it sparsely. Well, Snowcag knew for sure that they had informed Harry of the refilling of his vault every year on his birthdays. No, the only question was, who was intercepting Harry's mail? He had a suspicion but needed proof to undo the illegal interference. The next thing to think about was who was just now telling Harry the things he asked about. It had to be somebody who was knowledgeable in wizarding customs and caring for Harry. Well, this eliminated his Muggle relatives. Biggest mistake in the century sending Harry there to live. It was clearly against his parents' will, but it had been sealed by the head of the Wizengamot, Albus Dumbledore, shortly before the Potters had died. Nobody had been able to read it. But of course, not even Dumbledore knew everything. Gringotts kept the originals of every wizarding will to avoid legal problems. Wizards were just too greedy to be trusted in matters of gold. Considering the setting of the letter, Harry was coached by a wizard or witch who knew the abilities of the goblins quite well. It was a little-known fact that they could indeed check for magical blocks, placed curses or potions without any trouble. Only the curse breakers had an inkling what could be done within the halls of Gringotts. And they had been sworn to secrecy. The others were acknowledged friends to the goblins. And there weren't many of them, especially after the last war. Lots fell to the Dark Lord's armies. Snowcag thought some longer, and then an idea crossed his mind. That would be a possibility. He checked the letter once more and then he was sure. Only one person knew this information. He grinned evilly. It seemed one special friend had come back and taken charge to set some injustices right. And he wouldn't be deterred by anybody. Oh yes, with him back things would become interesting. He set up a response to Harry Potter and asked him to meet him in 2 days at 11 a.m. And he just added a portkey to the letter for good measure for the owl to deliver. It wouldn't do for some wizards to know that the goblins were in contact with their missing boy who lived. Oh yes, the goblins read the papers and he had heard more than one goblin cackling delighted for the ministry being lost on what to do. Harry and Sirius sat at the kitchen table in the house. Harry was delighted. He had learned so much about his parents, his grandparents and the wizarding world. He wondered why nobody had bothered to tell him some of those. It would have made his life so far much easier. Had he known that every underage wizard or witch that was raised by Muggles had a magical guardian appointed, he would have asked this guardian to defend his rights against his Muggle relatives. It was forbidden to imprison children for no reason. The guardian also had to keep in touch with his or her ward to make sure nothing hindered the development of the magical child. Harry didn't even know who his guardian was. One thing he would make sure to find out, while he wasn't physically abused at the Dursleys, except you counted the many chores he had to do or Dudley's favorite pastime, he had to suffer emotional abuse of the worst kind. It should have been brought before the Wizarding Children's Service, which dealt with abused children in the wizarding world long ago. Why did nobody bother to look after him while growing up? They all sang his praise for defeating Voldemort but couldn't be bothered to ensure his healthy upbringing? That was more than suspect. What also was bothering him was his hurting head. Something was very wrong. It was as if somebody wanted to suppress him thinking for himself. He really hoped the goblins could help him. This was alarming to him. Sirius tried his best to help him, but as he wasn't a trained healer or potion specialist, he could only do so much. To Harry's great surprise, Creature had gotten him a headache potion. Harry had thoroughly thanked the elf for doing so. Seemingly the old elf liked Harry better than Sirius for some strange reason. Well, Sirius had started to do some curse lifting on the house with his father's old wand he had found after a long search in the study. It didn't work perfectly for him, but he was able to use it until he could get a new one. Creature had become a bit less irritable, so Harry thought by the time Sirius had undone all the dark magic floating around in the house, Creature would be somewhat normal. Harry at the moment was enjoying his pizza. As Sirius had promised, he had sent Creature to get groceries and the elf had returned with lots of things Harry just couldn't wait to try out. Sirius had insisted for Harry to have a somewhat balanced diet as he clearly needed the proper nutrients. But nobody said good food had to taste horrible. They had planned to make hamburgers with chips the next day. With lots of salad, tomatoes, cucumber, roasted onion rings, cheese and of course ketchup. Harry was looking forward to it. He had never known how to eat properly as nobody had taught him. While some wouldn't think hamburgers fell into the category of healthy food, well, in case of the pre-made ones they would be right, he admitted. Those made by themselves were not as fat. They would only fry the meat in a pan, the rest of the things would be raw or in case of the rolls toasted. At Hogwarts he just ate what was placed before him, and the food tended to be rather unbalanced. He was sure the school nurse would look after proper nutrients in the food, but he suspected her to be too busy with her job at the infirmary to do it properly. There were lots of fat food items and very little healthy food. Perhaps he could ask the house elves in the kitchen to help him. He was quite sure they would gladly assist him. During his time at the Dursleys he had developed a dislike for too much fat food. Perhaps because he saw what it did to Vernon and Dudley. He never wanted to be that fat. This moment Hedwig entered the kitchen with a big official-looking letter attached to her leg. "It seems the goblins were fast to answer, Harry," Sirius stated. "Yes, I am curious what they wrote," Harry answered after he swallowed his food he had been chewing. Table manners were some of the only things he was glad Petunia had taught him. Even if her method of yelling at him every time he did something wrong was disturbing. Harry offered Hedwig a piece of ham which she gratefully accepted. Harry opened his letter. "Dear Mr. Potter, it has come as an unpleasant surprise to me that you haven't been told the most basic rules how to behave in the wizarding world. I don't blame you, but I blame the one who had been in charge of your upbringing. Gringotts has started an investigation to find out who was named your magical guardian after your godfather Sirius Black had been sent to Azkaban without a trial. We of the Goblin Nation still view him as a friend to our nation as he hasn't proven us wrong until now. We have been sending you quarterly statements of all your assets managed by Gringotts Bank, but obviously they have been redirected or intercepted. This is also being investigated at the moment. Be assured there will be consequences against whoever has been manipulating those. At the same time, we are doing a complete check of your accounts to find out if somebody has illegally accessed your funding. We will present the results to you at the meeting you asked for. I would gladly meet you and your guardian, whom I think I know quite well, at August 10th at 11 a.m. For this I have included a portkey in this letter. Time to activate 10 minutes to 11 a.m. in 2 days. I figured it would be best to keep our meeting a private matter. No need to alarm whoever is messing in your life to your private matters. The department in charge of undoing magical blocks, curses and potions has also agreed to give you a thorough checkup after our meeting. If there are any things done to you against your will, we will find out and be able to solve the problems against a fee, of course. May your gold flow steadily and your business go smoothly." Snowcack, chief goblin of Gringotts Bank, Sirius chuckled. He knew Snowcack would know that he was behind Harry's new insight by telling him to sign as the heir to the Bolden family. Only 5 others besides Lily and James had known. First there were Lily's surrogate parents, who were muggles and dead by now, Frank and Alice Longbottom, who became victims of his insane cousin Bellatrix and were in no condition to tell anybody anything, and himself. "That's great, Sirius, now I don't have to worry about being found by the ministry and whoever is interfering in my life," Harry said happily. "Yes, it's great, Harry. It will make things a lot easier, especially as I know that Gringotts has untraceable meanings of glamoring a person. I could buy one of those crystals they sell and be able to get a wand in Knockturn Alley without the ministry being any wiser. I didn't know there were such things in the magical world. That's really cool, Sirius." Sirius nodded, smiling. He enjoyed Harry's still childish enthusiasm about the possibilities of the magical world. It was a shame he had to learn it just now. The next morning when Harry arrived in the kitchen he could see Sirius sitting at the table, grinning like a madman reading the Daily Prophet. "Oh my, this is too rich," he laughed. "What do they write?" Harry asked. "Oh, good morning, Harry, I didn't see you there. Come here and see for yourself," he invited his godson. Harry did and sat next to Sirius. He began to read the article under a photo of him, that had to have been taken sometime during his first year. The Boy Who Lived Missing by Rita Skeeter. It has come to the attention of your faithful reporter that Harry Potter, 13 years old, has gone missing during his summer holidays from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, where Harry will start his third year on September 1st. As you all are aware of, Harry Potter, who had been the downfall of He Who Must Not Be Named, is, as we recently found out, living with his Muggle relatives at an unknown location during the summer months, when the school is closed. During these holidays, Harry Potter seemingly lost control over his magic and accidentally used magic. He blew up his uncle's sister, Miss Marjorie Dursley, and then left without a word. Now the concerned wizarding population is asking, how could a nice boy like Harry Potter? Interviews with several witnesses of Mr. Potter's normal behavior on page 4, lose control this badly. When I tried to interview the aforementioned Muggle relatives, they had the audacity to smash their door in my face and shout, and I report this literally, that the freak could go to hell and never come back to bother hardworking normal people like them. It makes you wonder why Mr. Potter is forced to live with people like that who seemingly hate everything that is related to magic. Why didn't the Ministry intervene in this before? Did they even bother looking for the hero of the magical world? Mr. Potter, who had been presented with an award for services for the good of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry at the end of last term, rumors are, he had been able to thwart the plans of the heir of Slytherin in relation with the incidents of the infamous Chamber of Secrets, how is not known, could at the moment be in grave danger. As reported in all our latest editions, the mass murderer Sirius Black escaped from Azkaban. Many believe he will be after Harry Potter's life, as he was the one who betrayed the boy's parents to He Who Must Not Be Named. The Ministry has spread the whole Auror department as well as every available witch and wizard at the Ministry to find both of them. Harry Potter to keep him safe from the danger, and Sirius Black to send him back to Azkaban. The Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, has commented the current measures as following. It is really tragic what happened with Harry's relatives, but I am sure after the emotions have calmed down some they will find the deep feelings running in families and forgive Harry for his accident. It happens to the best of us that we lose control of our magical abilities if our emotions are boiling. If Harry reads this article, one want to ensure him that he isn't in trouble, and I want him to come out of wherever he is hiding so that we can protect him properly from the danger he is in. After my personal experience with Mr. Potter's relatives, I am not so sure that Minister Fudge is seeing the whole picture. I would like to interview Mr. Potter on this topic, so if he reads this, I want to assure him that the magical community is on his side in this outraging treatment he got from his relatives. I personally think the Wizarding Children's Service should investigate this matter to ensure the well-being of the hero of the wizarding world. Harry was now chuckling. Then he loudly laughed. This was ridiculous. Just because they feared Sirius would harm him, they were willing to hush up a case of underage magic. And the Daily Prophet wanted to involve Wizarding Children's Service in his case. He would really like to tell them what really happened at his aunt's and uncle's house the last 13 years. Oh yeah, that would be big news. Albus Dumbledore was frowning. The article, while being a mild one for Rita Skeeter, was not to his liking. True, he hadn't been the focus of her indicated badmouthing. He was quite sure that Rita would attack the Ministry a lot harsher in the next few days. As long as Harry didn't show up again, she would milk his disappearance for all it's worth. Thankfully, very few people knew that he was the one who was behind Harry's suffering in his childhood. The boy just couldn't be allowed to grow too strong. Being suppressed by his relatives was the best way that the boy didn't get a big head like most of those pureblood princes. The problem was with the public being in uproar over the treatment Harry got at his relatives. It would be a lot harder to ensure he would return there after the next school year. Then he also had to do something about Sirius Black. The man could be a major problem for his plans. He was legally Harry's guardian. He was his godfather, a position that was superior to even blood relatives. It represented a magical bond between the child and the godparent. He was glad that the wizarding world in general lacked common sense. It made it so much easier to manipulate people. They just didn't think things through and overlooked the obvious quite often. A godparent was magically bound to ensure the safety of the godchild. Parents chose the godparents with utmost care. Being named godparent to the heir of an old family was one of the greatest honors a witch or wizard could be presented with. Thankfully, nobody had thought about this in the chaos that had taken place after Voldemort's fall. It had enabled him to subtly push Barty Crouch to send Sirius to Azkaban without a trial, where the man could have proven his innocence and gained custody of his godson. He couldn't be allowed to do this. Harry had to be controlled by him or he would never be able to fulfill his role in Albus' master plan. He needed a malleable weapon, not a self-confident spoiled prince, even if Severus insisted that the boy was just that. Sirius would have done just that. He remembered really well how James had behaved when he came to Hogwarts at 11 years old. No, Harry couldn't be allowed to be sure of himself. He had to be controlled. His measures would ensure this. He just needed to find the boy first, play the role of the nice grandfather he had perfected over the years and allow the boy to spend the rest of his holidays in Diagon Alley. It would be futile to get Harry back to the Dursleys now. No, the better course would be to have him under watch at the alley for the time being. He had been sure he would turn up there. After all, the only place where the boy could get money was Gringotts. But none of his contacts had been able to find the boy. Damned brat. Well, he would turn up sooner or later to get his school things and the owl with his book list would be able to find him no matter what. Like he had predicted, the boy had chosen to take divination and care of magical creatures like the Weasley boy. He was really happy about that friendship. It bound the boy to a light family who had always been loyal to him. He couldn't buy the Weasleys. He knew that they would then oppose him. They were proud to be honorable people, but they did what he wanted if he suggested it. He just had to keep an eye on the twins. They were awfully smart and thought out of the box. Never a good thing if you wanted to control a person. But the role they played in his plan was an important one. The Weasleys were the icon for Harry that he was better off in the wizarding world. That he owed this world his undying loyalty for being his salvation from the hell the Dursleys presented. When he found the boy, he would have to give one of his patented, "I am really disappointed in you" speeches. They always worked on children that looked up to you. He would appeal to the guilt about running away from home and losing his temper like that and thereby ensure that the boy would return for the next summer holidays. For the school year he had grudgingly hired Remus Lupin, an old friend of Harry's parents, as the defense teacher. He didn't really want to give the boy too much information about his parents, but Remus was the most likely person to be able to find Sirius when he came to Hogwarts. He was sure he wanted to protect Harry from something, which would make sense as he knew that Sirius loved the boy. It had after all been this love for Lily and James that drove the man over the edge when he had Hagrid take the boy from his destroyed home to his relatives. It had worked better than he had thought. Sirius had looked like the guilty party and it was easy to take him out of the picture. He had thought the man would die at Azkaban after at most 5 years, but somehow he had survived. Well, if he played his cards right, Cornelius would take care of this problem. He just hoped he didn't get to Harry before they could. If the boy found out the truth, it would be catastrophic. It was bad timing that he had to attend one of his regular meetings at the ICW from tomorrow on. He would have preferred to control the search for Sirius somewhat, and it was never a good idea to leave Cornelius without supervision. The man just was an idiot most of the time. The last day had passed quickly for Harry as Sirius had shown him some really neat spells to get rid of some nasty magical plagues like doxies. To lift a curse from an object if the curse was not too strong, of course. For stronger ones one would need to intensely study the effects of the curse, calculate the building of the spell. Sirius told him he had learned how to do it in arithmancy, and then lift it. If this was impossible and the only way to do this was to destroy an object, then you would have to build a ward of energy crystals and runes to protect you from the effects of destroying the cursed object. Harry now seriously regretted not having chosen ancient runes and arithmancy for new subjects. Perhaps he could still change his decision? Now the two of them stood in the kitchen of Grimmauld Place. Harry was wearing one of Sirius' old robes from when he was a boy. Sirius had taken all of Harry's old clothes, that the Dursleys had given him, and deposited them in the bin. He wouldn't let his godson run around in those disgusting sacks. Surprisingly, Kreacher had nodded fervently when he saw the disposing of the rags. After all, how would it look if the godson of Lord Black looked like a pauper? It would sully the name of the most ancient and noble house of Black. As Harry had never before traveled by portkey, he had been a bit unsure, but Sirius had explained him how to use a portkey. The secret was to start walking while being transported, even if you didn't have ground under your feet. Harry would never have thought of that. "Ready, Harry?" Sirius asked. Sirius had asked Kreacher to give him a makeover. His hair was neatly cut and his beard nicely trimmed. The elf had done a good job on his master. He had mumbled he couldn't let the good name of Black be dirtied by a ragged-looking lord. Sirius had taken it in stride. Kreacher had been getting better, even if only slightly. It would take time to get the house back in shape, and with it the elf bound to it. He would have to have patience. He didn't want to be as cruel as his family had been. Yes, I just hope it won't be too bad. I'm a bit nervous. Don't worry too much, the goblins know what they do. Wizards just tend to underestimate other magical beings. Mostly to their own disadvantage. Harry nodded. He touched the portkey that Sirius held in his hand. It was a simple pen the goblins had charmed. Then the pen began to glow and Harry could feel a pull in his stomach region. He and Sirius were pulled forward and vanished from Grimmauld Place. After a few moments Harry began to walk as Sirius had told him to do. He landed slightly off balance but on his feet. Well done, Harry. For the first time using a portkey, you managed it really well, Sirius complimented him. He didn't look fazed at all. Harry looked pleased at the praise. Welcome to Gringotts, Mr. Potter, Mr. Black. Chief Goblin Snowcack is awaiting you in Meeting Room 5. A goblin Harry recognized said greeting them. Thank you. Your name was Griphook, right? Harry asked. Griphook seemed really surprised. You remembered my name, Mr. Potter? He asked disbelievingly. Yes, of course. You were the goblin who showed me my vault the day I first came here with Hagrid. Why do you ask? Harry asked confused. You are a very unusual wizard, Harry Potter. Most of your kind don't bother remembering a goblin's name, Griphook answered. But it is only polite, I mean, you also remember the name of the people you do business with. I mean, to really gain profit from a business relationship you have to know your partners, right? Harry replied. Griphook nodded, pleased with the young wizard's attitude. Sirius smiled. Harry had just gained a lot of respect from this goblin and he would tell the others. Harry was well on his way to gain the friendship of the goblins. A very valuable asset in the wizarding world. They followed Griphook to the meeting room. None of the goblins took any interest of the fact that Harry Potter, the missing golden boy of the wizarding world, and Sirius Black, the most wanted person of the same world, were walking through the halls of the bank. They reached their destination and Griphook knocked on the door. Come in, called a voice and Griphook opened the door. Chief Goblin Snowcack, Mr. Potter and Mr. Black are here for Mr. Potter's appointment, he informed Snowcack. Thank you, Griphook. I will handle things from here on, Snowcack said. Griphook bowed and left the room. Sirius, my friend. It has been too long. Snowcack greeted the older wizard pleasantly. Snowcack. I am happy to see you in good health. Business is going well, I hope. Sirius returned the greeting. Yes, it is. Ministry doesn't dare to interfere with Gringotts. Let us handle things much more smoothly as in the past. Mr. Potter, it's nice to finally meet you. I'm pleased to meet you, Chief Goblin Snowcack, Harry said with a small bow. I see Sirius has started teaching you on basic etiquette. Good to see that somebody finally cares for these things, Snowcack stated. Harry just smiled and nodded. Well, take a seat, we have much to discuss today before we head to the Healers and Cursebreaker department. Snowcack started. Harry and Sirius both sat down in comfortable armchairs. Well, before I will begin to tell you what the amount of Mr. Potter's assets at Gringotts and held in shares is, Sirius, this letter was left to me by your brother Regulus shortly before his death. He told me to give it to you, but you were already busy with fighting the Dark Lord. And it was only a month before the Potters died, so there wasn't any time before you were sent to Azkaban, Snowcack explained. Sirius was dumbfounded and took the letter. He wondered why the hell his brother who had joined Voldemort would write him a letter. I will read it later, Sirius said and pocketed the letter. Snowcack nodded and handed Harry a dagger. Before we can start, we need to verify that you are who you claim to be, Mr. Potter. He took out a vial with a red potion in it. This is a heritage discovery potion. If you add 7 drops of your blood to it and add it to this magically produced parchment, the paper will show us all of the wizarding families you are descended from or have inherited from. Snowcack explained. Harry nodded and cut his thumb, wincing slightly. He carefully let 7 drops of his blood fall into the vial and saw how the potion changed color after the 7th drop. He then beeped slightly on his thumb to stop the bleeding. It will stop bleeding soon, Snowcack said, waving his hand in some kind of spell forming over Harry's hand, and as he said the bleeding began to cease. Nice, Harry said looking at his thumb. By the way, would you please call me Harry, Chief Goblin? I feel weird being called Mr. Potter all the time. If you wish so. Please call me Snowcack. My pleasure, Harry answered. Sirius and Harry watched interested as Snowcack let the potion flow over the parchment. After 10 seconds of waiting, words began to form and all three were amazed how many names appeared on the parchment. Very rare. This is only the third time I have seen so many inherited lordships. You are quite the influential political figure, Harry. You have to choose wisely in the future what you do. Many will try to influence you to use you in their plans, Snowcack said. Sirius could only nod. He hadn't expected something like this. Harry had 5 lordships. How the hell did this happen? The parchment read. Inheritance test. Harry James Potter confirmed inherited lordships. Noble and most ancient house of Potter. Noble and most ancient house of Bolden. Noble and most ancient house of Ravenclaw. Noble and most ancient house of Peverell. Noble and most ancient house of Gryffindor. Confirmed inherited family vaults. Potter Vault, Bolden Vault, Ravenclaw Vault, Peverell Vault, Gryffindor Vault, Manoy Vault, Junor Vault, Stewart Vault, Romanov Vault. This is amazing. Wait, I have heard the name Romanov before, Sirius said. It's the name of the Russian Tsar family that had been killed in the Russian Revolution, Snowcack explained. How can this be? If they were all murdered, how can I be a descendant? Harry asked. 2 of the children's bodies were never found. The Crown Prince and Princess Anastasia. Very few knew that the wife of Tsar Nikolai, Tsarina Alexandra, a descendant of our own Queen Victoria, was a witch. The British royal family is highly connected to the wizarding world as many squibs have married into the family over the centuries. After all, there were some squibs born to the noble wizarding families and they were predestined to marry Muggle nobles. So it was only a matter of time until one of these children would develop magical abilities. Alexandra was wary of the signs of uproar in Russia and prepared for any emergency. But even she was helpless at the sheer raw power the Muggles unleashed in their fury. As it was, only her youngest daughter Anastasia had inherited enough magic to be a witch. All the other children were squibs, with the Crown Prince having such a bad balance of his inherited magical powers, that he was susceptible to bleeding disorder. A genetically inherited disease. Even the most able healer of the time, Reshaped, hasn't been able to help the boy, but nasty rumors about him were spread. It ended in Reshaped being murdered by a mob of angry Muggles. However, Anastasia managed to instinctively apparate out of her prison and disapparated back in Buckingham Palace, where she told the king what had happened. He offered her the protection of the royal court and she was taken in under a false name. Later she attended Hogwarts, graduated with very high NEWTs and made a name for herself in the wizarding world. She found a cure to the bleeding disorder to prevent any others to suffer like her little brother. She was one of the most famous healers St. Mungo's ever had. There are also several stories the Muggles made up as they couldn't explain how the girl simply vanished. As there never were any stories about the boy, we should assume that he died and they hushed it up. Killing little children never gives a good impression with the public, even if said public despised the family they came from. After all, the Crown Prince was only 7 years old when the revolution happened. Harry just nodded. He wasn't only nobility in the magical world, he was also descended from those outside. That was a lot to take in. I mean, how many boys could say they descended from Queen Victoria? The current British royals were his distant relatives. Sirius stared at the other noble houses. How is he descended from Ravenclaw? I know James told me that the Peverell line had no male heirs and that he was descended from them, so this is no surprise. I just didn't know that there still was a lordship of that family after they died out in the male line. With Gryffindor it is the same. I always suspected something like this, as nearly all the Potters have been sorted into Gryffindor House when they attended Hogwarts. But I am sure James would have mentioned if he was descended from Ravenclaw. It is from his mother's side. The Boldens were close allies with the Ravenclaws after they emigrated from France to Great Britain in 1613. There were some marriages in the past. The reason why Lily Potter never had been told that she was Lady Ravenclaw was that there was another heir at the time, but the boy died of malaria after a holiday in Africa in 1985. So the only living descendant of the House of Ravenclaw is Harry. Snowcack informed them. I see. Well, with this many inherited titles and vaults, it will take some time to sort everything out for Harry to have optimal management of his assets, Sirius stated. You are right. I have built a statement of all the businesses Harry now owns and the liquid value of his vaults. Then the estates he owns are also listed with the respective locations. All values added together, Harry is the number 6th richest wizard in Europe. Snowcack proudly told them. Why? Harry asked. Why what? Harry, Sirius asked back. Why has nobody ever told me this? How will I be able to handle all of this? Why did I have to grow up miserable if I am this rich? Weren't there any other possibilities than sending me to the Dursleys? If I own so many estates as it sounds, couldn't I have been raised in one of them? It wouldn't be that hard for a powerful wizard to ward one of them to top standards. And with the power and resources of the Ministry of Magic, it would have been easy to do so. Harry ranted. Sirius could just place his hand on Harry's shoulder to try and console the young boy. So much had been done to him in his life, and he had few happy memories that could push the bad ones back. What Sirius worried was that most of them were at Hogwarts. If his suspicions were right, then Harry would get another hard hit to his psyche. Well, I know this is much to get used to, Harry, but we have a lot to do today, so if it is all right with you, I would like to read to you the will of your parents. I want to add that the original, held by the Ministry of Magic, is still sealed on orders of the Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, who at the time is Albus Dumbledore. Snowcack explained. Harry nodded and tried to concentrate. Snowcack took a roll of parchment and opened it. He began to read. Last will and testament of Lord James Charles Potter and Lady Lily Elizabeth Potter née Evans née Bolden. We, the aforementioned, being of complete mental health and free, will hereby decree this will our testament, making all previous wills void. In case of our demise, the following persons are to be given the following assets. To Remus John Lupin we leave our flat in London, Baker Street 23, 1.000.000 galleons, and all of Lily's books concerning recent studies of the possibility to counter the werewolf curse by the Wolfsbane potion. To Peter Thaddeus Pettigrew, our secret keeper, we leave 1.000.000 galleons to get his lazy ass out of his mother's home and stand up for himself. In case he was the one to betray us to Voldemort, as we said, secret keeper. The former part is void, and he is to be thrown into Azkaban in an anti-animagus cell with the key thrown down North Sea. Lily insists on this part. To Sirius Orion Black we leave 1.000.000 galleons, the cottage located in the village of Nottingham. He liked to borrow so much to have private time with his girlfriends and James's collection of chocolate frog cards. The rest of our belongings are going to our son Harry James Potter. In question of custody for our son Harry, if one of us dies, the surviving party has custody. In case both of us die, Harry is to be placed with one of the following persons in the mentioned order. 1. His godfather Sirius Orion Black. 2. Franklin Serenus and Alice Aurora Longbottom, godmother. 3. Remus John Lupin, family friend, and screw the ministry, we say he can live with Moony and they have to accept it. 4. Andromeda Rosaria and Theodore Derek Tonks, family friends. 5. Molly Patricia and Arthur Rios Weasley, family friends and distant cousins. Under no circumstances Harry is to be placed with Lily's sister's family, Petunia and Vernon Dursley. They're the worst sort of muggles there is, and we don't want our son submitted to their cruelty that is sure to occur due to their hatred of the magical world. Signed, Lord James Charles Potter, Lady Lily Elizabeth Potter. Lord Ironfork as witness, Albus Percival Brian Wulfric Dumbledore as witness. He knew, Sirius and Harry shouted at the same time. Snowcack just stayed calm in his seat. He had witnessed outrage by wizards before and knew they needed to get the emotions out of their body unless you wanted them to do reckless things. He knew my parents didn't want me to live with the Dursleys, and yet he placed me there. What the hell was he thinking? He had no right to deny me a happy childhood. What the hell is he planning? Harry ranted, pacing up and down Snowcack's office. Sirius now connected the dots. The things he had found strange fell into place. The prophecy, the not given trial, the Dursleys, Harry's learning problems. He wants total control over you, Harry, Sirius said grimly. I think I can now see a good part of the picture, even if I am still missing some pieces of the puzzle. Think about it. You are the heir of 3 old pureblood lines he knew about. Potter, Peverell and Gryffindor. I'm sure he knew about this. You were guaranteed to be very influential when you grew up. Then the prophecy that has been made about you and Voldemort. You were foretold to be the one to defeat him. That made you even more politically powerful. Well, you were Neville Longbottom as far as he could know before Voldemort attacked. When he attacked, it was obviously sure you were the one. To be completely sure, you would have to contact the Department of Mysteries in the Ministry of Magic. They have recordings of every prophecy ever made there. Now he had a golden opportunity. There have been rumors in the Order of the Phoenix that Dumbledore has tried to influence Tom Riddle when he went to school, seeing signs of the boy becoming more and more bitter towards Muggles. No wonder there. In this I can understand him. He hated that Muggle orphanage he had to grow up at. It must have been a horrible place. If he was forced to return there every summer, he was sure to grow a grudge. Harry threw in. How do you know this, Harry? Snowcack asked. I found his diary last year. The foul thing contained a memory of Riddle's 16-year-old self. When you wrote in the book, it answered you. It showed me how Riddle blamed Hagrid for his crimes while opening the Chamber of Secrets the first time. He had a conversation with Headmaster Dippet that he feared to have to return to that Muggle orphanage if the school was closed. He also despised his Muggle father, called him worthless. He shed his name, Tom Marvolo Riddle, and created a new name by using an anagram. Shifting the letters of his name, you get, I am Lord Voldemort. His father must have left his mother because she was a witch. The diary possessed Ginny Weasley to do Tom Riddle's bidding, and she opened the Chamber of Secrets for him and eliminated all the threats to the basilisk for him. Like killing all of the school roosters. Harry told them. Snowcack seemed deep in thought, so was Sirius. Sirius decided to continue to explain Dumbledore's plans to Harry. He needed to know this before he could be thrown into another of the insane headmaster's schemes. Well, as I said, Harry, Dumbledore's attempts to influence Riddle failed. If what you said is true, it could be a reason why everything escalated so much. A crappy childhood would turn most people bitter, and they need an outlet for their frustrations. They would turn against the very thing that made their childhood terrible. In my case it was my bigoted family. In Riddle's case it were Muggles and everything he related with them. So his targets were the Muggle-born witches and wizards at Hogwarts. Dumbledore always was a bit weird. He held information close to himself and only gave it up when he deemed it appropriate. I sometimes wondered if some of the deaths in the Order could have been prevented if he had given up some information earlier. Well, regarding your upbringing, he saw the opportunity to form the heir of some very influential houses to his liking. If you saw Hogwarts as your real home, him as your savior from your relatives, you would be very easy to influence for him. You would look up to him, and out of gratefulness you wouldn't ask too many questions. It is what has happened with Remus. He was so grateful to Dumbledore for letting him attend Hogwarts despite being a werewolf, that he blindly believed everything Dumbledore told. This probably is the reason he hasn't visited you while you grew up. Now there were only two obstacles in his way: your parents and me. I'm sure he had plans in case Neville turned out to be the one the prophecy spoke about, but he must have let them go as you clearly were the one. With your parents raising you, you would have known what it meant to be a noble lord. You would have built connections with other pureblood children over the years growing up and been a normal, confident boy when you entered Hogwarts. Nearly impossible to control by normal means. He couldn't do much against this, so he tried to be on good terms with your parents. He offered being the secret keeper himself to have full control over who visited them while being in hiding. They refused and played our planned act that I was to be secret keeper to flush out the traitor in our midst. To my shame, I have to admit I believed Remus to be the traitor. He was more and more withdrawn from everybody that made him suspicious. But now I think it was just his pride while coping with all the prejudices in the wizarding world towards werewolves. It was extremely hard for him to find work due to his condition, and he refused taking our help. After your parents died and he knew Peter was secret keeper, but nobody else besides us two, he made up his mind. He sent Hagrid to get you before I could, and he left me no other choice but to let him take you. You can't really argue with a half-giant. I knew I would have lost. Then I let my rage get the better of me and hunted Peter down. I wanted him to pay, but unknowingly I played exactly into Dumbledore's hands. Perhaps he even expected this when he had you taken from me. You would have been the only thing that could have stopped me from hunting Peter down myself. If I had to take care of you, I wouldn't be able to do something stupid. I know very well that my temper sometimes gets the better of me. But the point is, my own actions proved my guilt in the eyes of the wizarding community. Additionally, I am from a dark family. Not too far-fetched to believe that I would go over to Voldemort. It was easy just to sit next to everything and just not push for a trial to be held. I could rot in Azkaban for all he cared and nobody would be able to interfere with his plans for you. You were sent away from the magical world against your parents' will, which nobody knew about except the goblins and wizards tend to ignore other magical beings in their arrogance and superior attitude. He had sealed the wills of James and Lily and I suspect Alice and Frank Longbottom as well. I believe he tried to influence Neville as well, but failed in doing so as Neville still had some relatives left to care for him, Sirius stated. Yes, Neville told us that he grew up with his grandmother, he never mentioned his parents though, Harry said. That is hardly surprising, Harry, Snowcack said. His parents were tortured by Death Eaters and are staying at St. Mungo's long-term ward because they lost their sanity due to the Cruciatus curse, one of the 3 unforgivable curses. That's horrible. I never knew, he never said anything, Harry mumbled. Perhaps he isn't comfortable to talk about it, Sirius said. Harry nodded. What can we do about Dumbledore messing with my life? I want it to stop, I want to live how I want to do, not like whatever crazy plan he has for me, Harry exclaimed angrily. We will see what we know after the tests are done. Perhaps we find out something more. At the moment I only know Dumbledore has a plan that needs you under his thumb. But the details are escaping my knowledge. Probably he has some insane ideas how to stop Voldemort and you play the key role, Sirius mentioned. Well, I think we will be wiser after the tests are done. Let's head over to the department. Snowcack told them and got nods. Snowcack led the 2 wizards out of his office and took some long floors deeper into Gringotts. It took them 10 minutes to arrive at their destination. This is Healer Thornfinger's room. He is waiting for you. Snowcack opened the door and let the 2 in. I see, my patient for today has arrived. Let's see, the old goblin said without giving a greeting. He circled Harry, mumbled some words in gobbledygook, moved his hands in patterns around Harry's body and mumbled more words. Then he seemingly began swearing. Snowcack, this is outrageous. The boy has more blocks than prisoners get when they are sent to Azkaban. Give him the most potent identification potion we have in our stocks. I have spotted several magical blocks, some concentrating on his brain, some on his body. Then I could trace at least 4 different potions and 2 curses. But the worst is his scar. Has nobody ever bothered to check the vile thing? Thornfinger ranted on. What is the matter with my scar, Healer Thornfinger? Harry asked worried. It's a Horcrux, that's the problem. Now I know for certain how that damned wizard was able to cheat death. This would be exactly his style. Create the foulest thing known to magical beings to have anchors to the world of living even if his body was destroyed. Seeing the puzzled looks on the wizards' faces, while Snowcack shared his own disgusted face, he began explaining. A Horcrux is the name for an object or being that carries part of the soul of the one who created it. The first ones I think were created by ancient Egyptian wizards and hidden in the pyramids. Our curse breakers sometimes come upon one of those things and bring them here so we can take care to destroy them. What many dark wizards who have used them don't understand is that they are not a means to gain immortality. While they prevent you from dying if you are killed before it is your time, they have no power to prolong your life endlessly. Every being only has a certain amount of life power they can use. Why do you think there aren't any ancient wizards around if Horcruxes were the solution to find immortality? A wizard who creates a Horcrux can survive even being hit with a killing curse, but he only lives longer than he would normally if he took good care of the body he has. In ancient times, the lifespan of a wizard with a Horcrux approximately increased from the normal 70 years they had to live to perhaps 100. It was still a lot of time then. Magic allows us to take better care of our bodies so that our life energy isn't depleted as fast as that of Muggles. The wizard is still bound by the restrictions of natural aging. There was only one witch who found a way to increase her lifespan and had a Horcrux, but she had to steal life force from other wizards and witches. She even tried Muggles, which led to her downfall. The Muggles one day caught her and burned everything she owned together with her on the stake. Normally fire can't destroy a Horcrux, but another witch that lived in the same village turned the fire into fiend fire, which the Muggles just saw as more evidence that the woman was an evil witch, and the forms the fire took a sign of her rotten soul. The knowledge how to steal life force has been destroyed immediately. Nobody wanted to risk another Dark Lord or Lady who stole life force again. You create a Horcrux by committing the most horrible crime, killing an innocent. This allows you to split your soul and place part of it in an object of your choice. You have to ward this object with powerful protections, because if the object is destroyed, the soul part in it is too. There is only the difficulty to destroy a Horcrux. Only a few things are able to do so, like basilisk venom, fiend fire, or if the Horcrux is a living being, the Avada Kedavra curse. Thornfinger explained. Harry and Sirius had gone pale. The diary, Sirius. Harry said suddenly. It was a Horcrux too. The thing in it wasn't a mere memory of Voldemort, it was part of his soul and therefore able to possess Ginny. And through possession it tried to steal her life force. Hopefully Voldemort didn't find more ways to do so. You are probably right. God knows how many he created. But I don't understand why you are one too. He wanted to kill you as a baby. Why would he place part of his soul into you? It must have been an accident, Sirius. Snowcack interrupted. If he wanted to make one by killing Harry, his soul would have been prepared to do so and latched onto the closest living thing when the curse backfired. This being Harry. But how can we free Harry from the Horcrux? I refuse for him to be killed because of this. Oh God, if Dumbledore knows or has a guess that Harry is a Horcrux, this could be the reason for his behavior. He prepares him to fight Voldemort without thinking for his own safety. Only because he loves the magical world and would do anything to save it, even dying. Sirius realized. Well, as you know, we goblins regard treasures as our natural responsibility. Dark wizards tend to make valuable objects into Horcruxes as it is their valuable soul that is put into them. There is an old ritual that was invented hundreds of years ago to transfer the soul part from one object to another. This way the goblins were able to prevent the destruction of treasures. As the practice to make Horcruxes became more and more frowned upon, the ritual became forgotten by the wizards but is still given from one generation of goblins to the other to stop the destruction of treasure should a dark wizard stoop so low to walk this way. Thornfinger explained. Harry looked very relieved to hear this. He didn't want to die just because two old men couldn't keep from meddling with his life. When can we do this? I want to get rid of Voldemort's soul piece as soon as possible, Harry declared. After we have taken the other test to find all magical blocks and the like that have been placed on you. The ritual to transfer the Horcrux into another object will leave you unconscious for at least 2 days. The undoing of blocks, curses and the neutralizing of potions will not, it will probably only make you feel extremely tired, Thornfinger said. Harry nodded. Another goblin arrived with a yellow potion. Master Thornfinger, the potion you demanded, the younger goblin said respectful. Thank you, Rockleg. Now, Mr. Potter, this will be similar to the inheritance test. We need some blood from you. 13 drops to be precise. Thornfinger instructed. Harry walked over and took the A-game Thornfinger produced out of his clothes. He cut his middle finger this time and let the blood drop into the potion, which began hissing with each drop added to it. The goblin took Harry's hand and healed it after the 13th drop was in the potion. He took the potion and poured it into a basin filled with a black liquid. The potion immediately split in 3 groups. The first group split into 7 smaller parts, the second in 6 parts and the third in 2 parts. Somebody really feared your powers, Mr. Potter. 7 of your abilities have been blocked, 6 potions or poisons have been detected and 2 curses, one of them is the Horcrux. Thornfinger explained. Now we will see what exactly you should be able to do. He swung his hand over the basin and the potion parts stopped swirling and attached themselves to certain areas on a scale. Then Harry heard a whistling noise and a piece of parchment flew from the ceiling into Thornfinger's hands. He inspected the information. Well, it's the easiest way if you just read it, he said and gave the parchment to Harry and Sirius. They began reading. Interference test of Harry James Potter abilities test. Natural ability, status Parseltongue, partially blocked, passive abilities active, active abilities blocked. Wandless magic, blocked. Animagus ability, blocked. Photographic memory, blocked. IQ 180, partially blocked, remaining IQ 100. Analytical abilities, blocked. Metamorphagus, partially blocked. Potions and poisons test confirmed. Potions, poisons. Magic depriving potion, long lasting, last confirmed taken 1 month ago. Phoenix tears, long-lasting antidote taken 1 month ago. Basilisk venom, neutralized, acting as antidote to all other known poisons, long-lasting, taken 1 month ago. Concentration disrupting potion, long-lasting, last confirmed taken 1.5 months ago. Confounding potion, type loyalty confusion, long-lasting, last confirmed taken 4 months ago. Bone-growing potion, last confirmed taken 6 months ago. Curse test confirmed placed curses Horcrux. Muggle enraging curse Sirius was fuming. What the hell thought Dumbledore who he was? The blocks on Harry's magic were severe, and if that wasn't enough, there were 2 potions that made it even more difficult for Harry to show his worth at Hogwarts. Worse, they would prevent him from properly defending himself against whoever would try to harm him. Then the potion to confuse his loyalties. It was clear that it was meant to make sure Harry never questioned Dumbledore and his motives. And from what Harry had told him about his last 2 years, Voldemort was doing his best to come back. It was just a question of time until he succeeded. If Harry was really meant to be the one who could defeat Voldemort for good, why did Dumbledore block his abilities like that? Did he fear a powerful Harry could not be controlled by him? It was a possibility. That man was a control freak. Well, it would stop. He would make sure of this. Nobody messed with a black, and Harry was his heir. It was time to train the boy Marauder style. Well, first the blocks had to go. And then the most despicable thing. A Muggle enraging curse. Petunia and Vernon already hated magic. To combine that with this curse was just asking for making Harry's life a living hell. He would get the rat and prove his innocence, and then nobody would be able to keep his godson from him. Nobody, especially not the old manipulating coot. He must have gotten brain dead from all the drops he ate. Sirius? Harry asked forlornly. Sirius looked in the troubled eyes of his godson. He knelt down and pulled the boy in a fierce hug. Harry leaned in and grabbed him tightly. He was afraid, very afraid. He had just found out how a man he had trusted with his life had made his life the hell it was. That he had been severely hindered in his magical abilities. The only thing Sirius could do now was giving Harry the security he needed to go on. It took Harry good 15 minutes to calm down, but he still looked afraid. "What will we do now?" he asked with a hoarse voice. Harry's body was still shaking. Only Pure will let him stand, Sirius realized. Thornfinger, how long will you need to prepare the rituals? Snowcack asked. The ritual for the undoing of any blocks is ready. The one to transfer the Horcrux will need 2.5 hours of preparation, as I have to call the 3 sages for it. All right, Harry, Sirius, if you agree, we will start with the uplifting of everything that constricts Harry right now. Of course, Snowcack, Sirius said, giving Harry an assuring smile. They were led to another part of the room where a circle of runes were carved into the floor. 5 crystals were located on the points of a figure Harry thought was called a pentagram. This part is easy, but it will take some time until it is finished. Harry, you have to lie down in the center of the pentagram. I would advise you to take off your clothes except your underwear. They could be damaged when the ritual gets to its highest point. It doesn't harm the human body, but sometimes there can appear cuts on clothes. So most that use this ritual prefer to undress for it. Snowcack explained. Harry looked at Sirius, who nodded assuringly. Is there a place where I can undress, Snowcack? Harry asked. Of course, Harry. You see the door over there? He asked, pointing on a dark brown door. Harry nodded. That is a changing room. You can put your clothes into a basket there until the ritual is done. Harry went to the door and entered the room. It was simple, just a bench to sit upon, and a low shelf with the mentioned basket for his clothes. Harry took of his robes, shoes, socks, and his shirt until he just had his boxers on. He was a bit unsure to show himself like this. He had always been, due to everybody mocking him for being a midget and very thin. But what could he do? He didn't get that much to eat at Privet Drive. Collecting all of his Gryffindor courage, he exited the room and walked back to Sirius and Snowcack. Seeing Harry's body for the first time without the ridiculously large clothes and later some old robes from the time he was a kid was a shock for Sirius. He hadn't thought that he would be this thin. The robes definitely hid a lot of Harry's health issues. He would have to do something about this. Didn't one of his old friends in France study to be a healer before his imprisonment? He would have to contact him to check Harry's health. He couldn't trust any British healers. They would just turn him into the Dementors before he had a chance to prove his innocence. A foreign healer would at least listen and look at whatever evidence he provided, and with his memories it would be easy to prove everything. Just the British ministry didn't want to listen. They were so full of themselves that they would never voluntarily admit that there could have been a mistake. Especially not with Dumbledore pulling the strings. As if fighting Voldemort wouldn't cause enough problems. Harry reached them. "Will it hurt?" he asked Snowcack. "From what I know, it will be uncomfortable and perhaps a bit stinging, but the ritual shouldn't cause any kind of real pain, Harry," the goblin explained. Harry took a deep breath. If he wanted to get his life back, the life that he was meant to have, he had to do this. He was very grateful that he finally wasn't alone with this. That Sirius was there for him. In the few days he had known the man, he had done more for him than anybody else before him. It was a nice feeling to be wanted by someone. To not be seen as a freak or a tool. "Let's get this over with," Harry said and walked to the center of the pentagram. He lay down as Snowcack had told him and tried unsuccessfully to relax. He was told to close his eyes and did so. Then he heard chanting in the goblin language. Gobbledygook Sirius had told him it was called. It was lulling and he began to doze away. Then he felt a certain heat spreading throughout his whole body. It was not really nice, but it didn't hurt him. He could feel he began sweating, but nothing more. For nearly 10 minutes this was the state Harry was in, and then a tickling was added to the heat. He tried hard not to squirm. After another 10 minutes the tickling sensation was replaced by a light stinging sensation. Well, he had been warned of this. He had endured more severe pain to not be able to endure it. And it would be worth it. He would get his abilities back. After a total of 40 minutes the ritual was finished. Harry was exhausted. Even after an hours-long match of Quidditch he hadn't felt this spent. And he felt weird. As if a veil had been lifted from his senses. He tried to stand up, but realized he was too weak to even move his limbs. Then he felt the sensation of being gently lifted up. He opened his tired eyes and looked into the gray eyes of his godfather. "You all right, Harry, well except for being tired?" he asked concerned. It took Harry all his willpower and strength to just nod. Sirius looked at Snowcack. "Do you have a room where Harry can rest for the next 2 hours until Healer Thornfinger is ready for the ritual to transfer the Horcrux?" he asked. "Yes. Please follow me, Sirius," Snowcack said. Sirius carefully balanced Harry in his arms. He realized just how much too light Harry was. No 13-year-old should weigh as much as perhaps a 10-year-old. The Dursleys would pay for this. He would hire the best lawyer there was to get for money and then justice would be served. Nobody messed with his family and Harry was family. True family, unlike most of his blood relatives. He really could only call Andromeda family at the moment, he thought. Sirius followed Snowcack through the main door of the room and down the floor until they stopped in front of another door. "This is a guest room for those who have undergone the unblocking ritual. Use it to your needs. I will come and get you too when it is time for the transfer ritual," Snowcack said. "Thank you very much, Snowcack," Sirius said with a bow. "It is no problem, Sirius. You are a friend of the goblins, so were his parents, and if what we have seen so far from him is any indication of his character, he might become one as well," Snowcack replied. With that, Snowcack took his leave. Sirius opened the door and saw a normal-sized bed. He walked over and pulled away the blanket while still holding Harry. It was a bit difficult, but he managed it. Then he laid Harry down and put the blanket over him. The boy looked awfully tired. Sirius wanted to leave him so he could rest properly, but when he stood up he could hear Harry's small voice. "Please don't leave," he whispered. Sirius sat down again. "I will stay with you, Harry, if you want me to," he assured him. Harry's face relaxed. Soon Sirius found the boy asleep. He wondered about the behavior of the boy. He had had the impression that Harry wanted to show that he was already independent and he had tried to respect his wishes. Now he figured that a good part of that was a mask to protect himself. Harry had never had anybody to turn to with his problems and had been forced to stand up for himself. But deep inside he had craved for somebody to lean on like a parent. Well, this would be his job now, Sirius realized, and he wanted to do the best job possible for Harry. He deserved so much more than he had been allowed to have. He looked over the parchment with the test results. Parseltongue he had known about, but not that he should have been able to do more than speak with snakes. What the hell included the active part? He was a natural animagus. Well, he could help Harry to develop this ability, being an animagus himself. Wandless magic was a rare gift, but not as rare as the other two. It appeared in one of 1,000 wizards and witches if he remembered right. While he could use some wandless magic, it drained him immensely and was limited to easy spells like the screening charm that he had used on Hedwig. Perhaps he should send Harry to Professor Flitwick with this. The old charms master would probably know best how to help Harry develop this gift. He was also one of the few that were up to time with his teaching at Hogwarts. Some of the other subjects were massively outdated compared to what had been developed outside of Britain. Few knew that Sirius had always been interested in the magical developments of the other countries. He had only told James, and he had shared Sirius' thirst for knowledge. After all, the more knowledge they gained outside their normal studies, the better their pranks would be, they figured. They had been shocked how far Britain was behind other countries in magic in some areas. Damn conservative bastards at the ministry who stopped developments to enter Britain they found inappropriate. Even the Muggles were farther than the wizards. What really infuriated Sirius was that Harry was really intelligent. An IQ of 180 would classify him as a genius. And he had been robbed of this, just because an old fool feared to lose control if Harry was smart enough to figure out he was manipulated. A photographic memory and high analytical abilities were perfect tools to ensure school success. Harry should easily be able to get O's in his exams to get top jobs. Hell, it was possible with these abilities and his heritage that Harry would have been sorted into Ravenclaw. Phileas Flitwick would have been a great head of house for Harry, especially with Lily's talent for charms. The other teachers, besides Flitwick, that knew their subject's stuff were Minerva McGonagall, a really gifted transfiguration mistress, and to learn all the basics of the subject the best possible source of knowledge, Professor Vector the arithmancy witch and Professor Babbling the ancient runes teacher. Well, runes was not a subject that needed constant updating, so a knowledgeable teacher would be sufficient there. But the other core subjects were criminally neglected. History of magic, a subject especially important for Muggleborns or half-bloods raised in the Muggle society, was taught by a ghost of all things. A ghost who managed to put the whole class asleep in 5 minutes. Defense against the dark arts hadn't had a constant or even competent teacher in years. And they only lasted a year from what Harry had told him. Quirrell was possessed by Voldemort, and Lockhart was a fraud who only advertised his books and taught them nothing. 2 wasted years of education in a core subject. And with Voldemort lurking in the shadows, a subject every witch or wizard should be proficient in. Herbology, while not nearly as bad as the other 2 subjects, could use some fresh wind in the teaching plans. Pomona Sprout was competent in the field, but she could inform herself about recent discoveries and involve them in her teachings. It would take a more intensive course for those who were interested in the subject after school to catch up to others who had learned outside of Britain. But it wasn't as bad as other areas. 1 year normally did the job to have the British wizards or witches catch up to their international colleagues. Divination, he could only laugh that the subject was still taught at Hogwarts. It was an extremely unreliable branch of magic, and true seers were rare. Either you had the gift or you didn't. That was all there was to know about the subject. Muggle studies, he would love to take the content of the course and rip it into pieces. It was totally outdated. He had, while traveling to find Harry, taken his time to investigate what literature was used in which subject. The books for Muggle studies were from the 1940s. A time before the most recent developments the Muggles did. A time where the Second Muggle World War was still in action, or in the later years finally calming down in its effects on the population. There had been so many buildings and industries to be rebuilt after the falling bombs. Hitler might not have reached his goal, but he did a good number of damage to Britain and the other European countries. And coincidentally, the wizards had been busy with Grindelwald at the same time. They couldn't help their Muggle brothers in their war. They were busy with their own one until Dumbledore finally graced them with his help and put down Grindelwald. Why did he wait so long? This question would be worth investigating. Serious thought. Next was astronomy. It was slightly important to know when ingredients for potions would be best gathered, as some had their highest potency during certain star constellations. It also held importance for rituals. But hoes weren't taught at Hogwarts, and with the backwards attitude of the ministry, a lot of them had been banned. Otherwise, it wasn't an important subject. Except for orientation in the wild, he added mentally. If you were forced to hide your magic and needed to find directions, the firmament could lead you if you knew how to use it. But in this category, muggles were more proficient than wizards. It was somewhat interesting, and his own family had been very interested in it, even going as far as naming all the male members of the family after stars or constellations. Care of magical creatures. Well, there were things interesting about this subject, but Hogwarts only showed so much of the creatures to the students. And the teacher was old. Sirius wondered when Professor Kettleburn would finally retire. And finally, potions. It was laughable to let Severus Snape of all people teach. Admittedly, the greasy git was a master at potions, but completely unsuited to teach students, especially with his biased ways to favor his Slytherins over all the other students. How many students had given up on potions just because they couldn't stand that man any longer? Sirius would have to make sure Harry got additional tutoring in the subject to be able to avoid Snape's bullying. Sirius stroked Harry's hair absent-mindedly. He cared deeply for the boy. He had from the moment he had held Harry after he was born. And to prevent that anything happened to his godson, he would have to make sure that Harry got a better education than until now. If it wouldn't isolate Harry from his friends in society, he would think about homeschooling, but he knew how important friends were. He wouldn't want to miss his years at Hogwarts for anything. Thankfully, relearning what Harry should have learned in the last 2 years if he hadn't been blocked would be easy with Harry having a photographic memory. And he would have to add knowledge in the areas of subjects Hogwarts didn't offer but would be invaluable in the world, like dueling, healing, foreign languages, warding and curse breaking, and techno-magic. He would have to look into the subject to help Harry. Perhaps there were methods to learn theory without having to rely on the Hogwarts teachers outside of Britain. After all, he would have a lot of time to kill when Harry returned to Hogwarts. He just hoped they wouldn't do anything stupid to protect Harry from him. The last thing Hogwarts needed was an overprotective ministry that did more harm than good. And they were good at this. If they had just given him a trial, all this mess would never have happened. In this, the Muggles were far more conscious than the wizards. They had a saying in their law enforcement: innocent until proven guilty. And everybody had a right to get a fair trial. Sometimes in wartimes it was a short military trial, but the accused had the right to get a lawyer to defend himself. But how could they get the ministry to hear a lawyer? Well, perhaps if Harry used his influence. This would need some planning when Harry was free of the soul piece of Voldemort. Just some days and they could begin to train him properly and to catch up on what he had missed the last 2 years. He would prepare him to get out of this mess alive. He owed it to Lily and James, but mostly to Harry, for whom he hadn't been there the past 12 years. Sirius had settled to read a book he had asked one goblin to lend him to pass the time. He sat beside Harry's bed waiting for Snowcack to return. Harry had been sleeping peacefully. Funnily, Harry's hair color had changed a lot during his sleep. His unblocked metamorphagus ability seemed to run havoc after being blocked for so long. He would have to learn how to control this ability fast if he wanted to remain unnoticed by Dumbledore. He just hoped that everything would be solved at the end and Harry finally free of Voldemort's soul piece. Then he finally heard the knock at the door he had been waiting for. "Come in," he called. "Sirius, everything is prepared. Please wake Harry and follow me. We will use the strongest ritual-warded room we have. It has been some time since we have transferred a Horcrux, but the sages are confident that we won't have any problems." "Thank you, Snowcack. I really appreciate all the help the goblins give Harry." Sirius put the book aside and began shaking Harry to wake him up. After some tries, Harry began to wake up. He murmured, clearly not completely recovered from the first ritual. "It's time, Harry," Sirius explained gently. "Okay," Harry said, trying to get up on his own. "Don't, Harry. Keep your strength. I will carry you." Sirius stopped Harry. Harry seemed to want to protest, but then decided not to. He was just so tired. He let Sirius lift him from the bed. He still only wore his boxers, and put his arms around Sirius' neck to have better hold. Sirius then followed Snowcack really deep into the halls of Gringotts. This time the goblins had provided one of their special levitating discs to transport them. They could only be used by the goblins, as they were charmed by goblin magic. The disc had a diameter of 2 meters, just enough to give them enough space to stand comfortably. The ride on the disc took 15 minutes and Sirius could only guess the time they would have needed to go on foot. Finally they arrived at their destination and left the disc. "You are here, good." Thornfinger greeted them. The three sages are ready. Please remember that they are very wary of humans and only agreed to this because you are a friend of the goblin's Lord Black. As were the boy's parents. Normally they wouldn't be bothered to help a human. But they see the necessity to stop the Dark Lord from throwing the world into terror again. We goblins also lost a lot of our own the last time he had risen to power. We don't want to repeat the experience. Of course, Healer Thornfinger. Thank you very much for the great service your nation is doing for my godson. I will make sure that you will be rewarded accordingly. My family has a lot of goblin-made things in their possession and I wouldn't mind to part with some of them to repay the debt of this to you. That would be acceptable, Lord Black. Now please follow me. The ritual will take a little over 2 hours and Harry has to be completely isolated from any outside influence during this time. This is to ensure the smooth transfer from Harry to the new Horcrux. If there was any outside influence, the soul piece could be tempted to latch itself onto another body. We don't want it to. The ritual has 5 steps. Step 1 is isolating the piece of the foreign soul in Harry's body from his own. This means severing any attachment it could possibly have made in Harry's mind. Step 2 is creating a pocket dimension for the transfer to use. In this dimension, the soul piece will be tripped for a short amount of time while we reinforce the barriers around Harry so the soul piece can't return to him. Step 3 is the extraction of the soul piece from Harry. He most likely will be in pain during this part, but it isn't possible to avoid it. We are pretty sure Harry will fall unconscious after the soul piece is extracted. Step 4 is the transfer in the pocket dimension. Step 5 and the last step is putting the soul piece from the pocket dimension into the new Horcrux. This concludes the transfer. As you can see, we chose a cheap tin box as the new Horcrux. It will be destroyed with fiend fire immediately afterwards so that it can't do any harm ever again. Sirius looked grim but nodded. He knew it wouldn't be easy to get rid of the Horcrux. But if it meant to save Harry's life, it was worth it. No need to prolong this. Bring Mr. Potter to the center of the rune circle and then come back outside Lord Black. The sages will then begin. Thornfinger instructed. Sirius followed the instructions. Be strong, Harry. After all this is over, we will enjoy the next couple of days. Any special wishes? Sirius asked. I always wanted to make a family trip to some kind of attraction. I never was allowed to come with the Dursleys when they took Dudley for his birthdays, Harry admitted. I will see what I can arrange. I will see you after the ritual and don't be afraid. I will be here and I won't leave you alone, never again, he promised. Thank you. Harry whispered into his ear. Then he let go of Sirius and lay down on the ground, closing his eyes hoping it would soon be over. He inertly steeled himself and got ready for anything. The sages activated the barrier and began chanting in gobbledygook. They wore different cloaks each. One was dark blue like the ocean, one was dark red and reminded Sirius of blood, and one was strikingly white. The air became dense and Sirius just hoped Harry was all right. With each passing minute another rune circle began glowing. Soon Harry was surrounded by 10 glowing rune circles. The first part will soon be finished. The circles are already dividing the two souls, Thornfinger explained. Sirius was unable to take his eyes from Harry. He realized that he viewed the boy like his own son, the son he had always wished to have but had given up hope to ever get after his girlfriend was killed by Death Eaters, and he had tried to distract himself by going after as many witches as possible. It hadn't worked. He had only loved that one woman, and with her loss he had lost hope for a child of his own. When James had made him Harry's godfather, it had been as if a veil had been partially lifted. He had sworn to protect James's son as if he was his own, and it was painful to stand aside and see him suffering like he was. Unable to do anything for him but giving moral support. Your part will come, Sirius, Snowcack said, reading his friend's expression. Harry will need somebody to trust. He will have to relearn much of his magical abilities, and you are currently the only adult he can turn to. I know, and I intend to do the best job as his guardian I can. Don't you mean more as his father? I can see you feel like that for the boy, and I can also see that it is his greatest wish to have a father. Just make it official, Sirius. This is what James and Lily would want you to do. How could I? The ministry would never allow me to adopt Harry as long as I am believed to have killed all those muggles and have betrayed Lily and James, Sirius said, gritting his teeth. Ever thought of blood adoption? He would then be your son as well as James's and Lily's son. It won't change his outer appearance much and it wouldn't influence his inheritance as well. But I think it would mean the world to him to know that he is wanted by someone. I could see it in his behavior. He craves a family. If I am honest, I am surprised that he still dares to hope to gain the love of a family after all he has been through in his life. Many bury those feelings deep inside themselves to not be hurt anymore, Snowcack commented. My colleague is absolutely right with his observations. The boy is already attached to you. You are his legal guardian and we can prove your innocence by just presenting a memory for a pensieve to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. I know Amelia Bones, the current head, isn't as hard-headed as some others and would at least look at the memories if we trick her a little, Thornfinger said. Is that possible? Sirius asked hopefully. Yes. You just need to draw the memory in question from your head and Gringotts would take care of the delivery. We can send it in anonymously saying the witness in question fears retribution if he delivered the memory himself to solve this case. At least the memory would be seen and then questions would be asked. Questions that should have been asked 12 years ago. I doubt that you will be cleared of all charges without presenting the true culprit, but they can't send you back to Azkaban with this kind of evidence in their hands. Even Dumbledore would have his problems to manage this. Especially when the goblins are demanding answers in the light of the new proof of your innocence. Snowcack grinned deviously. That would be great. And I know where the culprit is hiding. It will just take a very good plan to get hold of him. The culprit, Peter Pettigrew, has found a wizarding family and made use of his animagus form. He lives there as the pet of one of the family's sons. Harry's best friend at that. Sirius told them. I see. That would be an ideal position to strike in case the Dark Lord managed to return. Well, he will have to cancel the rebirth party invitation. We will make sure he is rotting in Azkaban, Snowcack stated. That would be my dream, him in my place where he should have been for the whole time, Sirius replied. They returned, spending their whole attention to the ritual. The circles now glowed blue. The second step is complete. The pocket dimension is ready to imprison the soul piece. Now the hard part for Harry starts. Remember, you can't help him now. He will be okay in the end, but you can't enter the circle now, Thornfinger reminded Sirius. He nodded, but the goblins could see him clenching his fists. He wanted to spare Harry the pain that was sure to come. And just as he thought it, Harry began thrashing around and screaming. It cost Sirius every bit of self-control to stop himself from running to Harry. Harry's body was encircled by red lines of light. The pulling from his scar was extremely painful. It felt like his soul was on fire. He knew it would hurt, but this was inhuman. He wanted to pass out, but something stopped him. He was kept aware of everything. He could hear whispering to stop the ritual, that he needed the whispering thing. Harry just wanted this to end. He wanted his freedom. He wanted a family. He wanted to be a normal boy. And he wanted to be loved by a parent like all the other kids. This seemed to be the final straw. The soul piece screeched and was forcefully ejected from Harry's body. Harry could only see a black cloud building from his scar, that from the feeling of it, had broken open and the thing was finally out. His job was done. He let the blissful unconsciousness take him over. It was hard to just stand by and look. In the meantime, Sirius' fists were bleeding from digging his fingernails into the flesh of his hands. Thornfinger just shook his head. He silently moved his hands over Sirius' fists, unclenched them and healed the small wounds. The soul piece was beeped into the pocket dimension. Sirius could see a new barrier being built between Harry and the cloud that resembled the pocket dimension. It took a lot of time for the barrier to stabilize. Then the dark cloud reappeared and was thrusted into the prepared tin box. This part took a lot of time. But then it was finally done. All in all, the time the goblins had predicted had been met, but by 2 minutes. Sirius reassured with Thornfinger that it was all right to get Harry and went to him. He looked pale. Really pale. From his forehead ran blood down, but after cleaning it away with a tissue, Sirius could see that the scar was far less pronounced than it had been before. The ritual was obviously successful. He took Harry and carried him to Thornfinger to have him examine Harry to make sure everything was all right. While Thornfinger did his job, Sirius went towards the 3 sages. I want to thank you 3 very much for what you did today. I will forever be in the debt of the goblins for this. If you ever need anything I can do for you, just call me. I will do everything in my power to help you. Sirius bowed deeply before the sages. It is good to see that not all wizards have forgotten their good manners. We see that you are sincere about your claim, Lord Black. We will remember it. We want to wish your young charge the best in the world. He will need all the help he can get to face the obstacles that will be pushed in his way. He is special, this boy. He has great magical powers. If trained properly, he could be the one changing the world. We see our help as an investment in the future. I am sure Harry will do his best to prove your expectations in him right. I bid you my goodbye and wish that your gold will never cease and your business always go well. The same to you, Lord Black, the same to you, they answered before leaving him. Sirius got Harry's clothes and took to redress his godson. He arranged an appointment with Snowcack in 5 days' time and left the goblins a copy of his memories regarding the identity of the Potter's secret keeper and what really happened when he cornered Peter. Snowcack promised Sirius to send them to Amelia Bones anonymously. Using another portkey to get back to Grimmauld Place, Sirius bade the goblins goodbye and vanished. Sirius needed something to occupy his time while Harry was unconscious. He only had to make sure that Harry was given the potion from the goblins once a day. Thankfully, a few drops on Harry's tongue took care of the nutrients and water Harry's body needed. It would have been difficult getting them into Harry's body without the help of a trained healer otherwise. So Sirius decided to rid the house of as much dark magic as he could. He was quite successful. His measurement was creature. The more cheerful the elf appeared, the more effective Sirius' efforts were. It was far from perfect, but compared to how the elf used to behave in the past, it was as different as night and day. In the evening, after reading the newest fantasies the Daily Prophet had come up with, oh yes, Rita Skeeter was in her element without a doubt, as if any of those people had ever done anything for Harry, who now held big speeches. And the biggest actor was Dumbledore himself, voicing his worry over Harry's well-being via a letter he had written from the ICW conference. As if he cared for his well-being, he cared if he lost his weapon, nothing more. Harry was just a piece on Dumbledore's chessboard. And Rita's incredibly sharp quill pointed it out really nicely. After her first relatively tame article about Harry's disappearance, she had obviously started investigating and found a lot of dirt in the case. The ministry was torn to pieces as Rita had found out that the normal procedures for magical orphans who were placed with Muggle relatives had been completely ignored in Harry's case. Rita had written 2 very scathing articles that left the ministry in a shady light at best. She also used his continued evasion of the ministry as another black mark on the efficiency of the ministry and pointed out the utter incompetence of the Fudge and Bagnold administrations. Oh, how Sirius loved to read those articles. He kept them with the intention of giving them to Harry to read when he woke up. He was sure Harry would find them funny. He now could answer Lily's question in her old letter without a doubt. Bathilda Bagshot hadn't been crazy. Dumbledore had been friends with Grindelwald in his youth. The nonsense about the greater good was just the excuse he needed to manipulate other people's lives. As if his meddling had stopped the rise of Voldemort, if anything it had furthered it. If Harry was right, then with a bit of incentive Voldemort's very creation could have been prevented. How could a boy that hated Muggles like Tom Riddle have been sent back every summer? Instead of finding a wizarding family who would show him that he was indeed appreciated, they had to do the most idiotic thing one could imagine. And it would have been easy to place such a highly talented boy in a wizarding family. Many families would have seen the profit from having one of the upcoming most influential and powerful wizards allied with them. Really, even if the young Tom Riddle had been labeled as a Muggleborn, one test at Gringotts, which had really been standard during that time period, and voila, one descendant of Salazar Slytherin discovered. All the influential pureblood families would have loved to take him in. The honor of housing the new Lord Slytherin would have been enough to make them fight over the boy. And while the beliefs of the pureblood families weren't all that noble most of the time, they would have instilled the code of honor among wizards in the young boy. And this code said, at least in the pureblood extreme version, that while Muggleborns were below pureblood by a large margin, magical blood was to be protected at all costs. With enough grooming over decades, the impure blood could be bred out and be allowed as a minor pureblood base. What a lot of normal witches and wizards didn't know, because the old families made sure it was a well-kept secret, was that they normally looked out for obviously powerful Muggleborn children. Those children were kidnapped, their parents obliviated, and the children raised in the pureblood families as another child born into the family. That practice was very popular between 1800 and 1890. Most of the pureblood families today denied that it ever happened, but it was a common occurrence. Sirius knew for a fact that his great-great-granduncle Sagittarius Castor Black was one of those kidnapped children. It just didn't add up with the pregnancy of his supposed mother. After all, his older sister had been born just 8 months before him. It just wasn't possible. No magical pregnancy ended prematurely except when somebody forced the birth to happen earlier. But those children had a higher probability of becoming squibs, so no pureblood would do something like that. Sagittarius hadn't been the heir to the family, but he brought fresh blood into the family and powerful magic. He had been one of the most successful warding specialists of his time, and many of the obscure wards around number 12 Grimald Place were his inventions. During this time period, the pureblood families also developed the blood adoption potion. For one, if both adopting parents gave their blood for the potion, the child would look like their biological child. If only one parent gave the blood, it altered the appearance of the child, but remains of the biological parents were left. But most importantly, the blood-adopted child was able to learn the secret family magic. Often only children by blood of the family were able to perform certain spells, rituals, curses, or arts unique to the family. It was what made the old families so powerful. The heir ring of a family would also only accept a family member by blood and give the protection it was supposed to give. A nice side effect of the secret practice, which only the lords knew about, was that by enlarging the gene pool, which they didn't know that it was that, as this was a Muggle discovery, with the magical potential of the Muggle-born children, they got fewer squib births in the pureblood families. And all the lower-ranked family members cared about was that they got a pureblood witch or wizard for marriage. As long as the children were kidnapped at a young age, nobody was any the wiser, as the children normally only really went public when it was time for them to attend Hogwarts. From the old diaries he had read, approximately 600 children were transferred this way every year just in Britain and France. Dumbledore was now repeating the same mistakes with Harry that he had made with Riddle. Letting him grow up at the Dursleys was asking for trouble. If nobody interfered, Harry could become a second Dark Lord. He would never join Voldemort after he killed his parents, but hell, if it wasn't possible that after he killed Voldemort, he would take his place if pushed far enough. But no, it wasn't even given a thought. The wizarding community blindly followed Dumbledore like lemmings. In the end, they would wonder how it could have happened that they had jumped off a cliff after their infallible leader. It was a big problem that they refused to think for themselves. Let the Ministry think for us. Let the wise man Professor Dumbledore think for us. Our lives are good. Why should we change them? He wanted to beat around him because of thinking like this. And they truly expected a 13-year-old boy to save them if they were pushed into a war again. They didn't learn anything the last time. They just were relieved that Voldemort was gone, praised Harry for his deed, and returned to their old way of living, happily ignoring the fact that the Muggles outnumbered the wizards easily by 50 to 1. But math was not a common strength among wizards. Logic neither. After he had calmed down a bit from his mental ranting, Sirius remembered the letter from his brother Snowcack had given him. He really wondered why Regulus would write him of all people before his death. So he took the letter, opened the envelope, and unfolded the parchment inside. He began reading. Dear Sirius, I know you will probably wonder why the hell I would write to you. I can understand your thoughts, as we haven't been that close after you were sorted into Gryffindor when you started at Hogwarts. I just couldn't understand why you would betray the ways our family has lived by for centuries. After my recent experiences with the Dark Lord's activities, I think I can understand you a lot better, while I still think that there are too many differences between pureblood wizards and those raised by Muggles. I am disgusted how far the Dark Lord is willing to go. Human lives don't count for him. Especially not Muggle lives. He is worse than Grindelwald was in his time. And he was one of the vilest wizards to ever try to gain power. Grindelwald wanted to rule over the world, making the Muggles his servants. If the Dark Lord could go through with it, he would just kill them all and be done with it. Or degrade them to the status of house elves. You know that I always had a soft spot for Creature, our old elf. After what I have learned, I am disgusted with myself to ever have joined the Death Eaters. I was so stupid. Voldemort has to be stopped at all costs. I found out how he has managed to ensure he lives even if he would be hit with a killing curse. He is obsessed with immortality. He is insane. He asked for an elf one day. I didn't think anything about it and offered Creature's service to him. I ordered Creature to return to me after his deed for the Dark Lord was done. I never imagined what he would do to poor Creature. Creature told me he was taken to a cave with a black lake inside it. There were various safety measures. The only possibility to cross the lake was in a green boat. The lake was filled with inferi. In the middle was a pedestal with a basin on it. In the basin was some kind of potion. He made Creature drink the entire potion. Creature saw all kinds of awful things and horrible memories. He wanted to stop, but he was forced to go on. After all the potion was drunk, the Dark Lord placed a locket in the basin, refilled the potion and left the island with Creature on it, using the boat. The potion caused severe thirst. So Creature crawled to the lake and drank from the water, only to be pulled under the water by the inferi. I was horrified after he told me this. I am glad I ordered Creature to return. Thankfully the Dark Lord is too obsessed with the superiority of wizards to house elves and other magical creatures to even consider Creature could have escaped from the island and told me anything. I have hidden Creature after this and cured him of the potion. Sirius, I know you and your friends are fighting him under mortal peril. I don't want you or anyone else to die because of the Dark Lord's insanity. So I will tell you what I found out. He is using Horcruxes to stay alive. One is the locket. I found out he made more, but I am not sure what they are. I can only speculate that there are 7 in total. He really is obsessed with that number. The most powerful magical number. If he ever got hold of a pure-blooded 7th child of a family, I don't want to imagine what he would do to use this child. Sirius paused. Ginny was the 7th child of the Weasleys, so there was more to it than her being the little sister of Harry's best friend. He would have to tell Harry to get him to look out for Ginny when he returned to Hogwarts. Sirius, I hope you can use this information to stop the Dark Lord, for I will not be there to do it. I will entrust Creature to destroy the locket, but I don't know if he will be able to do it. I haven't really found out how you can destroy a Horcrux. I am just really terrified how it is created. To kill an innocent just to save your own life. To split your soul several times? He is insane and has to be stopped. I told you what happened to Creature. I will let him take me there, but I will drink the potion myself. I don't want Creature to go through this again. This will be my death and I know it. I just hope my information will help you to kill the freak for good. This isn't the way a pureblood should behave. It took me too long to see this, but in the end I will take a page from your book and collect all my courage to do the right thing. To protect the family I will tell Creature to not say anything about my death. It will protect them from his wrath if he thinks they still support him. I'm sorry to say that Bella is a lost cause. She is completely into this thing. Sissy can probably be saved. She hasn't taken the mark yet. I beg you, Sirius, to complete my task. Love, your brother. Regulus. Sirius reread the letter again and again. Why had nobody thought about giving him this letter before? This could have been the crucial information in the war against Voldemort. He knew why Creature hadn't told him anything. Regulus had forbidden him to tell the family anything. The magic enslaving the house elves was preventing him to do so, and he had never considered him as his master as much as he had Regulus. Due to the family's beliefs, the house elf was influenced. Creature. Sirius called. The elf apparated with a crack. Master has called. The elf asked, bowing. Yes, I want you to read this letter, please. My brother Regulus wrote it to me shortly before he went to his death. Sirius said, and gave Creature the letter, who reverently held it. He read and tears filled the elf's eyes. Poor Master Regulus. He sobbed. Yes, I never would have thought that my little brother had so much courage. He was a great wizard to sacrifice his life to stop Voldemort's evil plans. I have to admit I have done him wrong. But I never knew he had seen the truth. Creature, could you please tell me if you succeeded in destroying the locket like Regulus said? Sirius asked. Creature began wailing. Creature is a bad elf. Creature has failed Master Regulus' last order. Creature tried everything he knew. He hit it with magic and heavy things. He tried melting it with fire, freezing it with ice and crushing it, but nothing worked. Creature punished himself and tried again. He failed again and punished himself. And Creature couldn't tell his poor mistress what had happened to her beloved son because Master Regulus had forbidden Creature to tell his secret. Creature attempted to punish himself again. Creature, stop. I order you to stop punishing yourself for not being able to destroy the Horcrux, Sirius immediately said. Master? Creature asked. Sirius took a few deep breaths. He had to do this very carefully. Creature, do you still have the locket? He asked. Yes, it is in your father's study. Creature is sure the way to destroy the locket is to open it, but it won't open whatever Creature tried. The elf told him. Please show me the thing. Creature obeyed and led Sirius to the locket. This is it, Master Sirius. Creature told him. I see. Thank you, Creature, for showing me this. I will think of something to destroy it. My brother will not have died in vain. And I will find the others to destroy Voldemort once and for all. He is threatening Harry's life. Sirius looked determined. Master knows how to destroy this Horcrux? Creature asked. I have an idea. You see the S on the locket? It is the mark of Slytherin. I would recognize it anywhere. It is on most of the Slytherin-related items in Hogwarts. Slytherin was a Parselmouth. It wouldn't be too far-fetched to believe that you had to be able to speak Parseltongue to open the locket. Sirius explained. But that is impossible to find, Master. Master Regulus told Creature the Dark Lord was the only living descendant of Salazar Slytherin. True, Creature, very true. But what you don't know is that Harry has gotten the ability to speak Parseltongue when he was hit by Voldemort's curse when he was a baby. By now it is his ability. Harry was accidentally made a Horcrux, Creature, just like the locket. The goblins at Gringotts thankfully knew a way to transfer the soul piece of Voldemort into a simple tin box without any protections. It was destroyed by Fiendfire. One of the few things able to destroy a Horcrux. Harry already destroyed one last year when he fought the soul piece that tried to take over the life force of Ginny Weasley, the little sister of Harry's best friend, to return to life. It was a diary. We need to connect the dots and put the pieces of this puzzle into place. Perhaps we then will be able to find out what the last Horcruxes are. Then my brother can rest in peace. Sirius pondered. Creature seemed to be really touched. Suddenly his whole demeanor changed. Master Sirius can be sure Creature will do everything to help Master Sirius and Master Harry to stop the Dark Lord. He will keep his master's secrets and be the best elf. Creature is proud to serve Master Sirius and Master Harry. The elf firmly stated. Sirius was stunned. He didn't expect that. His words must have had a big impact on Creature. He now could be absolutely sure that his elf would be loyal. Thank you, Creature. Harry and I appreciate your loyalty. By the way, would you like it if Harry became part of the Black family? I plan to ask Harry if he wants me to blood adopt him. Then nobody could legally take him away from me. He would still be a Potter, but he would also be a Black and my son. Sirius wondered why he asked the elf, but somehow it felt right. It would be an honor to serve Master Harry as your son, Master Sirius. Creature is sure Master Harry will be very happy. Creature answered. Sirius smiled. He really hoped Harry would agree to the adoption. He just knew if they didn't do it this way, Dumbledore would try to send Harry to someone he could control better, stating that because Sirius had stayed in Azkaban for all those years he would not be suited to look after Harry. And with the political power behind Dumbledore, it could be a real possibility that when Sirius had proven his ability to care for Harry, he would be too late and Harry would be forcefully adopted by one of Dumbledore's minions. Or the so-called imperious victims would give enough money to Fudge to buy one of them Harry's adoption. No, the best option was if Harry accepted being adopted by Sirius with the blood adoption ceremony. In the Wizarding world, blood was really important. Sirius sat in his study pondering how he would start Harry's training. Probably it would be best to test how much of the material taught in the first 2 years Harry had mastered. Thinking about it, he was glad that Harry had been freed of his blockages this early. It would have been really hard for him to relearn and master even further material. Even with a photographic memory. He had gotten the books for the 2 years that had been in Harry's trunk. He immediately told Creature to throw away the Lockhart books. Whatever Dumbledore's thought had been to let that idiot teach defense, it wasn't a coherent one. He just hoped that they would get a decent teacher this year. The book on the list at least looked promising. Seems this guy at least knew his subject somewhat. It was just a mystery to him why Hogwarts had so many problems keeping a Dada teacher more than a year. The subject was interesting, and after the war there were many who had gotten some practice in the arts and were able to teach it to the students. Especially retired Aurors. If they would be offered to help out by the ministry, the teaching problem of Hogwarts would be a lot better helped. But probably that would be too much interference for the old coot. A teacher with close connections to the ministry wasn't the way he liked to run his school. He liked to have people absolutely loyal to him. Sirius had taken some strolls into Muggle London to get some inspiration for the trip Harry had wished to make. He had found quite a few things he could do with him. He decided for now he would take Harry to the zoo in London. It was a good deal bigger than the one the Dursleys had taken him to on his cousin's birthday. He was sure Harry would enjoy the day. He also had seen an interesting advertisement at Flourish and Blots on his one visit to Diagon Alley with heavily transformed features. They had flyers of foreign teaching materials. On his question why they had the flyers, as he had never heard about these teaching materials before, he was told that they weren't available at the shop. But as the owner of the advertising company was the son-in-law of the shop owner, he agreed to lay out the flyers. Up to now, there hadn't been a big response. They concluded that it wouldn't end up making a lot of money in Britain, as the lectures severely differed from the Hogwarts curriculum. Sirius took a flyer, to at least broaden his horizon, as he told the clerk. He read the flyer intensively. It would be perfect for Harry to learn. At least in the subjects he would not be properly taught at Hogwarts. Sirius decided to order learning materials on history of magic, potions and practical defense. If the materials were any good, he would consider ordering more for Harry at a later time. He filled out the order and asked Hedwig if she would deliver the letter for him. She agreed readily and took off. Sirius also had gotten himself a new wand. The wandmaker at Knockturn Alley had been expensive, but worth his keeping quiet. The new wand was of yew with a dragon heartstring core. Sirius was waiting for Harry to wake up. He had been unconscious for the 2 days the goblins had foretold it would take for him to recover. Sirius hoped Harry would feel well enough to talk for a while after waking up. He wanted to tell him what he had planned and found out, and he would ask him if he wanted him to adopt him. Ever since the goblins had suggested it, he found himself enjoying the thought. He never had had time to have a family of his own, even if he had had enough female admirers to be quite knowledgeable in this area. But none of them had been the one to catch his heart completely like James had found the one for him in Lily. There was attraction, but it never evolved into something more. How could he settle for a half-hearted relationship while seeing the unbearable love-struck face of his best friend whenever he looked at Lily? It hurt thinking about them. He dearly missed them. He really wished he could at least contact Remus, but he knew in his current situation that was too dangerous. Due to Dumbledore's kindness in Remus' past, he was completely loyal to the man and would only change his mind if he was confronted with undeniable evidence. And evidence meant showing him the test results of Harry and some of his darker childhood memories in a pensieve. Thinking of pensieves, he should show Harry how they worked. They were really useful, and for his new learning materials, they used a pensieve as a medium. Quite ingenious, to be honest. He would have to speak with the goblins to make an investment in the company. Even if the courses wouldn't be accepted well in Britain, the rest of the world was a different matter. And there were a lot of home-schooled children who would benefit from this possibility. Sirius had listed the things he needed to do and marked those he had already initiated. The meeting at Gringotts in 3 days would be an important step. He was interrupted from his musing as Creature came into the room. "Master Sirius, Master Harry has awoken. He seems to be a bit disorientated." "Thank you for letting me know, Creature. I will go to his room and help him sort things out. I'm sure he will be a bit overwhelmed by everything that has happened," Sirius said. Creature bowed and left the room. Sirius stood up and walked to Harry's room. He opened the door and looked at Harry, who sat in his bed looking around. The most curious part was that he didn't wear his glasses. "Hey, Harry. I see you finally decided to grace us normal mortals with your presence," Sirius joked. Harry managed a smile. "Hey Sirius. How long was I out?" he asked. "Nearly 2 full days. How are you feeling?" "Strange. Like I have been living in a world of fog and now the fog is gone. I don't even need my glasses to see. How can this be? I always had to wear them." "I can only guess there. Maybe the blocks that stopped you from thinking properly left a strain on the nerves in your eyes, so you needed your glasses. And now that the strain is gone, your eyes are back to normal. Perhaps it even was the soul piece. There isn't much information on Horcruxes in general, but a living one is unheard of. Especially a human one. We don't know the complete effects everything had on you. Therefore we will check which spells you can still perform from your first 2 years and in doubt practice everything so you can get a good start into your new year at Hogwarts." Sirius grinned. "If I am not mistaken, your friend Hermione will have trouble keeping her top spot." Harry suddenly grew solemn. What's the matter, Harry? Are you afraid to show everybody that you are not the average student they believe you to be? Sirius asked. No, with that I will be able to cope. I can just brush it off, as after the last 2 years I decided to be ready whenever Voldemort tries to return next, and put every effort in learning as much as I could to survive. But what will I tell them where I was this summer? I'm sure they will have heard then that I disappeared suddenly. I really don't want to lie to them. They are my best friends after all, Harry said worriedly. Just ask them to wait until you are ready to tell them. Promise them that you will tell them everything, but you can't for certain reasons at the time. The goblins have already sent my memories to Amelia Bones. If we are lucky, she will start a thorough investigation. Sirius calmed him down. Just as Sirius and Harry were speaking, Amelia Bones was really researching everything about the Sirius Black case. There simply was no flaw in the memories that had been sent to her via the goblins. They were authentic. Nobody had tampered with them. They had sent an innocent man to Azkaban for 12 years. How the man was still sane was a miracle. The idiot Fudge refused to even listen to the suggestion that there might have been mistakes at the time. He assured her that the evidence was striking and that the public would be in uproar if they even hinted that the ministry made a mistake. The ministry would lose face, and that couldn't be allowed. But she wouldn't cave in. Not this time. Sirius was innocent, and she suspected he was behind Harry Potter's disappearance. That meant the only way to get the boy who lived back would be to give Black a chance to prove his innocence. It was ridiculous. Even an average lawyer would be able to win this case in Black's favor. A good one, and she was sure Black could afford one of the best, would make an example of it and make the ministry pay for their mistakes. To not give every convict a trial was illegal. Sure, they had been at war with you-know-who, but after it was over, they could have held the trials just to show that the ministry was no joke. But nobody had cared. They had the so-called Death Eaters in Azkaban, especially the supposed right-hand man Sirius Black. Oh yes, it would cause an uproar, one that was overdue. And she would make sure it came to that. Even if she had to trick and blackmail the Wizengamot into doing it. She had international contacts. If she played her cards right, she could get everything set up before the meddlers Fudge and Dumbledore caught on to her plans. She had a reputation to maintain, and she would do so. She wasn't the most well-liked head of her department for 6 decades for nothing. She was stern but fair. A reason she was able to get along with Minerva McGonagall so well. Harry listened intently on Sirius' story and read the letter from Sirius' brother. So he made more. How will we be able to find and destroy them? I'm sure it won't be easy, Harry asked. I don't know, but I think it would be a safe bet to look out for more heirlooms of the Hogwarts founders. The only thing we can rule out is the sword of Gryffindor, Sirius said. Why is that, Sirius? Harry was curious. Well, the sword was made by goblins. Goblin-made weapons are able to shrug of anything that would damage them, but they take in everything that would strengthen them. You killed a basilisk with the sword. The blade now is impregnated with basilisk venom. A Horcrux can only be destroyed by something so destructive that a magical repair is impossible. And due to there being only one antidote to basilisk venom, it is a very safe way to destroy Horcruxes. Fiendfire like the goblins used on the one in you after it was transferred is way too hard to control to use it normally. You need exceptional wards to pull that off, Sirius explained. Harry understood. There is something else I want to ask you, Harry, Sirius said, collecting himself. What is it, Sirius? You know that I am your godfather, but there is the problem that even after I am cleared of the charges against me, a lot of people would argue against me raising you like your parents wanted me to do, Sirius started. But I want to live with you, Harry interrupted. The few days I have spent with you were the happiest of my life. It was like finally having a real family, he whispered at the end. Sirius just embraced Harry. I know, and I don't intend to let them take you away from me. I spoke with Snowcack and Thornfinger about it, when the ritual for the transfer of the soul piece was at its peak. They suggested a way that nobody could force us apart if I was found innocent. It's called blood adoption. It is an old way often used in pureblood families that had no heir left or if the heir was sterile. The adopted participant will become of the blood of the adopting one. If you agree, I would blood adopt you as my son. You would still be James and Lily's son, but also mine, Sirius informed Harry. Sirius let the message sink in. This was a huge thing for Harry to think about. He knew it as it would change his life immensely. "You really want to adopt me, Sirius?" Harry asked with a trembling voice. "Yes, I would like nothing better," Sirius confirmed. "And not only because I am your best friend's son?" Harry asked. "I will admit that plays a part in my decision, but I want to have you as my son, because you are a great boy. You were willing to believe me and let me tell you my story before judging. You have shown so much courage in dealing with everything that was shoved in your way to hinder you. You want to help others and ask for so little for yourself. Of course I want you, Harry. I would like to be your son, Sirius," he said, tears streaming down his face. Tears of happiness that had their cause in 13 years of bottled-up emotions. Sirius just held Harry and let him cry. It was good to finally let it all out, and by letting go of his emotions and allowing himself to cry for his past, he could leave it behind to start a new life. 2 days later, Hedwig returned with the training materials Sirius had ordered. Harry had been up the day before, even if he had to rest regularly. He was quite curious what the international teachers, who had given their input for the lessons, were like and how they taught their subjects. He had, when he had first read his history book, thought magical history being a fascinating subject, but with Binns teaching it, it was unbearable. Sirius opened the parcel Hedwig had brought while Harry was stroking his owl and giving her some owl treats. Sirius read the instructions and the material that would be covered. "All right, they have set up a systematic study plan. Each lesson is between 45 to 60 minutes long, depending on the subject. They are recordings of lessons given in magical classes outside Britain, especially in the USA. It makes sense, since it is the biggest English-speaking community outside Britain. You start with the first lesson, by taking place as a student in the class. You get to see the other students interacting with the professors but are unable to ask questions on your own as it is a relived memory. I think a big reason why this learning program would have problems here in Britain is the rarity of Pensives. The old pureblood families have normally one, but they are really expensive for those not earning a lot of money. But from the brochure they are a lot cheaper outside of Britain. I wonder why," Sirius said. "How do you build a Pensieve? I mean, somebody must be able to make them if they are better available outside of Britain," Harry asked. "Well, they mostly are carved from magical receptive materials, mostly stone or crystal gathered near magical ley lines. But that isn't the problem normally. I think the problem is that you have to combine runes, arithmancy, potions and charms, if I remember it correctly, to create a working Pensieve. Not many witches and wizards have that combination of abilities here. I think that would be the reason for them becoming rare. Enchanting, the branch of magic that mainly deals with permanent spells, is a profession rarely taken, but good enchanters can earn a fortune." Harry nodded. "What can I do if I have questions after the class is finished?" he asked. Sirius read through the manual. "There is the possibility to write your questions down on a piece of parchment that is delivered with the materials. It is enchanted to answer every question to the topic covered in the classes. If you have questions that are above the material, you would have to write a letter to the professor in question or look it up on your own in the suggested literature to go with the course. Wouldn't it be easier to find a way to be able to directly communicate with the professors?" Harry asked. "It would, and they are obviously working to solve this problem, but as the idea is relatively new, they haven't found a solution yet. The parchment alone is quite advanced. My parents have thought about having Regulus and me being taught privately, but the education at Hogwarts was far better as there are many teachers to ask about the things covered in the lessons. Not to forget the connections the pureblood families expected their children to make there. Often the contacts you make at Hogwarts will help you in your later life," Sirius informed Harry. "That makes sense, I guess," Harry admitted. "Well, ready to try a lesson? I'm quite curious myself how the lessons will be," Sirius asked. "Yes, let's try it. It can't be worse than Binns' history lessons," Harry stated. Sirius nodded and poured the silver memory substance into the Pensieve. He let Harry go first, and then he plunged his own head into the substance. They found themselves in a big classroom with nearly 40 students. "Welcome to today's lesson on history," the professor greeted. "We will cover the Goblin Wars and similarities to the wars against recent Dark Lords today. As you all know, goblins are powerful magical creatures. They are really intelligent, and today they are mostly known for running most of the wizarding banks there are. The most widespread one would be the British Gringotts, followed by the American Binnings. But not always have the relations between wizards and goblins been that peaceful. He pointed his wand at the board and an animated war scene was played for a few minutes. Wizards and goblins have fought hard in the past to come to the status quo. Unlike other magical races like the house elves, which many people still treat as nothing more than SL*vase, especially in Britain where you will find this a common trait in some old pureblood families, not in all, but in many of them, the goblins are a race of warriors and they take pride in this aspect of their culture. This has been proven the hard way to wizards all over the world. They massively underestimated their opponents and their determination to fight for their freedom and their rights. It would be wrong to say that all the problems between wizards and goblins have been solved, they aren't, but the two races get along with each other. People tend to forget that being different doesn't mean the other one is evil or out to harm you. This is a character trait you will find in all human societies, be they magical or muggle. The human nature leads to fear of the unknown. Many Dark Lords and ladies have used this fact for their own gain. The two Dark Lords that have appeared in Europe during this century are good examples. Gellert Grindelwald was the first. His rise to power was mostly based on the fear of the wizarding populace that if the Muggles found out about them, they would return to their practice of witch hunts and burnings. The political situation in Central Europe made it even easier for him to succeed in his ambitions. The fascists were singling out people they thought beneath them, and in 1939 the German Nazis started World War II. Grindelwald used the fear the war inflicted upon the wizarding population, getting them to believe he had the solution to free them from the Muggle terror. Nobody knew it at the time, but Grindelwald used the ignorance of the abilities of the Muggles to get rid of political opponents. Many wizarding families who protested against his methods suddenly disappeared, many of them to the so-called concentration camps, or they were killed on sight. Only after his defeat many found out that their leader had given away the locations of his enemies to the Nazis. But the thought that Muggles and Muggleborns were the downfall of the wizarding world had been rooted in the minds of wizards and witches. The second Dark Lord Voldemort built his reign on the teachings of Grindelwald. He used an existing scapegoat, Muggles and Muggleborns, and gathered his own group of loyal followers, the so-called Death Eaters. Those followers hid their identity by wearing black cloaks and frightening white masks. Here the professor waved his wand to the wall and the beginning of a Death Eater raid was shown. Many of the students' faces were pale seeing it. Nobody knew who they really were, except for those closest to Voldemort. Witches and wizards were afraid who they could trust anymore. What if their neighbor was with Voldemort? The strategy the Death Eaters used is a classical guerrilla tactic. Hit in places that'll hurt the community, create chaos and fear, and disappear before the law enforcers come for you. It was a hit-and-run strategy in the beginning. It got so bad that the people feared even speaking the chosen nom de guerre of the Dark Lord, and they began calling him, "You know who," or "He who must not be named." This behavior only helped Voldemort to strengthen his hold over Britain. The Ministry was busy enough trying to keep the things happening from the Muggles to really do anything useful against the terrorists. A stroke of luck, it can't be described otherwise, was the downfall of Voldemort. While Grindelwald met the end of his power when Albus Dumbledore defeated him in a duel in 1945, Voldemort was defeated by an infant, Harry Potter, who was after this named, the boy who lived. Nobody really knows how he was able to do it, or if it was something his parents managed to do before they died. Probably we will never find out, as the only one who could tell us what happened was only 15 months old at the time. But before Voldemort was defeated, he was winning his war. It would have been a matter of time until he would have taken over Britain. You may ask why. Well, imagine the following scenario. There is a really powerful wizard and has a group of followers that he controls through greed, fanaticism, and fear. This group isn't even that big. From what has been found out after Voldemort's fall, he only had about 20 members of his inner circle, his most devoted followers, and about 200 in the outer circle. They were up against a population of about 50,000. Now normally no Dark Lord would be able to win against such odds. But he nearly did. His followers as well as he were ruthless. They used the 3 unforgivable curses, the Imperius, Cruciatus and Avada Kedavra, every chance they got. By the time the war reached its climax, the normal wizards and witches were so frightened that they ran instead of standing up against the attackers. It didn't help that important members of society agreed with Voldemort's point of view. They supported him in the ambition to make purebloods rule their society and acknowledge their superiority over Muggleborns, half-bloods and of course Muggles. Fear leads to stupidity. While you may be able to explain things to a single person if you have time and are in a secure environment, the person will be able to see reason. But under pressure, the true personality of a person shows. Either they rise through the problem and come out stronger for it, or they break. And if a group is put under pressure, it is only a question of time until the weakest of them will break and the others follow. A big problem was that the government did nothing to organize the resistance against Voldemort properly. In the beginning they didn't even realize that there was a problem, as many of the purebloods were a vital part of the government and thought Voldemort was the solution to the supposed problem of Muggleborns in their society. They got a bad wake-up call. When they finally realized that Voldemort was the main problem, he had sown the seed of doubt and fear in the hearts of the population. He operated from the shadows. He blackmailed who he could and killed who wouldn't be blackmailed. Many of his opponents were members of the pureblood high society. This was when most people finally saw the true colors of their supposed savior. But the breaking into hysteria of the masses was what he was aiming at. This is not only the case in wizarding societies, it is the same with Muggles. I tell you this as I believe that wizards and Muggles aren't that different. Only we have magic and Muggles don't. And because most Muggles don't understand magic, they tend to fear it. Like the wizards fear those magical beings they can't understand, which leads us back to the Goblin Wars. The biggest battles, where open hostility between wizards and goblins led to massive losses on both sides, were only partly covered up to the Muggles. They suspected something and they reacted with overall tension. It was one of the reasons the open warfare eventually ended. Both sides had too much to lose if the Muggles found out about everything. The professor covered important facts, discussed the reasons behind the battles with his students, gave the most important historical dates and names, and opened a discussion what could have been done differently and what lessons the modern wizarding community could learn from the past. Sirius saw that Harry was entranced by the lesson. He followed the discussion with rapt attention and seemed to want being part of the discussion held about the topic. The lesson flew by and the students were given their homework. Sirius signaled Harry that it was time to leave. They emerged from the pensieve and Harry was thrilled. That was a brilliant lesson, Sirius. I never learned so much about the Goblin Wars or the wars against Grindelwald and Voldemort before. And they didn't use the ridiculous names people use here for Voldemort. It was fascinating when he used the animations to point out important facts. It was so interesting. I never knew both sides of the Goblin War reasons. Well, I only knew those parts that Hermione insisted to literally punch in Ron's and my heads for the exams, but now I can way better understand why there are still tensions between wizards and goblins. Harry raved. I'm glad you liked the lesson. I was impressed myself by it. It is a very good way to learn. I think I really will invest into the company producing this. It will be very profitable in the future, Sirius said. You're right. Sirius, I thought of something while listening to the lesson. How many wizards do you think are able to speak gobbledygook? Harry asked. A good question, Harry. I'm afraid I can't answer it. But I think very few compared to the numbers of wizards in Britain, Sirius answered. Do you speak it? Harry wanted to know. Yes, I do. One of the things I had to learn as the heir to a pure-blooded family. It was common back in my childhood, as most lords were concerned about being cheated by the goblins if they weren't able to understand them. Most never bothered with really speaking gobbledygook with the goblins as they regarded them beneath themselves. I did, and I can tell you they appreciated my efforts. It's one of many reasons they regard me as a friend, Sirius informed Harry. Do you think you could teach me? Harry asked. I'm pleased you want to learn it, but what are your reasons? Sirius wanted to know. Well, most of the conflicts between wizards and goblins are big misunderstandings and could be prevented if they were moderated properly by those who are able to look beyond traditions and old grudges. I figured that I wanted to do something for the goblins, as it were them who gave me back the freedom of controlling how I live my life. They managed to transfer the soul piece from my body and freed me of Voldemort's shadow. And they undid the blocks Dumbledore placed upon me. The least I can do is trying to understand them and their culture better. And I will only properly be able to do so if I speak their language, Harry stated. Your parents would be very proud of you, Harry. I can tell you I am. Harry beamed at the praise. I will gladly teach you gobbledygook, but it will take some time to learn it. We have to focus our first few lessons before you have to return to school to get you fit in pureblood customs, etiquette, proper mannerisms and attitude. The earlier you can make allies the better, Sirius promised. Yes, the more people get to know me properly, the less are going to believe nasty rumors about me the next time they're going to come up, Harry said. Exactly. Now the first thing for you to learn is, don't be afraid of who you are. You are Harry James Potter, heir to an old pure blood family. You can't change this, you might as well just accept the fact. Unfortunately, you are also the so-called boy who lived. So you have double the public attention focused on you. They expect a certain behavior from you. They want to see you as the savior of the wizarding world. Give them what they want to see. But more important, control what you let them see. It is impossible to avoid public attention, but you can choose which one you want to have if you are cunning. An example. When you were visiting Diagon Alley with Hagrid the first time, what happened? Sirius asked. Well, as soon as Hagrid had told them that he was helping me getting school supplies, the attention of all the people in the leaky cauldron was directed at me and I felt completely overwhelmed. I didn't know how I should react or why they reacted that way, why they were happy to see me, Harry answered. What do you think they saw in you that day? Sirius asked. He had to get Harry's analytical mind to work. An ability was only as good as it was trained to be used. Harry thought thoroughly about this. They might have seen a little boy who was feeling out of place, and yet they saw their savior. A bit shy, but polite, Harry replied. That seems like an accurate description. As you told me, the reasons for that were your complete ignorance of the wizarding world, as you were never told before that very day that magic existed and you were a wizard. Something they didn't know. Nothing was leaked out to the public where you were living the last 10 years. For all they knew, you would have been placed with trusted allies of Dumbledore and raised to live up to your parentage and fame. There is a conflict in perception. They might have accepted your behavior as being unused to crowds if you were raised isolated to protect you. But this will change, Sirius warned Harry. You mean the older I get, the more they will expect me to know anything I should have learned like all the other wizard-raised children? Harry asked. Yes, Harry. It is not fair, but this is public expectation we are dealing with. There will be people out to catch you off guard just to get a good story. The prime example for a ruthless reporter is Rita Skeeter. She doesn't know any restrictions and isn't shy to write complete lies to get a flashy story, Sirius said, having read the articles of the Blonde Witch thoroughly. So I should avoid her, Harry suggested. No, there is a saying, keep your friends close but your enemies closer, and also the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Get as much information on people who could get dangerous for you and gather as much information about them as you can. Then use it as blackmail material, but subtly. Let them feel that you have their fate in their hands, but show them that you don't abuse your power. As hard as it sounds. You have to treat even those you dislike fairly to be respected and be different than Dumbledore and Voldemort, Sirius explained. But how can I get information about them? Harry asked. It will come with time. And I think there might be Aunt Cassiopeia's infamous black book somewhere here. She had dirt on so many people. It was her meaning in life to get blackmail on all the important people. You have to know the blacks never had to really attack openly. With the fortune of many centuries and their ruthlessness, they managed it without casting flashy spells. Not that they couldn't do those. There will be plenty of opportunity to observe others and get impressions of them when you make your trip to Diagon Alley to buy your school supplies. By the way, which additional subjects did you choose to take this year? Sirius wanted to know. Care of magical creatures and divination, Harry answered. We will have to change that. You will drop divination. The subject is useless. There are only two possibilities, either you are a seer or you are not. And we know for certain that you are not. Add to this that it is the most unreliable branch of magic there is, and you get the picture. Even if someone is gifted as a seer, there is nothing they can teach you about it at school. I guess this makes sense. I mostly chose my new subjects to be together with Ron. So if the subject was crap, I wouldn't be alone there, Harry said. A nice thought, but it would be a waste of your time to try to learn something you simply can't learn. If you were raised in the wizarding world, it would have been important to take Muggle studies, but you know more about Muggles than about wizards, so this would be pointless. Especially with their outdated teaching materials. Believe me if I say they are more than 30 years behind the time. I think you would do quite well in arithmancy and ancient runes. They have lots of practical uses and open you more ways in your career perspectives. Which electives did you choose, Sirius? Harry asked. Ancient runes and care of magical creatures. You have to know that we Marauders had a brilliant plan to cover all our bases. We didn't want to miss upon possibly useful knowledge for our pranks. I have to admit that was main part of our interests. While we took our education serious, we always thought how we could use what we learned to think up new fantastic pranks. So we decided to split up to have at least one of us in each subject. James took arithmancy and ancient runes, Remus Muggle studies, care of magical creatures and arithmancy, and Peter took divination and Muggle studies. We shared what we learned and came up with some wicked pranks, Sirius told Harry fondly. The next hour Sirius spent explaining to Harry what the different subjects included and what uses they had in everyday life. Minerva McGonagall sat in her office at Hogwarts. She was really worried about Harry. So worried she had interrupted her holidays to help in the search parties that were sent all over Britain to find a clue where he could be. Now of all times Albus had to go to the ICW meeting. She regretted to not have been more persistent to not leave Harry with his relatives. It had only been a question of time until he cracked. The constant mistreatment by them would let the most controlled wizard lose his cool, and Harry was just 13 years old. Lily and James must roll in their graves knowing how they had let their son down. If only she could find a clue where Harry could be. As if her wishes had been heard, a very familiar snowy owl descended from the sky to her window. She quickly opened the window. If this was Harry's owl, he could be in trouble and in need of help. The owl soared in and landed at her desk. Minerva was sure this was Hedwig. She held out her leg for Minerva to untie the letter attached to it. She opened the letter with trembling hands. She was relieved that the situation seemingly wasn't a problem to Harry, as Hedwig seemed relaxed. If Harry was in danger she would behave differently. She began reading. Dear Professor McGonagall, I hope you are well, and I am sorry to interrupt your holidays. During my own holidays, which until the day I left my so-called relatives were completely unpleasant, I have had the opportunity to do more research on my newly elected subjects. As I found out, divination is a subject you simply can't learn without having the gift of being a seer. I know I am not gifted. Therefore I wanted to change my electives for the upcoming term. I wish to drop divination and take ancient runes and arithmancy instead. As a reliable source told me, there are a lot more career perspectives with those two subjects than there are with divination. As I don't want to waste my time with a subject I can't learn, I hope you can understand me. I also read all the articles published in the Daily Prophet until today, and I have to tell you I am disappointed. They all talk about how worried they are about me being in danger while Sirius Black is running free. Really, he can't be worse than Voldemort himself, and I had to fight him twice during the last 2 years. I'm almost afraid to think what horror I will have to face this year at the supposedly safest place in Britain, according to Hagrid's words when he took me to Diagon Alley on my birthday 2 years ago. Minerva stopped reading for a moment. Hagrid had taken Harry there? She always thought Albus had shown Harry everything and told him about the wizarding world. That was the reason why she had agreed to not be the one to tell Harry about his place at Hogwarts. As it is, I am rather confused about their behavior. Why do they speak now? They haven't bothered to check on me for all of the 10 years I was kept in the dark about my heritage. There is obviously an organization that looks after magical children, and if they grow up properly, well, I can definitely tell you they would have been outraged how my aunt, uncle and cousin treated me, but nothing ever happened. I read in the Prophet that Minister Fudge doesn't want to punish me for the accidental outburst of magic, but I don't know if I can trust the ministry. They have never done anything to help me before, and I even got an official warning because a house elf, who tried to stop me from returning to Hogwarts last year, used a hovering charm, and I was blamed for it. I haven't experienced fairness in this world yet. All of the wizarding community celebrates me as their savior from Voldemort, but they never thought about my well-being while growing up. Has anybody ever thought of checking if there was lasting damage from the killing curse I survived? I know nobody has checked my scar while I was aware of it. Well, don't bother with it. I found help and the results were not pleasant. By the way, this letter is enchanted, so you can't tell others the things I wrote about besides my changes of subjects. Don't take it personal, Professor, but I can't trust anybody at the moment. I will visit Diagon Alley on August 29th to get my supplies. You are free to come too. But be sure, I won't even consider going back to the Dursleys next summer. The Ministry and Dumbledore can whine as much as they want. I don't care. I have had enough of being treated like a SLV, being imprisoned in my so-called home and having to listen to my abusive relatives. That place had never been home to me and will never be, so everybody can just keep their opinions for themselves if they think they have anything to say in my life from now on. Sorry for the rant, but I had to get this out. I have a safe place to stay at where I am wanted for the first time since my parents died. You can't imagine what this means to me, and I won't allow anybody to take this happiness from me. Minerva could. She had to smile at the thought of Harry being in a loving environment. As I found out with the help of the goblins, they aren't even my blood relatives. My mother was adopted by my grandparents. She was a pure-blooded witch from the House of Bolton. This was a shock to Minerva. The Bolton family? Lily was the lost heiress of the most influential family in European wizarding economy? And now it was Harry? It was clear he had been at Gringotts to find this out. It was extremely clever making sure the recipient of the letter was unable to speak about this. But why did he tell her at all? Did he need her support? Please give the book list for my new subjects, if it is possible to change them. To Hedwig, she knows where to find me. Don't bother putting a tracking charm on her, it would be lifted the moment she passed the wards keeping the place I am staying at safe. Oh, I almost forgot, could you add one of the pamphlets Muggleborn students get before they enter Hogwarts to the letter, please? I never got one and I am sick of being kept in the dark about the magical world. Everyone knows more about my life than I do, and I intend to change this. Yours sincerely, Harry James Potter, heir of the noble and most ancient houses of Potter, Bolton, Peverell, Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. Oh my God! Minerva gasped. Harry is the heir of two of the founders of Hogwarts. How could we not have been informed of this? How could he not have been informed of this? And why did Albus place him with the Muggles if there wasn't any blood relation? She paled rapidly. The argument Albus had used to make her stop arguing over Harry's living arrangements had been that his mother left him a powerful protection in her blood and that Harry only was safe where his mother's blood lived, in other words her sister. Without the blood protection, Harry was completely defenseless there except for whatever additional precautions Albus might have put in place. She would stand at Harry's side in this. There was no reason torturing him anymore with living there if there was no benefit in it. She should really send the Wizarding Children's Service on the case. Those Muggles deserved it. She took her quill and wrote an answer for Harry. It was time for her to help the boy. She needed to get him to trust her. Oh yes, she could understand that he had trust issues. It was just the consequent conclusion of everything that had been happening. His horrible childhood was due to Albus Dumbledore, a wizard of high standing, placing him in the worst possible environment growing up. Then he had been denied crucial information to find into the world he had been born into, and being punished for things he hadn't done was certainly not helping. It was so wrong that the censors alarming the Ministry of Underage Magic weren't able to distinguish between the users. Dear Mr. Potter, I was pleased to hear from you. I was worried you would have gotten yourself in a dangerous situation again. I know you don't do it intentionally, but allow me to say you seem to attract trouble. The change of subjects from divination to arithmancy and ancient runes will be arranged for you, and I have included the requested book list. I was shocked to learn that you were never properly instructed to the particularities of the wizarding world. If you have any questions about it, feel free to ask me. Until now I was under the impression that you had been given all the information Muggleborn children are given and had been informed about your position as an heir to a noble house by the headmaster. Due to your position in the wizarding world as heir of one of the oldest houses, it would have been his duty to tell you everything you needed to know. Not only as headmaster of Hogwarts but also as head of the Wizengamot. I will support you in your decision to never return to those terrible Muggles you had to grow up with. I was against this decision, but I trusted Professor Dumbledore to know what he was doing. I was told that by dying for you, your mother left you with a powerful blood protection that warded the place where her blood lived on, in other words her sister Petunia. But with her being adopted, this place won't be safe for you any longer, and I am glad that nothing ever happened to you there. I look forward to seeing you for the new term. Please be vigilant and don't try hunting down Sirius Black. I am sure you have read the newspaper articles that said he betrayed your parents, but he is a fully grown wizard. You don't stand a chance against him yet. Please don't endanger your life needlessly. I won't tell anybody about your letter, not even the wish to change your subjects. I think you have your reasons for staying hidden, and I believe you deserve the happiness you seemingly found. If you are ready to talk about it, I would be pleased to listen to your story. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Head of Gryffindor House. She was satisfied with her letter. It would take time for Harry to trust her again, but it would be possible. The only thing left was training more in occlumency. With Albus being as accomplished as a legilimens as he was, she had to guard her secrets well. She wasn't at Severus level, but she was quite capable. She turned to Hedwig to tie her reply to her leg. Have a safe flight, Hedwig. If you could speak, I would tell you to tell Harry I will support him and do everything to gain his trust, but I think you probably can only show him that I haven't done anything to expose his secrets, she told the owl. Hedwig hooted and then she took flight. Soon Minerva was unable to see her anymore. Sirius and Harry sat comfortably in the living room. They had just finished another lesson and Sirius thought it would be time for a break. Sirius? Harry began. Yes, Harry. Don't you think we should start liven up the house somehow? I mean, you told me you always hated the dark and glumly place in your childhood. Why don't we begin renovating it, so we like it better? We could set up one room for the whole old portraits of your family so they can talk all they want with each other, but don't bother us all the time. It's kind of creepy how they observe me sometimes, Harry suggested. That's a good idea. Oh yes, I love it, and I know just the room where we can put all the portraits. The room had been enlarged by my father before he died. I never found out what he wanted the room for, but now we can use it as you suggested. We will store all the things we don't want in our home there and only keep those we like, Sirius said, grinning. What do we wait for? Let's get started, Harry said enthusiastically. Sirius chuckled. He stood up from his armchair and led Harry to the soon-to-be storing room for his family reminders. Harry nodded, looking at the room. They might even like it here if the lookout of the house is any indication, he commented. Sirius snorted. Harry was right, the room was dark and decorated in the Slytherin colors. They directly set to work. Sirius told Creature to sort all the items the Black family had collected over the centuries by types so that he could look over them to decide which parts of his family history he would take with him into his new life and which he would put in the outdated part in the large room. Creature was wary to move the things in the house, but as Sirius told him, he wasn't getting rid of the Black heirlooms, just reorganizing them. He helped them. Sirius thanked him by granting him to choose 2 items of all the things he sorted out to keep for himself. Creature was overwhelmed by the generosity of his master and got to work more eagerly. Harry was moving one portrait after the other to the room, placing the portraits at the ground to wait until they had all of them in one place before putting them on the walls. The people in the paintings were protesting, but they paid them no mind. It was their house now and they would decorate it their way of liking. Sirius was unable to take down his mother's portrait in the entrance hall. Harry could tell by her shrieking that she was outraged about his behavior. Then it became quiet. Harry, curious what Sirius had done to silence her, went to the entrance hall. He could still see Mrs. Black shrieking but didn't hear a sound. Silencing charm, Sirius explained, grinning. Harry grinned back at him. This was funny. Did you find a possibility to remove the portrait, Sirius? Harry asked. No, she seems to have put a permanent sticking charm on the back of her portrait, just to spite me, Sirius complained. Would it help to carve out the wall a bit under the portrait? If the charm sticks it to the wall, it wouldn't help if we attacked the wall directly, Harry suggested. Sirius was dumbstruck. That was simple and brilliant. He fondly ruffled Harry's hair. Great idea, Harry. Let me think which spell would be best, then I will get started. She will calm down once she is with the other outdated family members. Harry enjoyed his time with Sirius. They worked hard to shape Grimmauld Place into the home they wanted it to be, but it was so much fun. Sirius joked around with him, told him stories of his parents and their marauders' days and taught him new spells while working on the house. Creature made sure that they always had enough to drink and little snacks. Harry was happier than ever before in his life, and he wanted to stay like this. He sure missed his friends, but he had written letters, asking if they wanted to meet him at the 29th when he would be going to Diagon Alley to get his school supplies. He had got a heated letter from Hermione who berated him for disappearing like he did. Boy was he glad that she didn't know how to write a howler yet, but she assured him that she could understand his desire to leave his horrible relatives. She wished he would have told an authority person where he went, so his safety was ensured. It was typically Hermione, but she didn't know all the facts. He remembered what it took persuading her that Snape was not unquestionable in their first year at school. Ron just stated he was glad that Harry was well. He wanted to know how he managed escaping all the lookouts from the Ministry. He also told him that he would like to meet him at Diagon Alley, as he also had to go there to get some medicine for Scabbers. He wasn't that well since their return from Egypt. Harry frowned at the thought of the rat. He was the reason why he didn't have parents. He would make sure the bastard paid for his sins. He was getting ready to take the new portkey to Gringotts. Sirius wanted him to meet with Snowcack again to go over his investments. It was also part of Harry's pureblood training. Harry thought it was wise being able to manage your own finances, as there were many things that he could influence with the amount of wealth he had inherited. He had meditated over the things Sirius had told him what power pureblood families held. Meditation was another thing Sirius had suggested him to practice, as it helped sorting through your thoughts. It was also part of learning occlumency, which Sirius insisted for him to learn. Harry had to agree. He didn't want anybody being able to invade his mind, least of all Dumbledore or Snape. Harry was cautious with the amount of power he would one day have. He didn't want to turn into another Dumbledore, who used his power to manipulate others for his own goals. Alone the thought was disgusting. But he had the problem. He would have this power and he had to use it. He had spoken with Sirius about this problem and he had told him something very important. Magic or power had no aspect of light and dark in itself. The intention behind it was what made it light or dark magic. Most people believed blood magic to be dark arts, but a very powerful form of blood magic by his mother had saved Harry's life. A simple Wingardium Leviosa could make objects fly and was considered light magic. But if used in a certain way, you could kill someone with it. Didn't Harry know the power of that specific spell? Magic was about intention, and the world was not only black and white, but it had gray parts. Parts which allowed them to do what was necessary without being punished, but if certain people found out, they would be looked at suspiciously. Another thing Harry had been thinking about was a Muggle movie that he and Sirius had seen one evening at a cinema 20 minutes away from Grimmauld Place. It was one of the family times the two had. They had seen Spider-Man, and the advice Ben Parker had given Peter was ringing in Harry's ears. From great power comes great responsibility. Harry thought there had never been truer words been spoken. Sirius stood next to him and counted down for the activation of the portkey. Harry felt the now more familiar pull and they were taken to Gringotts. His landing had improved since the last time. Soon they found themselves in the office of Snowcack. "It's nice to meet you again, Harry," Sirius. "I hope your recovery from the rituals has been without complications, Harry." "Yes, thank you for your concern, Snowcack. I'm really grateful for all the help the goblins have given me. I feel better than I have ever felt before in my life. It's like breathing fresh air after being confined in a closed room for years." "Good to hear that we were successful. Well, let's move to the reason you are here today. I have prepared one of our strongest glamour crystals for you, Sirius. Not even Alistair Moody will be able to identify you with his magical eye. Only goblin magic is able to penetrate it. Well, and house elves can see through it, if they are bonded to you. It is part of the enchantment between master and house elf," Snowcack explained. Sirius nodded. "Thank you, Snowcack. This will help me to stay hidden in plain sight, and I can help Harry more openly. What do you suggest by which name I should go?" Sirius asked, taking the crystal. "It would have to be some name or title that is true. It wouldn't do if anybody could call you out for lying. Thankfully I have an easy solution for this. If you would take the inheritance test, we could see if you had other lordships than the Black, and you could go by one of them," Snowcack answered, grinning slyly. "I know why I like you goblins so much. You are just sly, intelligent bastards with a good sense of humor in you," Sirius said, grinning at Snowcack. If he spoke with other goblins like this, they would probably be irritated, but his and Snowcack's relation went back for years and they had built a mutual understanding of each other. There were 3 major components for getting the goblins to help you: respecting them, not taking anything for given, and earning profit. Sirius combined these aspects perfectly. He was the head of one of the most wealthy families in Great Britain, had always treated the goblins with respect, and his mind was so sly and tended to look at things from an odd angle that he could keep up with Snowcack. Sirius took the dagger to cut his hand, let 7 drops of his blood fall into the potion and waited for the results to appear on the parchment. He was quite surprised when he found a new lordship and 2 new vaults on the parchment. "Blimey! How did I get those?" Sirius asked, surprised. Inheritance test of Sirius Orion Black inherited lordships, titles. Noble and most ancient house of Black, noble and most ancient house of Rivermore. Comte de Jarget inherited family vaults, Black family. Rivermore family, de Jarget family, France, Charpate family, France. Thornston family, Wellington family, held by Binnings Bank, USA. "Well, it seems I had some family outside Britain that was higher ups," Sirius said. "You could say that. The de Jargeses were some of the most well-liked nobles of France, even during the French Muggle Revolution. They always stood firm in their beliefs. They were the most trusted servants of the French kings, being a military family. But they also had strong ties to the common people. They listened to their problems and went out of their way to help and protect them. They lived the way the old noble houses were originally founded. A great sense of honor made them extremely popular. And they were good at hiding in the open. The church never even thought of accusing them of witchcraft," Snowcack explained. "I see. And the best part is, nobody knows that I am related to them. It's a new lordship. This is the thing I can use to build a good reputation. I will do my business under the title Comte de Jarget, and nobody besides the goblins will be any the wiser. We can concoct a story how I found Harry leaving his relatives and, of course, recognizing him, offered to help him with his problems. I let him stay at my manor and was told his real story. This way I can apply for official guardianship of him. But we still want to do the blood adoption ceremony, Snowcack." "I asked Harry and he wants it too," Sirius said. "Yes, I want nothing more than to become Sirius' son. I want to have a real family," Harry confirmed quickly. "Yes, this will work just fine. I believe in half a year you would have most of the magical society at your side if you do this right." Snowcack grinned. Harry was the one grinning now. "Oh, we intend to make a big show on the 29th. Imagine, poor Harry Potter re-emerging from his self-inflicted hiding from his horrible Muggle relatives. With the assurance from the Minister of Magic in the Prophet, believing the magical community will be helping him to escape them for good. Offering them a picture-perfect pureblood heir, who has been mistreated in the past, they will fall over themselves to assist me. And by doing it on the 29th, we assure that nobody would bother sending me somewhere else, as Hogwarts will start on September 1st, Harry described. And then this extremely good-looking pureblood Comte, who has moved to Britain just a few months ago, shows up and, seeing the plight of young Harry, takes him under his wing, distracting them not to look too closely at Harry. It will after all take some time for him to be perfect in pureblood customs, but for the time being we can blame it on the trauma of what the Muggles have done to him. I will make a good show of the concerned paternal figure Harry has sorely missed in his life so far. I bet Rita will have a field day. This kind of story is too good to pass even without lying her butt of," Sirius pointed out. "You plan to use Rita Skeeter?" Snowcack asked, surprised. "Indeed. Normally any self-respecting wizard and witch knows that she writes a lot of bullshit, but people like gossip. The more the better, and a heartbreaking story about the boy who lived will serve our interests. And Rita has already set the stage for us. All those uncomfortable articles for the Ministry and Dumbledore are helping us along with our goals nicely. As long as people think they know what is going on with Harry and sympathize with him, they won't ask the deeper questions that can't be answered right now. The Comte de Jarget, who will attract the public interest, is the obvious answer how Harry managed to disappear without them being able to find him," Sirius explained. "Yes, I see. Give them a piece of the truth, cloth it in many layers of glamour and the hint of a secret, and they will stop proper investigations. How come you weren't sorted into Slytherin with a devious mind like yours, Sirius?" Snowcack asked. "I threatened the Sorting Hat that I would make his life a hell if he put me with the arrogant pricks. He chuckled and told me he admired my balls to threaten an imprint of Godric Gryffindor's mind and put me into Gryffindor," Sirius told him. "I never knew that the Hat was an imprint of Gryffindor himself," Harry said, surprised. "Well, not only him, the other 3 poured their wishes into the personality of the Hat too, but he mostly is Gryffindor's imprint. I don't know if any other student ever was sorted into a house because he wished to be there after me," Sirius said. "Yes, I was," Harry admitted. I was totally scared when I heard we would be sorted and was afraid that I wouldn't be put into any house and sent back to the Dursleys. The hat told me that I had several qualities. I had just made friends with Ron on the train and he told me that most dark wizards had come from Slytherin. I saw Malfoy being sorted there and only wished to be somewhere else. I didn't care which house, as long as it wasn't Slytherin. Sirius smiled. He could relate to this. But he really considered sorting me into Slytherin. You don't know how relieved I was to be sorted into Gryffindor in the end. Oh, but I do. To be honest, everybody has some qualities of all the houses, they're just not as pronounced as those that represent the house you are sorted into. Sirius explained. I see you two are somewhat alike, Snowcack said. He then pulled out a parchment with the exact list of Harry's belongings. This is the original list that isn't to leave Gringotts, Harry. I think you will find yourself surprised with it. He handed Harry the parchment and Harry began to read with Sirius looking over his shoulder. Total account of Harry James Potter liquid holdings. Potter Trust Vault, automatically refilling each the 31st of July to 50.000 galleons. Potter Family Vault 24.987.580 galleons, 472.165 sickles, 39.706 nuts. Bolden Family Vault 344.501.733 galleons, 567.012 sickles, 67.987 nuts. Peverell Family Vault 203.507 galleons, 45.678 sickles, 3.567 nuts. Gryffindor Family Vault 508.903.100 galleons, Ravenclaw Family Vault 1.989.034 galleons, 300.731 sickles, Romanov Family Vault 4.544.876 galleons, 345.723 sickles, 12 nuts, Manoy Family Vault 3.000.003 galleons, Junor Family Vault no liquid holdings. Stewart Family Vault 134.765 galleons, 15 sickles, non-liquid holdings. Potter Trust Vault Potter Family Vault jewelry, rubies, diamonds, emeralds, chains, rings, bracelets. Total worth 366.023 galleons. Family portraits total amount 3 magical artifacts total amount 23. Bolden Family Vault, jewelry, rubies, diamonds, emeralds, sapphires total worth 5.366.023 galleons. Peverell Family Vault no items, Gryffindor Family Vault. Sword, current location Headmaster Office Hogwarts. Wands total amount 2 Ravenclaw Family Vault diadem, Horcrux, current location Hogwarts Room of Requirement. Books total amount 1.265 Romanov Family Vault, books total amount 368. Manoy Family Vault no items, Junor Family Vault magical artifacts total amount 44. Muggle artifacts total amount 234. Stewart Family Vault. No items. Investments. Wizarding magical companies cumulated from all families. 12% Flourish and Blots. 3% Florine Fortesque Ice Cream Parlor. 49% The Quibbler. 75% Daily Profit. 34% Arabian Carpet Industries. 6% Magimagus Inc. 25% Madame Malkins. 35% Honeydukes. 89% St. Mungo's, 76% WWN, 4% Aelops Owl Emporium, 7% Ollivanders. 100% Bolden Enterprise, 100% Junor Potions, 100% Junor Wizarding Technologies. 40% Romanov Healing Equipment Muggle Companies, 23% Microsoft. 37% Hugo Boss, 49% Grunnings, 3% McDonald's, 17% Chanel. 9% Tokyo TV, 51% Nike, 72% Royal Bank of Scotland. 5% Nintendo Real Estates Potter Manor, Wales, Great Britain. Bolden Mansion, Camargue, France. Apartment number 4, 23 Lexington Avenue, New York, USA. Mansion, Bordeaux, France. Chateau de la Lune, France, vineyard included. City Palais, Salzburg, Austria. Mansion, Los Angeles, USA. Traditional Japanese House, Kyoto, Japan. Cottage, Atlantic Ocean Coast, Spain. Mansion, Apostat, South Africa. Harry just couldn't believe it. He was stinking rich. Even richer than he thought what would be possible. What the hell should he do with so much money? This was more he could ever spend in one life. And he had several estates he could choose to live in. Oh my God. He managed to bring out. You can say this, Harry. If this ever gets out, you won't be safe from so-called business partners who want you to invest in their companies. Or witches who want to marry you for your wealth. We should get you something to protect you against love potions. Sirius pondered. Well, at least we know you will never run out of money. This amount would suffice to bring a 20-headed family through without having problems for all their lives and their children's lives as well, Sirius commented. Harry reread the statement again. Then he read a certain word he and Sirius had discussed a lot in the past days. Sirius, I own a Horcrux of Voldemort. He made Ravenclaw's Diadem 1 and it is currently at Hogwarts, Harry said solemnly. Sirius just nodded. Well, then we know what you will do during the year despite learning. You will look for the hiding place of the Horcrux. At least we know what it is. It would have been way harder to find out where and what it was at the same time if we only knew that it was somewhere at Hogwarts. By the way, Snowcack, could we borrow one of your Horcrux destroying experts? I have a Horcrux at home that Regulus managed to steal from Voldemort. It has to be destroyed and I figured we should probably let experts do the job. You can take your fee from the Black family vault, Sirius asked. With pleasure. I will tell the department and let them set up a date, Snowcack confirmed. Thank you, Snowcack, Sirius said. Harry became thoughtful. He looked at a certain investment he held. Snowcack, Sirius, does either of you know what kind of company Junor Wizarding Technologies is? I have never heard of technology being used by wizards, Harry wondered. Well, it isn't really operating in Britain as many wizards frown upon anything that is related to Muggle technologies. Estelle Junor was a famous witch born in France about 120 years ago. At the time she was an adult, the Muggles had made some really impressive inventions to ease their lives. She was one of the few who made the effort to really learn the accomplishments of Muggles. Soon she looked for ways to combine the best parts of magic and technology. The Wizarding Wireless Network was one of the first real results accepted in Britain. It would be impossible for wizards in Britain to live without the WWN today. It publishes news, music and dramas. It is common to everybody today if they have grown up in the wizarding world. With the results of her research selling really well, she quickly earned a lot of money. She reinvested it in her studies of combining Muggle technologies and magic. It became one of the biggest companies in Europe, Snowcack summarized. Harry had a wicked grin. What are you thinking about? You have that marauder look on your face. Every time your father had this look on his face a very ingenious prank was planned, Sirius said. I told you about the Weasleys, right? Harry asked. Sirius nodded. Ron's dad, Arthur Weasley, is working for the Ministry in the Department for Misuse of Muggle Artifacts. They pay him really bad if what I have seen at the Burrow is any indication. The Weasleys have readily taken me in last summer after Ron, Fred and George had rescued me from the prison the Dursleys made my room into. They would never accept any help in the form of money just given to them. Their pride wouldn't allow it, but if Junor Wizarding Technologies would contact Mr. Weasley, based on what they heard of his liking for Muggle technology, he would be excited. He likes nothing more than to learn about Muggles and their inventions. If he was offered a well-paid job there, the Weasleys wouldn't have so many problems with money and would keep their pride. If what you told me about the prejudices in the Ministry is right, then I suspect they have placed Mr. Weasley on a low-paid job on purpose. The Weasleys don't behave like your typical pureblood family. They're a lot more warm-hearted. And I want to repay their kindness towards me, Harry told them. Both the others were surprised about Harry's thoughts. Sirius realized that Harry was probably right about Mr. Weasley's placing at the Ministry. Well, one more job for the Comte de Jarget to be done, he commented, only to be hugged by Harry. Thank you, Sirius. Harry thanked him happily. It's no problem, kiddo. I would really like to meet the people who have been so nice to you even if they have enough trouble of getting along themselves. Sirius replied, smiling. They spent another 2 hours with discussing a new investment strategy for Harry and Sirius. Harry was looking at himself in the full-body mirror in his room. It was August 29th and the great show would start in half an hour, when they would enter Diagon Alley through the leaky cauldron. They had chosen this day not only because it was so close to the start of term at Hogwarts but also as it was the last day of the ICW meeting Dumbledore was attending, so that would make it impossible for the old coot to interfere with their plans. He was excited. This would be a great prank to play at all those stuck-up wizards that thought they could mess with others. He had learned all about pureblood customs he could in the short time Sirius and he had been together. He had relearned to use his spells from the first 2 years. It helped immensely that the wards around number 12 Grimmauld Place prevented the Ministry from finding out he was using magic outside of school. He even found all his subjects came really easily to him this time around. He soon had mastered all his spells again and this time he understood the theory behind them. He could understand now why Hermione insisted on understanding the stuff so much. It made a huge difference. But with his blocks he had been unable to see that. He also read some of Sirius' old school books to prepare better for the new term. As he officially only got his school supplies today he couldn't really order some by Owl. It would ruin the show they had planned. He finally was satisfied with his looks and went down to meet Sirius. His look had significantly changed since he had arrived here a week after his birthday. He was missing his glasses as he didn't need them anymore. He wore black pants, a red long-sleeved button-up shirt and wizard robes in a very dark blue. They were styled to be open in the front, much like Muggle trench coats. Harry really liked them. They fit him perfectly. Sirius had taught him about style and how important it was to make a good first impression. Sirius' look was somewhat similar to his, only his pants and shirt were completely black with a silver robe. The robe bore the family crest of the noble and most ancient house of Dejarge. Sirius' hair was still its normal black. It was bound in a low ponytail. His eyes changed to blue and his beard was gone. His facial features were still handsome but nobody would recognize him as Sirius Black. He gave the full expression of a pureblood lord. "Ready, Harry?" Sirius asked. "As ready as I can be." "Do you remember everything you have to tell when you will be cornered?" "Of course. I ran away after my horrible relatives went too far, insulting my parents and treating me like dirt. I took my things after I lost control over my emotions after bottling everything up for weeks, trying my best not to go against the statute of secrecy. Then I tell them how I got lost and you found me, struggling in a Muggle town. You offered me your help and introduced yourself as the Comte de Jarge. After living with you for some time in your safe house, you told me to call you Uncle Orion as you knew my parents from a vacation and became friends with them." "Very good, Harry. Well, let's get going. We have an audience to fool." Harry laughed and took a handful of flow powder. He stepped in front of the fireplace and threw the powder into the flames which turned green immediately. He stepped into the flames. "Leaky cauldron," he clearly pronounced. He spun around himself and arrived at his destination. This time he waited for the spinning to stop a bit before countering the spin with a slight turn in the opposite direction before stepping out of the fireplace, dusting some ash from his clothes. He had trained 3 days with Sirius at Grimmauld Place, flowing from the kitchen to the entrance hall and back to get a grip of the travel. He stood perfectly relaxed next to the fireplace when everybody in the pub began staring at him. Soon Sirius arrived. He cleared the ash from himself and Harry with a quick Scourgify. Looking around he saw lots of wizards and witches coming over. He raised his hand, stopping them from toppling over Harry. "I know you have some questions about Harry's well-being, but be assured he is all right. As you all can see, we have business to attend today and we would like to get the supplies for Harry before nightfall. Mr. Potter, I am so glad to see you well. I'm Penny Handbeer and I am a healer at St. Mungo's. If you wouldn't mind, would it be a problem if I checked you for any health problems? We were all very worried about you when we heard about your disappearance, especially in this dangerous time with a murderer running around free." Harry donned his mask and smiled at her. This was better than they could have planned. "Healer Handbeer, I really appreciate your concern for my well-being, but as my uncle said, we have a tight schedule today. While I have had really bad experiences during the first weeks during the summer holidays at the home of my so-called relatives, after Uncle Orion found me, he made sure that I recovered just fine. A French healer, who is a personal friend of him, did a complete health check on me just a few days ago. Except for some malnutrition and signs of not getting enough to eat and too little sun, I am healthy. It has already been taken care of." "This uncle is not the same one we read in the Prophet about?" a middle-aged witch asked threateningly. "Oh no, Sweet Merlin, no, Harry interrupted. I'm sorry I haven't properly introduced him. This is Orion de Jarge, current Comte de Jarge. He has only shown me the greatest kindness since he found me lost in a Muggle city. I really hadn't planned what to do after I left the house of the Dursleys, the Muggles I was staying with. It was a spontaneous act after they had gotten me past the point where I could control my emotions. He looked down as if the memory bothered him. This act melted the hearts of the older witches present and called forward their mother instincts. The younger witches had stars in their eyes as if they wanted to be the ones to comfort Harry. Sirius used the opportunity to assuringly place his hand on Harry's shoulder, which made Harry look up gratefully. They had planned a gesture like that to make everybody see how comfortable Harry was around Sirius. Harry returned his look at the wizards and witches in front of him. You can't imagine how hard it was to keep my emotions inside without having anybody who liked me. I even had to send my beloved owl Hedwig to stay with friends trying to get Vernon Dursley, my Muggle uncle, to sign my permission to visit Hogsmeade this year. His horrible sister Marge was visiting and she was not informed about magic. To add to my misery there, they told her lies about me being no better than a criminal. Those Muggles hate everything connected with magic. They have called me a freak all my life. I was so glad to be able to escape them when I got my letter to Hogwarts, but every summer I had to return, being an orphan. This outraged all the wizards and witches present. How could the hero of the wizarding world be forced to live like that? Who had been responsible for this scandal? Sirius recognized a certain blonde witch, using a green quill to take rapid notes. Step 1 was inaction. Nobody could keep Rita quiet. This would be a nice article in the next issue of The Prophet. Now Harry continued to tell his part. I am really glad that Minister Fudge understands that it was all an accident. I was really concerned that they would send me to Azkaban. A friend of mine, he was really my first friend in the magical world and the first person to ever give me a birthday present on my 11th birthday, has been sent there last year despite being innocent of the things that happened at Hogwarts last year. My friends and I managed to prove his innocence, but what he told of the place was terrible. Many nodded at this. Azkaban was the stuff nightmares were made of. Harry, as much as I would like to stay and lay the concerns of these nice patrons to rest, we have to get going, Sirius said kindly. Of course, Uncle Orion. Harry and Sirius strode to the door that led to the wall that was the entrance to Diagon Alley. Did she take the bait? Harry asked quietly. Yes, you were great. Sirius answered equally quiet. Harry tapped the bricks in the wall in the correct pattern and he and Sirius waited until the wall opened the entrance. They stepped into the alley and were soon the center of attention. They ignored all the stares directed at Harry and walked with a confident posture and easy elegance that most people were impressed of. Oh yes, Sirius had taught Harry very well. Sirius could hear several girls giggling and when he looked around as if he was looking for a certain shop he could see a lot of them were blushing. Well, Harry definitely was good-looking and with clothes that really fit him well and the potions regimen he had been given by Charles Dupont to counter his health problems. He was what most young witches would call eye candy. Harry was oblivious to this. Well, he would get used to this kind of attention sooner or later. Their first stop was Gringotts to keep appearance. They got some gold for both of them, making a good show in front of the wizards and witches around. It was really funny for Harry to see their faces faltering as he greeted Griphook in flawless gobbledygook. He didn't really know much of the language yet, but he had learned some formal greeting phrases and basic vocabulary. It wasn't nearly enough to hold a conversation, but for the show effect they intended it was perfect. They left the audience gawking that the cold-behaved goblins were even smiling at the famous Harry Potter just for speaking their language. Well, it was more like he was their wealthiest client and respected them. But nobody needed to know that. After the visit to Gringotts they entered Flourish and Blots for Harry's new school books. He had to get the books for defense against the dark arts, transfiguration, charms, arithmancy and ancient runes. As Hagrid had already sent him the book required for care of magical creatures, he made the employee very happy to not have to get one of them out of the cage they were kept in. Sirius also got Harry 3 additional books on practical defense, occlumency and battle transfiguration. There was no doubt he wanted Harry to prepare for all eventualities. The next stop was the apothecary to replenish Harry's stock of potion ingredients. Harry knew his real studies in the subject would take place on the weekends. Sirius had found a good way to get Harry from Hogwarts to Grimmauld Place and back. The Hogwarts wards let house elves through so Creature would take Harry to Grimmauld Place to continue his studies and bring him back when he was finished. It would ensure that Harry got away from school for some hours to go over his additional learning materials and give the two time to just talk. So Sirius got an advanced potion-making kit and a book that taught the reactions of ingredients with each other, certain techniques to prepare the ingredients the right way and why you had to stir in one direction or the other for Harry too. Finally Harry spotted the two people he wanted to meet most. Ron and Hermione sat in front of Florian Fortesque's ice cream parlor just getting their sundaes. "Ron, Hermione," he shouted and ran over to them. They looked at him and their faces lit up. "Harry," they happily answered his call. Hermione was the first to get up and hug Harry. Ron just put his hand on Harry's shoulder. "Good to see you, mate. We are really glad to see you well," he said. "How could you just run away? That was so irresponsible. I can't be angry with you for wanting to get out of there, but you could have gone to an authority person to help you. With this criminal on the run, you could have been killed," she ranted. Harry knew she had his best interests at heart, but he thought that there would have been no chance at all that Dumbledore would have let him leave the place. No, it was easier to ask for forgiveness than for permission. "I'm really happy to see you two again. It was horrible at the Dursleys. More than usual. Vernon's sister Marge was visiting and it was pure torture, I can tell you. I tried to ignore her taunting by concentrating on the manual for the broom kit you gave me for my birthday, Hermione, but it didn't work when she started insulting my parents. I lost it then and there. I'm glad I'm not in trouble with the Ministry right now. By the way, thank you both for your birthday presents." "You're welcome, Harry. Who is the man who accompanies you?" Hermione asked. "Oh right, I nearly forgot, Hermione. Ron, I want you to meet Orion de Jarge, current Comte de Jarge and a sort of uncle to me. He knew my parents when they were younger. Uncle Orion, these are Hermione Granger and Ron Weasley, my best friends. I'm pleased to meet you too. Harry has told me a lot of things about you. I'm glad he has such good friends as you too," Sirius said. "Harry, why don't you join your friends for some ice cream to catch up with them? I will meanwhile look for an owl. As Kendrick has died of old age recently, I need a new one for my post. Here are some galleons. Invite your friends to some sundaes, as I figure their old ones have melted already," he said, looking at Ron's and Hermione's old sundaes melting in the August sun. "Yes, thank you, Uncle Orion," Harry answered, smiling. "You're welcome, Harry. I will come back in an hour to fetch you. Have fun, you three," he said, leaving them alone. Ron was the first one to speak. "Wow, who the hell is this guy?" "Ron, I told you who he is," Harry said, grinning. "Yes, you told us his name, but how do you know him?" "Well, he was the one who found me when I was lost in the Muggle world. While I know how to behave to not stand out there, it is a bit difficult to do so while you are carrying a big trunk and a cage and are not able to shrink them due to the law against underage magic. I'm just glad Hedwig wasn't there, or it would have been worse. Meeting him was a coincidence. While I was looking for a way not to be found by neither the Muggle police nor the Ministry, I was really worried about being sent to Azkaban like they did with Hagrid last year. Uncle Orion spotted me and of course he identified me. Damn Scar," Harry added at the end. Hermione smiled sympathetically while Ron just grinned. "He approached me and introduced himself. I was suspicious at first, but after he told me he was a friend of my parents since they had met during a holiday shortly after they finished school and could prove it with some old wizarding photos, I believed him and followed him. He asked me why I would run away and I told him. I can tell you he was furious to hear it. He told me I could live with him from there on and call him uncle. Believe me if I say his house is great. It is hidden with so many magical wards it is probably nearly as safe as Hogwarts or Gringotts. And the best part is, he has applied for guardianship over me. If the officials agree, I will never have to return to the Dursleys. I can finally have a real family." "Oh Harry, that's wonderful," Hermione said. "Yes, congratulations, mate," Ron said, looking a bit jealous for Harry having a rich uncle. But he soon settled for being happy for his friend finally getting out of that place. After all, he had been there to rescue Harry last year with the twins' help. And he had gotten a glimpse of Vernon Dursley trying to prevent Harry's escape. Nobody but Harry recognized the small beetle sitting in a bush, but he dismissed the thought. He was happy that his best friends were happy for him. "How is your uncle's house and where do you live?" Ron asked. "Well, I'm sorry I can't tell you yet where the house is. Uncle Orion said this information is strictly confidential to keep the security. I can only tell when he allows it. But the house is great. It has 4 floors and is really big. Well, probably you can await this as Uncle Orion is a Comte. We are currently renovating it with the help of our old house elf. The house has been empty for many years and there were some uninvited house guests we had to kick out." "House guests?" Hermione asked. "Doxies, boggarts, big spiders." He counted on his hands. Things like that. It was really interesting to see how Uncle Orion dealt with a boggart. I have heard that was normally something we would learn in our 3rd year. Well, depending on our teacher of course. I just hope Dumbledore has found a competent Dada teacher this year or I fear we will never be really prepared if we were attacked. "Do you really think we will have to fight in the future?" Ron asked. "Do you remember what happened the last 2 years at school?" Harry asked rhetorically. "First year we get proof Voldemort is still alive somewhere out there and has possessed Quirrell to help him get a body back. If he had been successful in stealing the Philosopher's Stone, we would have him at our backs just now." Both nodded. "Second year we have the problem of his damned diary possessing Ginny, tricking her to do his bidding. He set loose a basilisk on the school for the 2nd time in his life and tried to kill Muggle-born students but thankfully failed to succeed as only petrifications happened. He nearly came back. His form became more and more solid while beeping the life out of Ginny. Then I was bitten by the basilisk and his fang broke from his mouth. I wouldn't even be alive if Fox hadn't been there. Basilisk poison only has one antidote. Phoenix tears. I instinctively used the fang to stab the diary to stop him. I'm lucky it worked. So, what are the chances he will eventually find a way to come back? I want to be prepared when this day comes. I don't intend to be a victim and he will come after me." "You are right, Harry. I also hope to have a good teacher in each subject. I'm especially curious about the new subjects." Harry saw a big bag with lots of books in it. "I don't understand how you think you could do all those subjects at the same time," Ron said. "I mean, do you plan to eat and sleep at all this year?" "I will manage it. I don't want to miss an important subject. As I am Muggle-born, I have to learn more about the wizarding world than you who was born into it," she argued. Harry hated it, but she was right. To have any chance at a good job later on, she would have to excel far beyond her pureblood peers. "I still say you are barmy. Nobody can manage to do all those subjects, but it is your decision. But if you are going insane with your workload, don't tell me I didn't warn you, Hermione." "Good thing Harry and I only chose 2 subjects, right Harry?" Ron asked. "Well, I now have 3 new subjects, Ron. After I met Uncle Orion and I told him which subjects I chose to take this year, he advised me that divination is a subject you can't learn from books or a teacher. You either have the gift of a seer or you don't, and none of my ancestors has ever had it. So I don't have it. Why should I try to learn something I can't learn?" So after he told me what the other subjects were about and what you could do with them later in life, something nobody really bothered doing for any of us last year, I chose to take ancient runes and arithmancy instead. I figure I will still manage it. And it is really interesting what you can do with the things you learn there. Runes are a core part in wards and arithmancy is really useful to analyze spells and find counters. Even potions are based on arithmetic calculations, and with Snape hating me, it would be great to just calculate a potion how it should be done and show him up by doing it right. In regard of Voldemort being after me, I figured it would be good to know those things. And they are requested in some really awesome jobs I read about. I don't know what I want to do in the future, but this way I have more options." Ron again flinched at the name and seemed a bit put out at the prospect of not being with his best friend in divination, but he couldn't argue with Harry's arguments. "Why do you suddenly think so much about the future?" Ron asked. "Last year was an eye-opener for me, Ron. Justin, Colin, Hermione and Penelope were all petrified. Ginny nearly died. I don't want to lose people who are close to me. We don't know what kind of nasty things Voldemort is planning. But he is always coming after me for some odd reason. The only thing we can do is learn as much as we can to be ready when he tries again to return. But I don't intend to move into the library if you fear that. I will spend a lot of time at the Quidditch pitch at least," he said, grinning. Ron also grinned while Hermione looked a bit miffed. She knew this side jab was directed at her liking for books. But she knew Harry didn't mean it hurtful, so she took it in stride. They finished their sundaes and Harry paid for them. "Where do you want to go?" Harry asked. "I want to get some medicine for Scabbers. He is a bit under the weather since we returned from Egypt. I want to see if they have something at the magical menagerie." Harry had to control his emotions. If he only could get the damn traitor, but it wouldn't do if he acted now. He needed a witness who was absolutely trustworthy in the eyes of the public. He and Sirius had pondered who would be best to give this role. The best options would be Phileas Flitwick or Minerva McGonagall. Dumbledore would also have the reputation, but he wasn't to be trusted with something that important. He could find a way around it so that Sirius wouldn't gain his freedom. "I also want to go to the magical menagerie. My parents gave me some money as it is my birthday in September and I should get me an early birthday present." "What, you don't want to get a good book?" Ron teased. "No, I really want an owl. I mean, Harry has Hedwig and you have Errol." "No, I don't have, he is a family owl, all I have is Scabbers, and as I said, he is ill. Let's go." The three went on to the shop where lots of different animals were offered to be sold. The space to move was restricted as there were cages everywhere. Ron went to the counter and spoke with the witch about Scabbers' problems. He was given some rat tonic as he didn't want a replacement for Scabbers. Then he was suddenly attacked by a really big cat. The witch shouted for the cat to stop it and Scabbers ran out of the shop. Harry helped Ron to find Scabbers. While he quite liked the idea of the traitor being eaten by a cat, he needed him to prove Sirius' innocence. They found him nearly 10 minutes later under a wastepaper bin. When they returned, they found that Hermione had bought the cat that had jumped onto Ron to get Scabbers. Even now it fixated the lump in Ron's chest pocket while purring in Hermione's arms. Ron and Hermione had a longer argument about her choice of a pet. Ron was disgruntled as Crookshanks. The cat had nearly scalped him. Hermione found the cat was gorgeous. Harry decided not to interfere with the two arguing. Privately, he thought any cat that disliked the traitor was all right. While Hermione gave Ron the rat tonic he forgot in the shop, Harry tried to get his thoughts away from the prospect of the traitor becoming cat food. It was so tempting. Amelia Bones sat in her office reading the old reports about the capture of Sirius Black. It really irked her how easily all the people in positions of power had dismissed Black as the culprit and decided to send him to Azkaban without a trial. Admittedly, he had seemed like the one who betrayed the Potters, but there had been no proof that he really did it, except for Dumbledore's word that he was their secret keeper. But the incident with Pettigrew and the Muggles was never really investigated. It all was based on assumptions. No eyewitnesses were heard. The Muggles who had seen anything were obliterated before taking their statements. This was ridiculous. An incident like that should have been thoroughly checked if there were other parties involved. Sometimes she asked herself if the methods of the Aurors were sufficient. And Crouch should have known not to ignore the law, but then again he had done that permanently in those days. He had done it to get control back, to stop the Death Eaters. Really questionable methods had been authorized. Some Aurors had become as ruthless as the Death Eaters. No, it wasn't a time to look back upon with pride. As an ex-Auror herself, she knew the Death Eaters couldn't be stopped with normal methods, but to stoop so low using unforgivables. No, never had she done it, and the best Auror of the time, Alistair Moody, also didn't need them. But she would need allies to even get the trial to take place. If it got started, they could prove Black's innocence. Then suddenly a coworker from the Department of Magical Maintenance stormed into her office. "Amelia, Harry Potter has turned up in Diagon Alley. Bradley from the Department of Magical Games and Sports has seen him when he was at Quality for Quidditch." "That's good news. How did he look? Was something wrong with him, Gabriel?" "No, he seemed fine from what Bradley told me. A healer of St. Mungo's offered him to do a health check when he and his companion arrived at the Leaky Cauldron via the Flow Network. He politely declined, telling his uncle had already seen to it that he was checked by a friend of this uncle who was a healer." The wizard was reporting. "His uncle? As far as I know, he only has these Muggle relatives who hate magic. I can't imagine they would know a healer. And more, let him evaluate Harry's health," Amelia doubted. "No, not the Muggle idiot. Harry called the man a Comte de something. I don't really know the name as I wasn't there. But they seem to get along really well." "Well, these probably are good news. Does Minister Fudge know?" she asked. I think Bradley went to tell him. Do you think he will go there? Probably, but I don't know if the two of them will still be there when he arrives. At least we have one problem less. If Harry Potter is well and will go to Hogwarts on the 1st of September, we have more possibilities to find Black. Another wizard stormed into Amelia's office. Amelia, Fudge is going insane. He has signed an order for Dementors being stationed at the entrances to Hogwarts, he shouted. He did what? I will go up immediately. How could he put these foul creatures around a school? She stood up of her chair and hurried to the elevators. When she arrived at the first floor, she stormed into Fudge's office to find him startled at her behavior. Have you gone completely insane, Cornelius? She yelled at the top of her lungs. Amelia, what are you speaking about? Fudge asked, startled. Dementors at Hogwarts. That is what I am speaking about. They are some of the foulest things ever to walk the earth. How could you place those things that beat the life out of powerful wizards around children who are not even aware how to defend against a Dementor? Amelia, I'm just doing what is right for the safety of Harry Potter. As you know from my visiting report of Azkaban that Black was obsessed in his dreams with, and I quote literally, he is at Hogwarts. How could I not ensure the safety of Mr. Potter and the other students when a mass murderer is on the loose? You call this safety? I would have agreed with you full-heartedly if you had ordered the Department of Magical Wards to check on all the wards at Hogwarts to ensure there were no loopholes where he could slip in. If you had ordered a dozen Aurors to do guard duties around the school, even better, but I protest on behalf of the students that these things are let near the school. You are overreacting, Amelia, Fudge said. I am overreacting? You are completely out of bounds. The only place where Dementors are allowed at all times is Azkaban. A place where the most evil wizards are imprisoned. And most of them deserve their stay there. But I have also noticed that you are only looking for what the public says, Cornelius. Last year you sent the gamekeeper of Hogwarts there on suspicions alone. Turned out he was innocent. You didn't even check the evidence. And why? Because he is an easy target. Beware of echo of your actions. What do you think will happen if Harry Potter decides to speak about the things that happen at Hogwarts? Who will the public believe? Him or you? Do you want the boy as your enemy? Why would the boy do something like that? Fudge asked. Oh, I don't know. Perhaps because the man you sent to Azkaban last year is a personal friend of him. Bradley, who had listened to the shouting of Amelia really amused, pointed out. When he and his uncle Orion were at the Leaky Cauldron, he told all the people that he was afraid the Ministry would send him to Azkaban because of what happened to Hagrid the gamekeeper last year. Turned out that Hagrid was the first real friend in the magical world Harry made, and he got his first birthday present from him. It also were Harry Potter and his friends who found the true culprit. Do you think he will take it kindly if you send the prison guards to his school when he is obviously relieved to not have had to meet them? My decision stays, Fudge stubbornly stated. Both the Ministry workers glared at him. I will make sure the public will get to know who was responsible for this decision, Cornelius. If there are any accidents with the Dementors, I will move heaven and hell to punish those responsible for it. And I won't stay quiet. I will tell everybody the truth, and you know very well that I am known for telling things as they are, not as the Ministry likes them to be seen. Amelia promised and left the office, slamming the door behind her. You have made an unnecessary enemy, Minister. If you go on like this, many more will follow, Bradley said, and followed Amelia, but without a slamming door. Amelia knew what she had to do. Her destination was Diagon Alley in the hope to meet Harry Potter to warn him to stay out of the way of the Dementors. Fudge had died for her. He wasn't a suitable minister in her eyes. If he was set on placing Dementors around a school, she would do everything she could to stop the worst from happening. And that was Harry Potter going after Sirius Black without knowing the truth. Harry, Ron and Hermione went to the Leaky Cauldron to meet with Ron's parents. Harry had agreed that his uncle would turn up there sooner or later anyway, so he would spend a bit of time with the Weasleys. He got a big surprise when he saw Sirius talking with Mr. Weasley, sitting together at a table, some bottles between them. Mrs. Weasley sitting next to them, sometimes shaking her head. Harry! Mrs. Weasley suddenly shouted. Every head turned towards him. She came over to them and hugged Harry. Harry dear, we were so concerned about your disappearing when we returned to Britain. How could you do something so reckless? I couldn't stand staying at the Dursleys any longer, Mrs. Weasley. I had to get out of there, and after I accidentally blew up Aunt Marge, I completely lost it. She tortured me for the whole week she was staying there. But the final straw was her insulting my parents. I just exploded. I tried to put up with everything she threw at me because Uncle Vernon said he would sign my Hogsmeade form if I behaved like a muggle all the time. And she liked nothing better than ridiculing me and comparing me to my good-for-nothing bully of a cousin. I couldn't even stay out of her way. That's over now, Harry dear. We already met your Uncle Orion and he told us how he came to take you in. I'm glad that you found him and that he wants to take care of you. A much better choice than those muggles. Thank you, Mrs. Weasley, and I'm sorry to have made you worry for me, Harry answered, smiling. It's okay. Know that you are always welcome at the Burrow. Harry nodded, relieved. Sirius agreed to have lunch with the Weasleys at the Leaky Cauldron before everybody parted their ways. Sirius took an instant liking to the twins and asked them about their pranks at school. He found some of them really entertaining. After lunch, Harry bid his friends and the other Weasleys goodbye, and he and Sirius went to the flow out of the Leaky Cauldron. Shortly before they could go, somebody called for Harry. Mr. Potter, do you have a moment? A witch called. Harry turned to see a witch with short gray hair and a monocle in her eye. How can I help you, madam? He asked. My name is Amelia Bones and I am the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement at the Ministry of Magic. I wanted to speak to you privately if this would be possible. Excuse me, Madam Bones. Harry is under my protection at the moment, so I would like to participate in this meeting, Sirius said with a hand on Harry's shoulder. Excuse me, sir, would it be a problem to introduce yourself? She asked. Of course, how impolite of me. My name is Orion de Jarge, current Comte de Jarge. I have been the one who found young Harry when he was wandering in some Muggle city. I happened to know his parents Lily and James from a holiday and we became friends and had contact with each other via owl post until they went into hiding from Voldemort. Amelia flinched slightly. Are you still afraid of hearing his name? A witch of your standing and power? Sirius asked. Old habits die hard, I fear, she answered. That's true. Well, I suppose if Harry agrees you can stay during the meeting, she said. Harry immediately nodded. She asked Tom the innkeeper for a private room and he let them use one of the free rooms. They went to the first floor and sat down on some armchairs which Sirius conjured with his wand. What did you want to talk with me about, Madam Bones? Harry asked. His whole appearance screamed pureblood to her, but she knew he was raised by muggles. So how could he have taken the attitude in the short time he had been missing? Another riddle to solve. Perhaps Susan could help her out. She was in his year, even if she was in Hufflepuff and he in Gryffindor. While I would very much like to learn where you have been staying, I know that for safety reasons some things are better kept secret. You will probably have read the articles about the escaped prisoner of Azkaban, Sirius Black. Indeed. I also read he was supposedly a close friend of my parents and that he betrayed them. Harry answered, not giving away anything at his face. You don't seem very touched by this. How comes? I would have thought you would like to see the man responsible for the deaths of your parents punished. I do, but I have learned something that makes me doubt the truth of Sirius Black being the traitor. She now mustered his face closer. He was perfectly collected. He must have received at least basic training in emotional control, perhaps even started learning occlumency. Another riddle. The boy brought up too many of them for her liking. Would you tell me what kind of source you have for this assumption? I am currently reinvestigating the case as I find it unbearable to have the ministry be open for any attack because of a flaw in the law enforcement. I personally dislike being open to attacks. Nasty memories from the war, you understand? Harry liked the woman in front of him. Direct but still sneaky. And a good sense of justice. The goblins were right to send serious memories to her. Would you believe me, that I have been to Diagon Alley before today this summer? He asked. How would you have managed this? You are still underage, so all magic you do would be spotted by the ministry, and we have lots of people looking out for you and Sirius Black. I had some business to do with the goblins. They provided me with a portkey. Imagine my surprise when I found out that I have been denied crucial information for 2 years. What do you mean? What have you not been told? Do you know the pamphlets Muggle-born children receive when they are visited by one of the heads of houses after they get the Hogwarts letter? Well, I never got one of those. I was never told which books would be important for me to read. I was kept in the dark about the most basic laws of the magical world. As Uncle Orion told me, The witch or wizard who was supposed to explain things about the magical world I was born into would have taken care of that. And that is only the part every Muggle-born receives. I am the heir of an old pureblood house and have responsibilities in this world I hadn't even known about until Uncle Orion told me about them. I never was visited by the head of a house. My guide was Hagrid, the gamekeeper who also had the job to get the Flamel's Philosopher's Stone from Gringotts to protect it. Amelia was dumbfounded. What had Dumbledore been thinking to let a man like Hagrid, who was no doubt nice enough but hardly up to the challenge, to introduce somebody like Harry Potter into the wizarding world? While I really like Hagrid and liked the tour of Diagon Alley he gave me, I have learned that he was the wrong person to tell me about things that distinguish Muggles and wizards and certain laws I would have to follow. I suppose Hagrid thought my so-called relatives had told me about me being a wizard. He was terribly wrong. They hate magic with a passion and made my life with them living hell. I'm really surprised that none of the Muggle children institutions looked into the matter, because some of my teachers would have seen that I was abused. Physically only my cousin was involved, but emotionally they all were. You can tell Minister Fudge that I will never return there and that I officially ask for a real investigation in the matter. Harry's eyes were hard at this, but she could see pain in his green eyes. This boy truly had suffered. Not for the first time she cursed in her mind. Why did all the authorities concerning Harry Potter's well-being have to be ignorant idiots? She dreaded his reaction when she told him about the Dementors that would have to be expected at Hogwarts. Well, Harry continued, not only did I find out about this, but the goblins had a copy of my parents' will. I read with my own eyes that they had named a man called Peter Pettigrew their secret keeper. After asking Snowcack, the goblin who was attending the meeting on behalf of Gringotts, what the term secret keeper meant, I was told that it is a term connected to the Fidelius charm. The person a secret is hidden in. Only the secret keeper is able to reveal the secret to others. I ask you, why hasn't this man been brought to justice if my parents' will was proof enough? Why was my godfather Sirius Black, who was supposed to take care of me, sent to Azkaban if it was known that he was innocent? Why did everybody ignore the clearly stated will of my parents that I was under no circumstances to live with the supposed relatives of my mother? There were two witnesses to the last will of my parents: Lord Ironfork of the Goblins and Professor Dumbledore. My mother was only adopted into that family. Whatever crap Dumbledore has told everybody is nonsense, as there is no blood relation. I will give him the benefit of the doubt that he didn't know this piece of information, but he bloody well knew that Sirius Black was innocent. I suspect the whole incident of Black murdering the Muggles was somehow staked. After learning about my parents' will, I also investigated the list of possible guardians for me in case of their deaths. First was my godfather Sirius Black, second Alice and Frank Longbottom, my friend Neville Longbottom's parents. Third was Remus Lupin, fourth Andromeda and Ted Tonks. Fifth were the Weasleys. My best friend's family could have taken me in. Do you know how hard it is telling you that, remembering myself, that you are not at fault and it would be wrong to yell at you because I would really like to yell at the one responsible for the hell of a childhood I had. Growing up with no friends at all because they were afraid of my cousin. They feared if they befriended me, they would become targets of his gang like me. Being called a freak every day. Having to live in the cupboard under the stairs for 10 years when my whale of a cousin had 2 rooms for himself and they had a big guest room too. Only getting enough food that they wouldn't be called upon it by the neighbors. Having to wear my cousin's way too big clothes. And now that I am going to Hogwarts, the things they do to me have only gotten worse. After that damn warning last year, when a house elf levitated a pudding at their home during an important business dinner, they found out that I can't do magic during the summer. They put bars at my window and installed a cat flap in the door to feed me. I was held prisoner at my supposed home until the Weasley twins and my best friend Ron rescued me. They told the whole neighborhood that I go to a school for incurably criminal boys and want me to pretend that this is the truth. Do you know how I feel? Amelia was shocked. Never would she have suspected something like this happening to this boy. The savior of the wizarding world. The one responsible for you-know-whose fall. How could Dumbledore do something like that? He was supposed to be the good one. But he had condemned Harry to a living hell. What were his reasons? She would find this out. She was the one in the best position for it. She promised herself. Harry would receive justice. I'm really sorry, Harry. I didn't have a clue that you were forced to live such a horrible life. I fully understand why you ran away. I will do everything in my power to prove your godfather's innocence. I have also received evidence that could prove his innocence, but the minister is a pompous fool who only cares about the public response of things. He fears the ministry would look bad if they admitted a mistake. But there is more. He decided sending Dementors to guard Hogwarts this year so they will protect you from Sirius Black. What? Sirius shouted. How could he? Those things beep all the happiness out of a person and let them dwell only on their worst memories. They also affect their surroundings. The students will fall ill if they are in their range too long. Not even the 7th years are able to defend themselves. Patroni are far too advanced magic to be really taught at Hogwarts. They are stuff Aurors learn in their training. Sirius ranted. Harry blanched. He hadn't experienced the feeling a Dementor gave you personally yet, but it was an experience he wanted to avoid as long as he could. He began shivering. Sirius saw the signs of some sort of panic attack and quickly sank to a knee in front of Harry. Harry, look at me. Look in my eyes, he commanded. Harry didn't but began babbling. Why? Why can't I have a normal year at Hogwarts? Just learning stuff. Have fun with my friends. Compete for the Quidditch Cup? I want to be normal. Why are they doing this to me? Wasn't taking my abilities from me for years enough? Wasn't making me live in misery in my childhood enough? Why do they have to torture me again? Tears began streaming from Harry's eyes. Sirius pulled him into a hug and let him cry. Amelia wanted to kill Fudge. What did the boy mean by taking away his abilities? She had to do something. But what? Then a thought hit her. Augusta Longbottom. She could be the political powerhouse she needed. The Lady of Longbottom House had a good head on her shoulders and was an intimidating person. Additionally, Minerva McGonagall. Oh yes, that would do nicely. Who else could support her? Arthur Weasley would help, but was seen as a shame for a pureblood wizard due to his love for muggles and had no political standing. But he was father of 5 children at Hogwarts age. That would count. Marcus Greengrass perhaps. He was a well-known pureblood wizard and his oldest daughter Daphne was Harry's age and attended Hogwarts. Wasn't the younger one Astoria starting this year too? Amos Diggory would help, a fellow Hufflepuff through and through. His son Cedric was also at Hogwarts. Nothing better than enraged parents to get Cornelius of his rocker. She also needed public outrage. Oh yes, she had just the reporter for this. I will need some time. At the moment there is little I can do. Cornelius is too stubborn to move from his position if he thinks it will let him look good in the public opinion. I have to get some serious political backing to get him see reason. If there was an incident at Hogwarts where the Dementors attacked a student, it wouldn't be a problem at all, but I don't want to let it get there. As I told you, the minister changes his colors with the wind. If there was enough protest from the general public, he would cave in. When I have the backing I need, would you also support me to get rid of those foul things? She asked. Sirius nodded. He was interested what she had planned, but if anybody was willing to openly oppose the minister, he wouldn't miss it for the world. Minerva McGonagall was surprised when Amelia Bones came out of her fireplace in her office at Hogwarts. Amelia, to what do I owe the pleasure of your visit? Cornelius being an ignorant, self-pompous fool of the worst kind. He has signed an order to place Dementors around Hogwarts to keep Harry Potter safe. Problem. Harry is terrified of the thought of being in the company of Dementors, especially after what happened to Hagrid last year. Has Cornelius gone insane? Just because one man managed to escape Azkaban, he can't transform the school into a similar place. Albus would never let this happen. Even if he is a bit weird, lastly, never would he allow this. I doubt he could do anything to change Cornelius' mind. I intend to put Cornelius under public outrage. I already have Rita Skeeter at my call. She even promised to let her poison Quill at home to get this story. My next stops are Longbottom Manor to get Augusta on the case, the Burrow to get Arthur and Molly Weasley on board, Diggory's house and Greengrass Manor. Do you have any ideas who I could also ask? I already have organized to have Comte de Jarge, Harry's current guardian of sorts, to help with this as soon as the support for this is irresistible. Harry's new guardian is a noble? Minerva asked, surprised. Yes, I was surprised myself. A very nice and well-mannered man. He already taught Harry some pureblood manners. Before the topic went to his relatives, he was really calm and collected. I intend to prevent to let him ever return there, Minerva. We have failed Harry terribly. If James and Lily were to see what has happened to their son, they would rotate in their graves. He was abused, Minerva.
physically by his so-called cousin and mentally by his aunt and uncle. He told me some things today. Amelia let her head drop.
I should have done more. I should have persuaded Albus to not place the boy with these muggles. I was there when he left Harry at their doorstep. I knew they were the worst kind of muggles as I observed them the whole day, but Albus insisted that Harry would only there be completely safe because of the blood wards Lily conjured with her sacrifice. Only where her blood lived the protection would be. And Petunia Dursley is no blood relative of Lily. Lily was adopted. Harry told me today. Yes, I found out some days ago, when he sent me a letter asking to change his choice for new subjects from divination to arithmancy and ancient runes. I can't really talk about it, the letter was enchanted. I want to help him. I have the duty as his head of house to look out for him like all my little lions. There is more. I don't think we should tell Dumbledore any secrets. He is responsible for sending Sirius Black to Azkaban while the man is innocent. I have proof, but I need to get the real traitor, Peter Pettigrew, to get the trial for Sirius. Otherwise Cornelius will just wing it away as fantasies. Sirius is innocent? How did you find out? Minerva asked. Memories were sent to me anonymously via Gringotts. I suspect they're his. They're authentic, I checked it twice. The secret keeper of Lily and James was Peter Pettigrew. After Hagrid took Harry away from Sirius, Sirius went after Peter to punish him for his betrayal. Peter blasted the alley away, killing the muggles, called Sirius a traitor and cut his own finger. Then he transformed into a rat and disappeared into the gutters. The second piece of evidence I got today from Harry. In his parents' will, the goblins obviously have a copy of it, even if the ministry sealed the original, is stated that Pettigrew was the secret keeper for Lily and James, and Dumbledore signed as witness. No, why would he do something like that? Sirius was in the Order. He was fighting at our side. If he knew the true traitor, why did he send the wrong man into Azkaban? I don't know yet, but I intend to find out. As chief warlock of the Wizengamot, he is obliged to uphold the law, not sending innocents to Azkaban. While I know Barty Crouch is massively to blame for this mess, Dumbledore just had to say a word and nothing of this mess would have happened. Even the muggles would laugh at us, and if the Queen ever found out about this, I don't want to think about the consequences. Yes, she really is aware of our world, right? Minerva asked. How could she not? Once in a while there appears a wizard or witch from the royal family. They all have enough magic for some passive abilities like seeing dementors or a sixth sense for danger. The younger prince, Harry, nearly has enough to be considered a wizard. He won't get a Hogwarts letter, but it was a close one. The Spencers also had squibs in their ancestry. It was quite possible that a child of Prince Charles and Princess Diana could become a wizard. But thankfully it didn't happen. Imagine the public backlash if this got out. Thank you, I like my peace as long as I can get it. Well, I will be at your side in this. No way will I let the students be in the presence of these monsters any longer than unavoidable. Thank you, Minerva. Cornelius should be rightfully cowed if you turned up in his office. You have this don't mess with me aura around you. By the way, did you recognize something strange with Harry's abilities? When he had his nervous breakdown, he mentioned that somebody had taken his abilities away from him. No, well, I always wondered a bit why he didn't show any special talents, as his parents were really gifted in their personal areas. Lily was a genius at charms and potions, while James excelled at transfiguration and defense. Harry is an average student, and sometimes he seems to really struggle to get the spells right. It would be good to further investigate this. I don't want to fail Lily's and James's son more than we already have. Neither do I Amelia. Until later then. Amelia nodded and left through the fireplace. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.